LAN setup. They're going to be able to see each other face to face. It's a LAN tournament for these high school students, and Rocket League, it's one of a kind here for Alabama. And I'm really excited to see who can take it to the top.
Yeah, there's certainly going to be a lot of different variables in play as we've got this LAN environment today. Very different from playing online.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's many non-competitors don't a lot of different see it that way, but people who have played online on stage, they know that there's a very clear difference. We have got two groups following this tournament. We've got Group A, which is going to be on UNA underscore esports. Group B will be followed UNA underscore esports to both of those on Twitch. Foof, you've got the rundown for us on Group A.
Well, I gotta say, it already starts out fun. We are kicking this off, not only this in Group A, but the stream itself. We have the five-time Bob Jones High School going up against Wilson A. And then on that lower side of the bracket, you have Florence going up against Lexington to see who gets the chance to play James Clemens, as the Jets are waiting to see who they got. With Wilson A getting a movement on, this could be something fun to watch with this kickoff game. Already sitting to see who qualifies.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be an explosive bracket that we've got on both sides. But I want to get your thoughts on Group A as well. Group B will be starting a little bit more delayed due to some technical difficulties. But what are you expecting to see out of this opening match of the tournament?
Yeah, Group B has, they got Brooks, Lions, and Wilson B. The Warriors are going to be going up first. And after that, we're going to be Hartselle Tigers versus LCHS Tigers. So the Battle of the Tigers there on that other side will be going through. So I really can't decide here for the two Tiger teams. I think we're just going to have to let fate duel it out there. But I'm personally rooting for the Athens on the Golden Eagles. I'm sorry. Brooks on the Lions side for the top side of that bracket.
Yeah, there's plenty of very exciting teams that we've got here competing over the next 2 days. Double elimination bracket into a single elimination playoff. So teams have multiple chances to show us and the crowd watching them, both online and in person, what they are able to do. We're pretty much ready to get this first match underway between Bob Jones and Wilson A. But very quickly, you guys, I want to get your predictions on how this first match is going to go.
I think it's simple. You've got the five-time, you've got the defending champs. You have to go Pats all the way. I know I sound like a bandwagon fan, but I'm believing they can set the tone early, securing themselves with the first qualifier spot. And I've got my eye on this team to step out and make a statement in game one.
Well, you can take the easy route, I say, but I mean, Wilson A, they've got some champions on their team, okay, and I will say that if you are coached correctly, you have some really stunning people on the back end of that team, and you just really kind of lock in, especially in a, I guess they are kind of used to the LAN format. They've already done it 5 times. I think it's their time to get kicked out. Maybe that freshman that came in, now it's been 5 years, he's out. I don't know. We'll see.
It's very possible. Bob Jones, the 5-time state champions, the only other team to do it, not present at the tournament this year. This is their tournament to lose. I've got Bob Jones as well, starting things off hot on the stage for Group A. Bob Jones versus Wilson A. We have got Leachy and Lars coming to you from inside the house. You guys can take it away.
supporting you or vehemently against you. So obviously you're hoping for more of the former. Peripherals as well. I'm just looking around. I see, actually that's probably not fair because we probably have a lot of people who are under the desk controller players. I'm an on the desk controller player. I found that over time I actually got weirdly shoulder pain from holding the controller down below the desk. So like an old man, I had to like rest my hands up on top of the desk. But
would imagine we're two of the oldest people here.
Probably, yeah,
at least as far as active video game players go, and I'm with you. On the desk is the way to go.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see if we see some KBM going here as well.
Yeah.
I think that's like an upcoming trend because, as you may or may not know with Rocket League, I mean, you get a lot more kind of fluidity out of a controller, and that's kind of more natural to get into. But when you get into high-level mechanics, that KBM offers a level of precision that you can't quite get out of a controller. So you see a lot of the high-level freestylers and a lot of high-level competitors kind of migrating towards keyboard and mouse as their preferred controller.
Yeah, I was just going to touch on that as well. The fact that most freestylers, interestingly, do prefer that the KBM input. No wheels. Thankfully, a lot of people ask me about that. They're like, "Leachy, what are you talking about? Like, why it's a car game? Why can't you use a wheel?" And it's like, well, cars normally don't have a Y axis to worry about. It's just left and right. So you got to figure out some way to pull the car up. I don't know. You were talking about rudder pedals before. I don't know if that could possibly come into play.
Go to the full flight sim setup. You got stick, rudder pedals, throttle, and then we'll see if there's a competitive scene around that. But as far as the Rocket League competitive scene, still mostly dominated by controller. And again, I think it's just what people get used to. It's easier to get into it. And once you're into something, it's very hard to make that switch. So it is kind of the dominant one. But I do see some players kind of already posting up with the keyboard and mouse, excuse me. So I'm curious to see if that holds through, or if, like you said, we're just waiting on some under-desk controller players to get going here.
It could be. You never know. Bright lights and keyboards and stuff, it's always pretty to look at. Your journey here, we'll just talk about where you and I have come from. I had a doozy of a trip getting here. I was coming all the way from northern New Jersey. Wound up missing my connection by 10 minutes. I saw my second plane pulling away from the gate as I arrived to my first one. Had to get put up in a hotel. Wound up I was supposed to get in at like 9:30 at night. I wound up getting in at like 10:45 in the morning. Zipped over here. Was thinking about stuffing Wendy's into my face, but we went to a much nicer local place. So feeling refreshed and ready to go. What was your journey like?
It was simpler. I have some stories that maybe aren't super appropriate for this context, but it was interesting but simpler. We did make it here more or less on time. We got in at like 1:30 in the morning. late flights and all. It was Atomic, Foof, and I all rode in together. But we're here, and we're excited to be here, and we're all running on some level of sleep, and got up this morning and did my normal day job.
4 hours. 4 hours of sleep we've been running on. We're going to make it through. Thanks in part to the fantastic cast of characters that we have. It's obviously myself, Leachy, Lars Newt. You saw the 3 casters at the desk earlier. We have Awash, who is going to be our permanent host throughout the entire weekend. We have Foof, obviously, Atomic, but we also have Volts and Bepic sitting in the waiting in the wings, ready to get things go.
I think they're over on the B stream right now. So
if
you're
they
interested
may
in
be
that,
on the B
over
stream.
on the B stream, I believe we have, if I could see here, Brooks versus Wilson B on the B stream. That's at twitch.tv/UNA Esports 2 as we get game number 1 of this best of 5 underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wait, but hopefully a worthy one. Let's get this underway. As you said, 5 minutes on the clock. In case you did forget, it is a best of 5 all throughout today. First team to 5 game wins, to 3 game wins out of a total of 5 will take the entire series. Very, very close from reach to get things started out. Barely 30 seconds in.
Great early pressure here out of Bob Jones as they bring pressure down onto Wilson's net. And we like to see that high pace early on to really come down and add pressure. But Bob Jones so far, Wilson's doing a good job of keeping this one clear, keeping that net defended, and now get a chance to attack back the other way.
Wilson trying to dribble this over Fish for the part of Bob Jones. Passing this over to Reach. This one's off the back wall and gets demolished there. Taking him off of the field. We'll have to wait for that boost timer, respawn timer. Wait for about 3 seconds. That's an open goal. Barely a save off that left side post. Man, and clears that away. That was a very close one. Dangerous not over off the crossbar yet again. Early start. Can they get this one to go in? Finally, the opening goal of this match.
Unrelenting pressure out of Bob Jones. That seemed like it was going to go in over and over and over, but eventually it's able to break down the defense. A couple of demos, some awkward rotations, and just an unrelenting attack. I'm a big fan of that. You don't necessarily have to hit the net on that first shot. If you just get it close, you force a response out of the defense, and what ends up happening is they're now out of position. They are low on boost. They're in a bad spot to collect boost, and you can push that advantage and just keep pressing down, eventually pick up the goal.
You know what I always say? The best passes are the worst shots. Yeah. And it's those shots that look just about good enough to make it. They ping off of the crossbar or the woodwork or what have you, and then that's exactly what your teammates are waiting in the wings for, just to clean things up. Bob Jones looking for the second goal. This one knocked high off that left side wall. Fish retreating, actually turning for a shot here. Not a ton of power given the fact that he was on 0 boost. That's always going to make your job a little bit more difficult. Reach trying to put this one on target, slightly off to the right. 2 minutes gone, and Bob Jones, I won't say that they're exerting a ton of control on this match, but they are in the driver's seat for now, at the very least, with this 1-goal lead.
A couple of things they've done really well so far is they've defended the net. This one's going to go in as well as Fish picks up their second of the match. An unrelenting pressure, couple of huge 50s, and I'm going to talk about 50s at some point,
yes.
But not just yet.
Wow, clear that back wall. Little bit of chaos there on the back for Wilson. That's fine. It is a best of 5. There is time, and there's time in the series, and there's time in this game itself. Just under 3 minutes to go. They just need to collect themselves, make sure they aren't stunned too much. Wow, the flip reset there from that Wilson player didn't wind up working out. Bob Jones trying to make this one dangerous off this blue back wall. Interesting choice there as Reach goes for the shot, and Roki having to retreat. An excellent demo there from Reach to relieve the pressure.
Something I've noticed here out of Wilson, not afraid to use their own back wall to try to disrupt the possession of Bob Jones. Bob Jones continues to be pretty dominant in control of the field. I don't have the eye of Newt, so I can't tell you the exact number, but we spent a lot of time. Shot opportunity just up and over. Nice touch from Fish to keep that clear. Fish coming up big on the stat line. Saves and goals. Plenty here to keep Bob Jones in the lead.
Twitify rotating around. Right side post there for Wilson. Knocked over the top. Roki and Kitagawa facing off there. That one's just off the ceiling. No one there for Bob Jones to make it too dangerous. And the second I'd say that, what a save on the goal line by Kitagawa. It's still a 2-goal lead, but man, a crucial stop to prevent it from becoming 3.
Oh my goodness, immediately turning this one around into an attack, coming back the other way. Can't quite find the shot on net as Bob Jones is allowed to pick this one up. And that's something in general Bob Jones has done very well. Here's another opportunity, safe rotation back as we keep that one clear. Something they've done very well, though, is keep that shooting lane clear. They're letting the ball go to their corners, they're letting it come to the back wall, but never letting it sit, at least for very long, in front of the net where you have those good shooting angles, those high probability shots, and that's been crucial in their defensive strategy.
Reach knocks this up high. Going for that back wall pass, but Kitagawa is faster to it. Hiroki now dropping down, looking for some kind of a demo, but every single Wilson player was behind them. So, oh, that one's an open net shot, and Fish calls upon Kitagawa, or rather forces Kitagawa to make that save. 60 seconds left, and Bob Jones still in the lead. Quick snapshot from Kitagawa, but saved away by Fish.
Man, you mentioned earlier the level of pressure that Bob Jones has brought, but Wilson has stepped up defensively. I think a lesser team, this would be an absolute blowout. Keeping this within 2, especially leaving it only 2 in the first 2 minutes, and it's been even for the last 2.5 minutes or so. There's pressure on the net. Nice pass on the back wall. Fish picks up the hat trick.
Nobody's going to save that. That was an absolute textbook pass across the face of goal. Fish just waited for this one. Wilson player underneath didn't quite see who that was, but couldn't get there in time. 3-goal lead for Bob Jones, and it looks like game 1 at the very least is in the books. I think it's time for Wilson now just to kind of recollect themselves and figure out the game plan for the remainder of this series. Whoa, as Fish almost gets number 4. Wilson, yeah, they really need to come at this with a different game plan because the move in game 1 did not work. Maybe some of that had to do with just the raw talent of these Bob Jones players, but man, at the very least, we know Wilson is good enough to get at least 1 game off of this team. I just need to see them prove it for themselves. Ooh. The double touch just because he can do it. Make it 4 for Reach.
Oh, beautiful control out of Hiroki and Reach here, getting that one, the pass off the back wall out of the corner, and then Reach setting up that double touch to put that one down. Very awkward to save for Wilson, but that's going to be awkward for anyone in this tournament to make a save on. That kind of play is why Bob Jones has had such a successful career to this point as a program. We're going to see an opportunity here for Wilson as they look for that demo on Fish, and that's, I think, the right idea, especially with the stat line Fish is putting up. You really got to be aggressive and try to take them out of the play. A couple other thoughts on what's happening here as Bob Jones takes game number 1 of this best of 5. I want to ask you first, what is Bob Jones doing well? And I want to talk about what Wilson's doing well, and then what can we talk about outside of that, what they could do better?
I will tell you exactly what Bob Jones is doing well. I don't know if you caught that, ladies and gentlemen. It's been very rare throughout my entire casting career that you will see the shots total for a single player in the double digits, but Fish was up there. 10 shots alone to his name. I don't know that I need to say much more, because if you have a player that is capable of banging in that many shots on target, let alone scoring is obviously great, but if you are pinning a team back in their own half that much and suffocating them, they're not going to have any time, any opportunity to break out of their own half. All Fish needs to do is continue that pressure. Could be exhausting, but clearly it was the key to winning game 1, and it could be the key to progressing on through the series.
Well, one of the ways Fish is able to kind of get away with that sustained pressure, and the entire Bob Jones team as a whole gets away with that pressure, is I've noticed that none of them are afraid of playing on low or no boost.
Yeah.
They make those commitments to the ball. But the reason they can do that is those other 2 players off the ball are managing spacing on the field very well. You can see a couple opportunities open up for Wilson, but there's always a player rotating back, covering that back space, and they're able to use the space on the field extremely well. Part of that is because they have that forward pressure. They've got 75% of the field to pick up boost on, where Wilson only has that back corner, and they've got to share it with Bob Jones. So they need to find a way to break some space forward. And they got to do it with control. With the Bob Jones safe rotations, throwing the ball downfield isn't going to work. You got to control it upfield, breakout passes, demos, dribbles, anything to keep the ball close to the hood of your car. Don't be afraid to continue with no boost or low boost and manage spacing on the field. Saw a couple of double commits, saw some bunching going on the Wilson side. They need to find a way to communicate a little bit cleaner and move that space out a little bit wider.
And with all the online events I've ever casted, I've always been like, it's kind of a cliche to chalk up game 1 loss to be like, nerves, extreme nerves. We're at a land, we're in person, so if anything, the nerves have got to be even higher there. So I'm willing to give even more of a benefit of the doubt to these Wilson players. That said, I mean, you're exactly right. That tentativeness by one team to constantly kind of stay grouped up and turtle up a little bit, it can save you in certain situations, but not against a team like Bob Jones, who is so good as you said, playing without any boost, it's that confidence that is super needed, because a lot of people, you see that 0 in the bottom right corner, you're like, oh, I'm out of this play. There's nothing else that I can contribute. I'm going to rotate back and get boost. Can be good, but it also completely destroys any pressure that you have and allows that team to build from the back.
So I want to talk about that, what you can do with 0 boost, and it's, in my opinion, the single most important mechanic in all of Rocket League, the 50-50. It's not a 50-50 chance. It's not a coin flip. There's a skill. There's a technique to it. And if you can consistently win 50-50s, it doesn't matter if you can't air dribble well. It doesn't matter if you can't get those flip resets. You can control pressure by controlling the ball in 50s. And you can do a 50 with 0 boost. You could 50 your way all the way up and down the field on 0 boost. So if nothing else, you end up in that spot, you've got the ball, but you've got no boost, and you're in kind of an awkward position. Get behind the ball, force a 50. Worst case scenario, you at least don't allow the other team to get clean control on that ball as they come back up the field. You force them to dive in, to maybe have that ball pop up, go somewhere awkward, and now both teams are reacting kind of on an even footing, as opposed to one team gets control off of the other.
And this is the kind of decision making that differentiates a good team from a great team.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a mechanics thing. It's a decision making.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You only have 5 minutes in this game, which from a spectator's perspective, it's like, okay, yeah, 5 minutes, like that's plenty of time to get stuff done. When you are sitting in front of these monitors and you have 5 other players swarming around you trying to judge where this ball is going to be going, it is not that easy, let me tell you. So hats off to any player that is able to excel in this environment. Game 2, ladies and gentlemen, underway. It is Bob Jones versus Wilson A. Bob Jones currently 1-0 up in the series as we start this second game. 15 seconds gone already. Ball just kind of bouncing around in the Bob Jones half. Quitify knocks this over to Fish. Fish with an interesting catch there, unable to get it past his Wilson A competitor. Fish knocks this up high. Plenty of boost to get something creative going, but not enough sauce on that ball. May have spoken too soon. Hiroki will get that shot, but yet again, not on target. Ball kind of bouncing around aimlessly, but the important point is, even though it's aimlessly, it's still in the back of Wilson A's half. They yet again have not been able to break out.
I do see them being a little bit more aggressive in the challenge, however, and doing a little bit better job getting up in the face of Bob Jones. Nice to see the Warriors not afraid to come out of their shell a little bit to go up there and make those challenges. And again, you don't let your team, or your opponent, get things for free. Force them to make challenges. Don't let them make plays onto the canvas.
Very important. Ball knocked underneath reach. He's going to retreat back now. Pretty much full boost. Will miss this flick, though, from Quitify. Knocks it up. Kitagawa retreating. Opts to go for the back wall, and that is a great defensive position there. Copy-paste. Oh, no! Little bit lost there, and Fish will take advantage.
Well, almost 90 seconds in. So far, we're on a better pace for Wilson as the Warriors do a better job of driving that ball away from that shooting lane in the center. It's something that Bob Jones did super well in game number 1, and Wilson picking up on that a little bit. Unfortunately, it's just being able to do that consistently for 5 whole minutes. And when you spend so much of that 5 minutes on your own half, sooner or later, it's going to break down.
It's a tough ask. It's a tough ask for sure. Kitagawa, oh no, Quitify. You never want to see that miscommunication on the back line. Hands Bob Jones the second goal of this game.
This is that kind of double commit, that maybe not as much faith in your teammate as I would like to see, as 2 players try to go up for this one, end up just knocking it in. And they got lucky a few times. They actually had a couple of great pinches that came out of that retreating player, end up 50ing their own teammate, and it sent it in an advantageous position. This is not that case, and in general, you want to avoid that kind of scenario. Big demo sets up an opportunity here, though. We'll see if Wilson can generate some pressure and get a little bit of sustainment here in this first half of the game.
I've got to say, I've been looking for some early demolitions from Wilson on Bob Jones, and I just haven't seen too much. That one's close across the face of the goal. I feel like in these situations, with a team that is so good at pressuring, you need to do something to upset them. And if you allow them to keep all 3 cars on the pitch, there's no way that they're not going to be able to play comfortably. You need to do what you can to remove at least one of them. Thankfully, there's this beautiful mechanic in this game called the demolition that allows you to do just that. I think Wilson needs to explore that a little bit much. Now, obviously easy for me to say. I'm just sitting here with a microphone in front of my mouth recommending them to do things. But I really think that right now, if they're going to pick themselves up after this game 2, or hopefully during this game 2, that's the one thing that needs to change in my opinion.
2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. 2 goals on the board for Bob Jones. Wilson still looking for their first of the series. There's an opportunity.
Oh.
Almost a beautiful cut off the back wall, but it's one of the most threatening shots we've seen so far out of Wilson. I do like what you're saying about the demos. I want to see more of that. I mean, there's a reason people get upset when people do a lot of demos.
Yeah.
It's because it works. And
Yes.
being upset is one of the things, one of the benefits you get out of demoing your opponent. So love to see that level of aggressiveness, as that one's going to be an opportunity across the middle. But if I able to clear that one deep downfield.
Reach misses this clearance off the back wall. A little bit of scrambling here for Bob Jones. You don't see that too often. Something for Wilson to take advantage of, a miss in the backfield by Kitagawa. Plenty of boost, gets called off by Quiddify, but Quiddify, unfortunately, not able to do much progressive stuff with this one. Oh, knocked across. Quiddify the save across the face of the goal. This one's back down. Oh, the double touch. Hiroki falls right into his path. That's goal number 3 for Bob Jones.
That's such a difficult position to find yourself in as that Warrior player. Copy-paste alone, retreating back in the net, trying to get back up and then back forward, changing direction in air. It's just not going to happen. You got to time that perfectly, because from that spot right on the crossbar, that 50 is kind of a losing proposition, but at that point, it's all you have. Hiroki's coming downhill. You have to do something.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So if you don't move, you're guaranteed to miss it. So you might as well get up there and see what, if anything, might be possible there. Kitagawa off his own back wall. Oh, fumbled that one, and that one is for free for Reach. We have yet another 4-goal game.
And Hiroki coming up huge here. We talked about using demos on offense in favor of Wilson. Bob Jones showing you exactly why you do that. There was a player back, Quiddify, I believe, that maybe had a chance to pick up that save. Would have been tough, but possibly doable. Hiroki assures no one's home. This is going home for Bob Jones.
Just over a minute left now. Fish, honestly, content just to waste as much time as possible. There's no reason to risk it. Reach is going to make it 5. Man, Wilson having a little bit of trouble on the backfield. I hope that this isn't getting to them too badly on the mental side of things, but man, that's some disorganization that is not going to do them well further into this competition.
Gotta trust your teammate, and you have to have the patience to let them make their play. If they don't make the play, that's not your fault for not jumping behind them or jumping over them. It's on them at that point. So, but if they do make the play, you're going to be in a much better position if you trusted your teammate. You can maybe take advantage of it. That's a great feed for Fish, up high over top, and just slots that home on 2 defenders.
I think, honestly, we're starting to see that kind of favorite pick come out from pretty much the entire desk for Bob Jones. We're seeing how they can affect the mentality of another team. 6-0 in the second game of a series is nothing to shake a stick at. That's definitely impressive from Bob Jones. Wilson, at this point, I'm not sure. They need to forget that this game ever happened. Completely wipe it from their mind, because the more that they dwell on this, the more it's going to affect their future performances. And at this point in the series, their back is up against the wall. They cannot afford to lose any more series. It is a double elimination, so they do technically get one more lifeline, but it is so much better from a mental standpoint to have that lifeline in your back pocket.
Yeah, you definitely hold on to that. As ideally, you never lose a single game, but you
Yes.
want to have that as long as you can. If you are going to go down, you want to go down late, where you have, that less pressure. You made it further, and you have another opportunity. It helps you play better when you know you've got another opportunity as well. Wilson, so far, struggling a little bit against Bob Jones, but there are some highlights there, some moments that do look really nice. Big saves, couple of good shot opportunities. I think the biggest thing that maybe they can do right now is when they recognize they have space, and that's step number 1. You got to recognize you have space. You got to be aware of where the opponents are on the field. Slow down. Don't be throwing yourself at the ball. Look for those catches. Look to keep it close, and then don't double commit. Trust your teammates. If their teammate picks up the ball, you're going to be in a better spot. If they don't, you weren't going to be able to make a big difference there anyways.
Honestly, no, I do like that in that it threes can be such a fast game, so it's very easy to get stuck in the mindset of like, we got to go.
Especially when you're down.
Especially when you're down, exactly. It's so easy to get caught in that mindset of everything needs to happen as quickly as humanly possible. You need to get the ball across. You need to shoot as soon as you possibly can. This is something that I like doing for my own playstyle, is actually changing that, just like you said, slow down, because I feel like because of that mentality and everyone's expecting it to be so fast, when you throw that change up and so many people are expecting each hit to be instantaneous and just as immediate as possible, they don't know what to do with themselves. And that's where you start to get moments where you get, a shot opportunity. You pump the brakes, and then 2 defenders go flying past you. You get that, like that fake moment. People sail past you, just walk it into the goal. But honestly, like that's like a highlight play. But in general, yeah, I think from time to time, slowing down the play can be beneficial. It's such a hard mindset to get out of because of the speed that you're used to.
I really like that you touched on that there, though, where it's not just for your own sake. You improve your own consistency, you improve your own control when you slow down like that, but you also throw your opponent for a loop.
Yep.
When you go fast, they get used to fast, and the last thing they're looking for is that sudden breaks, just like you were saying. Huge. I want to talk a little bit real quick about Bob Jones.
Yeah.
Game number 1, Fish, 10 shots on net. I think the next closest was 2 in the entire lobby.
Something like that.
Much better balance out of Bob Jones, and it's reflected in the scoreline. You know, they picked up another win, but by a bigger margin. You had 3, 5, and 4, I believe, was the shots on net. And when you can balance your team out like that, if it continue to be Fish over and over and over again, well, if you're Wilson, you could target Fish and say, all right, we're going to get demos, we're going to get blocks, we're going to take them out of the play. But when you have a team that's balanced like this, that everyone brings pressure, everyone makes defensive plays, everyone makes good 50s, that's very difficult to overcome. That's the kind of team that wins championships.
Yes, absolutely. I think we're seeing a very early example of why Bob Jones is such a favorite, and that why people are expecting them to pretty much go all the way. I don't want to be that audacious because Rocket League is a fantastic game, but anything can happen. Exactly. Yeah. It's one thing to write it down on paper, but I'm sure Lars has, and I definitely have seen some crazy stuff over the years watching Rocket League. So you never know. You got to listen, it ain't over till it's over. There's at least one more game left in this series. I will say Bob Jones are probably heavy favorites, but as you said, that increased level of performance from a single player does kind of paint a target on their back. But they changed that style in game 2 because, as you said, that shot total was much more evenly spread. On the flip side, Wilson had 2 shots in total throughout that entire 5-minute period. You're not going to score if you're not putting shots on target. It's that simple. I don't mean to John Madden-ify this whole cast.
If you score more points than your opponent, you're typically going to have a better outcome in the game.
Typically, not always, but typically. Yeah, it's a wild concept. Shooting on goal usually leads to victories. But I mean, it's a very simple numbers game that you can often rely on. Obviously, this game is not played on paper. You've got to get all 6 players on the pitch and duke it out. But the trend that I have seen over the years is usually the team that is out shooting the other is more often than not going to come away the victor.
Yeah, absolutely. There is something to be said for quantity over quality,
yeah.
and we're getting quality shots out of Bob Jones and quantity. That's a dangerous combo. That's going to be tough. I do want to touch a little bit, though. Part of the issue with the shot totals for Wilson is that they're spending so much time on their own defensive end. And, if they get the pitch as a loading bar, you want to get those shots on net. You want to get the ball in the net. But you got to make the progress. You can't jump to 100% on your loading bar. You got to start by defending your own net. Then you got to push the ball upfield with control. You're not just throwing it down there. You're going to scoot that ball up the field, make the challenges in, quarter area, make the challenges in the midfield, make the challenges up in that kind of 3-quarter area. And that's where you're going to contain your opponent. That's where you get your shots. That's where you finish it out.
If only it were that easy.
Yeah.
If only
Easier said than done.
Yeah. If only it were that easy. There was a win button. I wish. Oh, man. All right. Well, the Patriots versus the Warriors right now. Patriots do find themselves 2-0 up in the series, waiting around just to get game number 3 started, making sure all of our players are ready to go. Oh, man. So if Bob Jones does wind up going through here, and if the Warriors go down, I'm just looking at the bracket right here. The Warriors are going to play against the winner, or rather the loser, of either Florence or Lexington. Florence, just according to our quick notes here, Florence with an average rank of Diamond. We don't have an average rank for Lexington, but I'm just trying to think of what their chances might be going forward, because I haven't seen terrible play. I don't think I've seen championship winning play, but I still think that there's life in the team.
Absolutely. I don't hate on Wilson's odds of going to day 2 here.
Yeah.
I am, obviously we're not looking good here in this first series, but I would love to see a moment to recreate one of my favorite backs moments. Viglio, are you going to do something insane? And see Wilson pull a win or 2 here, but that's going to be a tough uphill battle. Going up against a team that's around a Diamond level, I have faith. I think it should be an interesting matchup. I think we'll see a little bit of back and forth there, but I have faith that can go Wilson's way and they can work their way into day 2.
There are critics of the double elimination format that say like it puts a lot of pressure on teams. It puts a lot of fatigue on the teams. I like it because it gives them that second shot. I do see the benefit of the whole single elimination concept where it's like you got to show up on the day. Like, this is your time. One team shows up, one team doesn't. Too bad. Like, we'll get them next year. But at the same time, especially in the high school level, I do like giving them the exposure and the opportunities to, at the very least, show what they're capable of with playing more than one match. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 getting underway between Bob Jones and Wilson A. Let's get this kicked off.
Even so far right off the bat, as Wilson is actually going to find more pressure in these first 20 seconds here, and I think that's critical. I mean, it doesn't seem like much, but be able to come out of the gate and set the tone, maybe not for the series, but for at least this game, to say, hey, we're not out of this yet, a double commit there in Kitagawa and Quitify, but it's going to be successful upfield. Quitify almost with the double touch. Beautiful opportunity. I had faith. That would have been such a beautiful way to lead off game number 3. Unfortunately, it's going to come back the other way as Fish picks up yet another goal.
And that is yet another sign of a team with quality, a team that can turn such a dangerous situation on their own defensive half into an instantaneous counterattack. That took, 4 seconds to get the ball back upfield? Bob Jones are absolutely terrifying.
Well, I want to point something out here. One of the things that Bob Jones is doing there is A, playing the physical game, not necessarily the bumper and demo, but just even the threat of the physical game, but also playing ahead of the ball on offense. You don't necessarily have to be behind the ball. Unfortunate touch, as that was going to be Reach's second gifted goal of the series.
Unfortunate touch and an unfortunate just kind of position in general. Quitify knocking it down and kind of getting it right back in his own face. Reach will get credit for that one, but off of the that right side roof, and Bob Jones now find themselves 2 goals up, not even 60 seconds gone. This is so crucial right now. I think is the do or die moment for Wilson. They need to show up now, because if Bob Jones, that was close. If Bob Jones are allowed to score much more goals in the next 60 seconds here, I think it's going to start flipping away from them.
And you and I, it's been a minute, but we are on the same page. I was thinking the same thing. 60 seconds from the 4-minute to the 3-minute mark is going to be so critical. Reach picks up another one here, puts them up by 3, and now that hill just gets that much more steep. It goes from molehills to mountains. Game 3, down by 2, best of 5. I mean, 48 seconds to kind of make a statement, I think. There's 3 minutes after that. It's plenty of time to score 3 goals, but it's going to be tough when you have that kind of downhill pressure on you.
It kind of smacks of a team that has this idea in their head that their opponents like kind of have them read at every turn, and I have definitely been through that before in my own league matches, where it feels like anything that you do is just like your opponents have a plan for it. Here is an opportunity though for Wilson, and that one gets knocked away almost as quickly as it began by Hiroki. Off that sidewall, can't get a touch on it. 2 boosts, yet another example of being willing to play the ball with 0 boost and look with it. Maybe not too much progress made, but the ball is still in Wilson's half, which gives Bob Jones their own opportunity to collect boost and regroup.
Kitagawa, nice retreating demo there. I'd like to see that physicality starting to come out more and more. Maybe too late. We'll see. 3 minutes to go. That's a goal a minute. Very doable. If they can find a way to bring that pressure forward as copy-paste gets a big clear. We're starting to see a little bit more back and forth here in game number 3 that I think we've seen in earlier games, which is a good opportunity. Great challenge there. Way to step up and get in the face of Bob Jones. But Bob Jones has just been so dominant on the challenge. Reach in particular, I've noticed, has been winning 50-50 after 50-50. Quitify up, able to get that one clear out of the shooting line. And that's something we need to see more of, just more consistency of putting the ball in safe spots.
I agree, because you see Kitagawa and Quitify going up kind of within their own box to get some kind of a clearing touch, and more often than not, they make the touch. The problem is the direction of the ball after they make the touch is kind of put on a platter. Ooh, dangerous opportunity. That is the first goal by Kitagawa. Wilson A are on the board.
All right, Wilson not going to leave empty-handed here. No matter what, they get to walk home with at least 1 goal, but that is the first step. We said a goal a minute on pace, 2:03 remaining, down by 2. this is very winnable. They got to continue to bring that pressure, continue to step up, and get in the face of their opponent. Kitagawa has been huge with the physical game. I think that's part of what sets up these opportunities when you can kind of threaten that, disrupt a team that is so rotationally sound with that physical play, disrupt that rotation.
Man, Rocket League is such a mental game, and something as simple as that one goal could be the kick in the pants that Wilson needed just to kind of get them firing on additional cylinders. Maybe they pull one back in the next 60 seconds. Let's see here. What a banger clear from Hiroki. We'll follow this one up easy as pie. That's 4-1.
Hiroki doing an excellent job of making the best of opportunities. I know there's an analogy there. I'm blanking on it. I'm so disappointed in myself. But doing a great job of stepping up and making the best out of these opportunities. That's something that Bob Jones has done very well, is they don't waste a lot of those opportunities. At the minimum, they throw it on the backboard near the goal and set themselves up for a follow-up opportunity, even if the first one doesn't work out. That's part of why they've been so dominant in the offensive end.
Up high by reach. Decent 50. Copy paste off the back wall, looking to chase this one. We'll hand it off to Quitify to clear. Out of the corner. Fish, 0 boost, having to scramble backwards as Kitagawa has this one dangerously on the nose, trying to do it himself, but it does wind up getting cleared away. What a mechanical play that would have been to get Wilson back into the game. Just over 60 seconds now, and Wilson still struggling here. They have 3 goals to pull out of their back pocket.
Be a start for Bob Jones. Unfortunately, big demo in the offensive end. Fish cleaning this one up, and that's something that I think Wilson maybe will take a lesson here. They've started to step up a little bit here as another Quitify Kitagawa double commit is challenging the ball early. A lot of these goal opportunities for Bob Jones come when that ball is allowed to bounce off the back wall and then maybe bounce off the ground. There's an opportunity for Kitagawa looking for that double touch. But Bob Jones, on the other hand, as soon as they have an angle on that ball, they're going to. They don't wait for the bounce. They don't wait for that follow-up touch. They are aggressive and in the face.
Final 20 seconds here, and this one is just about done and dusted. A victory lap here for Bob Jones, their opening game of the entire event. This has got to be a good omen for them, a feeling that they could go very, very far. They will look to take this momentum throughout the rest of the event. Why not get one to go? Goal number 5. Wilson, I think this is going to be a very good learning opportunity for them. They know the caliber of players that they could be going up against throughout the rest of this tournament. So I think that this is a good bar for Wilson, but they're going to have to dig deep for the rest of this event.
Watch the tapes. These teams have coaches go back and watch this series because, like I said, there's a lot to be excited about with Wilson here. You can see them show those flashes of brilliance. Yeah. Huge defensive saves. Absolutely incredible as Bob Jones is going to walk away with a clean sweep in series number 1.
3-0. GG. Bob Jones. We'll look at the stats real quick. I will say the shot total from Wilson looked a lot more healthy. There were 4 total against, I think it was quick. I think it was 6 or 7 shots. So still definitely favoring Bob Jones, but Wilson got it together a little bit sooner. I think not soon enough, obviously, because you can't let it get all the way to game 3 in a series before you start turning it on. Yeah. But again, a learning experience. It's just unfortunate that the learning experience was a 3-0 in your first game of the event. But that's the beauty, yet again, of the double elimination format.
Potentially the strongest team in this tournament.
Yeah.
So, and like I said, there's flashes of brilliance. There's things to be excited about. I think if you go back and you look for those opportunities, maybe don't focus on some of the negatives. Focus on where you did well. Focus on the things to be excited about, and then find ways to expand on them, to make them more consistent, to have them happen more often. The demos, the challenges, anything like that worked out really well. Find what made those opportunities work, and then expand on that.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the opening series of this match. That was the Bob Jones Patriots taking it 3-0 against the Wilson A Warriors. I can't even read my handwriting, so very sorry about that. All right, that does it for us. We will be seeing plenty more of you guys throughout the night, but for now, we're going to send it back to the desk with Awash and the boys.
Well, that was a pretty exciting first match for us. Bob Jones 3-0ing Wilson A. I do have to say, even though Bob Jones is obviously the star of that series, and rightly so given where they're coming in this bracket, Kitagawa getting that first goal for Wilson has to be a booster for them going forward.
It has to be. You really think about it because Wilson is they're in the catbird seat. All they need to do is win one singular game. They couldn't get it here. And so now they get a chance to drop in that lower bracket and just need one to move on. But the big thing is the Patriots come out, put their foot forward and step out with a 15-goal showing in 3 games. I mean, that is insane.
Yeah, it's no secret that Bob Jones, clearly took that series in their own fate. But, I mean, did you see the way that they did it? There was 2 double taps coming in from one individual player. It was Hiroki. Did an absolutely amazing job at keeping the pace for himself, being able to just have the mechanics to even get to that far, and double, just put 2 doubles on Wilson. I got to say kudos to him.
Yeah, the strong start for Bob Jones actually means that they are done for today. They move on into the playoff rounds as that top seed. They get to rest for the rest of the day. I imagine that traveling, finishing up school today can take a little bit off of like the energy that you have at this time of the day. So definitely good for them to be able to close things out early. Very strong showing that I'm sure that they will carry into the matches tomorrow. We're going to send it to a quick break, but after the break, we will have Florence and Lexington for match 2 of Group A.
Okay, sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out.
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love most.
Oh, wow. That sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it on there.
Everything's okay. It's just... Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was... you were in the middle of your turn?
Yes. Let's see. So I was going to play this guy by banishing these 2.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
There's a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Follow the light of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. Follow me.
The game is right around the corner here, and you can now hear our audio within the auditorium. Super excited to be here again. Volts and Atomic ready for this action, and Atomic, these two teams line up pretty evenly.
Yeah, we saw that, you know, Florence was at about a diamond level, and then Lexington had some diamond and some platinum players with an unknown third, and how that will continue. And how it will go to the games, I really think you're right. It will be an even match. We will just see some Rocket League that could go either way, and that to me speaks excitement.
And speaking of excitement, in the auditorium adjacent to us, Brooks and Wilson B going at it. And there, if you were here with us earlier, Bob Jones took down Wilson A in dominant fashion there. That was a little bit of a one-sided matchup. I expect this one to be more even.
Yeah. So, and as we get into it, so I want to go ahead and just announce the players for these two teams. So Florence is going to be having Knight Vulcan, Wizard Hat, and Mr. Tote Lover. And then next thing on for Lexington, we'll have Vanilla Ice, Kinetic, and I believe it'll be Hydra Wolf. Yeah.
Hydra Wolf will have a different in-game username there, but never fear. We know who everybody is here. And Atomic, this is a 2-day event here on the campus of the University of North Alabama here. Today, just the qualifiers for the final bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. And the final bracket tomorrow will be a heated match. We already saw a team get through there. That was going to be Bob Jones, the 5-time defending grand champs. But here we are, game number 1. And we have already gotten the ball up to the sidewall.
Good use of the sidewall here, trying to work this one around, but straight back to the blue half here in game 1. A feeling out process here. These are best of 5s in front of us, so a lot of action due. This is a good attempt, but it won't quite go through.
We continue down. Look at the way the Lexington are defending. They're doing a good job of keeping possession, but a shot gets through. And Florence are testing the waters. They will continue to put it at the midfield, but no one there. Lexington have a chance. Oh, there was a pass that was not intercepted. Now, counterattack brewing from the side, coming over to the back wall. It will be defended, and all 3 of Florence will be able to get there. Their transition game is looking very strong here, especially in this first minute. Florence are doing a good job of keeping Lexington under pressure.
Unorthodox, but the clearance comes through. Good pinch all the way back to the orange corner, and now offense generated, but Ice Vanilla quickly challenging that one at mid. He's going to try to stay on this one as Psych Sniper. A little bit of smoke and mirrors effect, but he is deleted.
We'll continue to see. Both of these teams are kind of filling each other out. This is game number 1. No reason to overextend. If you overextend here, then you don't want to play from behind, and you don't want to lose that momentum. Rocket League is a giant momentum game, and look at the opportunities that are coming. Another save coming in from Kinetic, and we will continue the 0-0 bout. Not unless Knight Loken will be able to get there.
Great job by Knight. Just stay with this play. Wizard Hat immediately rejected, but Knight stays with it in a corner, able to put it away.
Yeah. And there we go. It is Florence to take the first strike against Lexington. How this will get through in Lexington, how will they respond, will be the test of time.
Knight, good setup, big pop, but a better save, and now out to the side wall. This is good pressure from Florence. I really like what they're doing on the offense end, and they're controlling the midfield.
Yeah, like you said, and I think I'm most interested to seeing who it is that can use advantage of the sidewall, use the sidewall to go into some air dribbles, or even just take it to the air. I think any ball in the air is very dangerous, but that was going to get past, and Florence will get another one on the board.
Wizard had to put this one away, and sometimes all you have to clear it just right to the midfield, and a big whiff comes through, and just 2 minutes in, 2-0.
Yeah, well, luckily for Lexington, they know the mistake and they know how to fix it. It's just simply getting in a better possession. Maybe having that third man stay a little bit back, have some more defensive rotations to make the counterattack happen and come back in this game.
Kinetic up to this one, can't quite put it away, and Wizard Hat will launch this one down. Atomic, what do we really want to see out of Lexington in here? Like, what do they need to do to generate all offense?
Well, Lexington are trying to find a way to just connect their passes. I think they can do that, but look at this long haul clear coming in from Florence, and you know what? That might be what Lexington is missing, but Florence know it all too well.
That's from one goal line to the other. I mean, that's from one box into the back of the net. I mean, that's a great job on defense and a good job to stick with the road.
Yeah, and we will continue to see that. So, all right, now let's go. The 4th kickoff coming in here, and it will continue down. Up to the side wall. We see some possession coming through. A high ball, high roller, an aerial coming in through. This might be Lexington's chance. A double a chip. Ooh, it's going to become right on close. And now Florence now have another striking opportunity. They're going to go off the back wall. Is someone in the way? It's going to go up high, but the third man might come through. Look at the opportunity here for Lexington. They are defending very well, especially in the second half of the game. They will continue doing that. And look at the drive up on the side wall. They will continuously put on more and more pressure. It is on the bit of an aerial difficulty there. Let's see. How is it that Florence get through? There's going to be a shot in through. It will not go in. There might be another opportunity, a counterattack brewing, but the midfield defense, it will hold strong. Some possession playing here from Wizard Hat. Kinetic, try to get something to a teammate, but look at Florence. They are there to intercept. Wizard Hat once again coming in from the third man rotation. He will swipe again. Lexington are doing a good job of cutting off any passing attempts, but there's one there towards the midfield. Ice Vanilla has the eyes of a midfielder. Florence, they're behind it. That's going to be a shot. 4-0 now for Florence. Lexington, they're looking dire. However, they are thinking about how to come back. They see how there was no one there, and they will continue to just rotate a little more defensively. We'll see it come through here. I am certain. Florence still having, I will say the aerial attempts coming in for Florence are exactly what Lexington need, but you have all three set up. There's two players behind the ball right now in Lexington. They will get a 50. A prosperous one at that. Mr. Toe Lover will get beat here. That was an opportunity, a goal, and it will not get through. But it was a very valid attempt. The way that he came in from the midfield. And we're getting some physical play now here. We will continue to get it.
Atomic, I believe that we fixed the audio issue. I'm back with you here. It is still 4-0 Florence here over Lexington. It's a great start and a great game one for Florence here. But a reminder, again, we're playing a best of 5. This is just game one.
And well, with the coming 20 seconds, it looks like Florence just might take game one. Remember, this is a best of 5, so there are still 2 more chances here for Lexington to take away against Florence. And honestly, the way the possession's been looking, they are intercepting midfield passes. They are intercepting aerial attempts on goal. They have a chance to really make game number 2 count, and I believe that they will.
And it's going to have to start on the offensive end for Lexington here as game one comes to a conclusion. Again, we appreciate all of you bearing with us through the audio issues and through some of the technical difficulties here. But the players were able to compete Atomic, and that's what matters. But we need more shots out of Lexington. Just 4 in game number 1 to the 10 of their opponents.
Yeah, and did you see? I mean, Florence had a star on his team. I didn't quite catch it because it was very, very fast on the screen. However, I think that if Lexington can find a way to counteract what his main drive is, that his ability to receive those passes and score. I think he had 3 goals on net, and 3 of them were in. So Florence looking very strong here.
And a lot of this is nerves. Again, we got a good crowd behind us here. There's a lot of people in the building here. Got to get the game 1 nerves out, really settle into what you want to do, and then get going for games number 2 and 3. You can't afford to drop game number 2 if you're Lexington.
Yeah. So as we continue on here, I mean, I am really excited that this best of 5 will go this way. Florence, again, 4-0. They took game 1 handedly. But there were some opportunities from Lexington that I think will make them scared and come into game 2 a little bit fired up. I don't think the momentum is completely lost yet.
And you know as well as I do that playing perfect Rocket League is very difficult. So you have to be ready to capitalize on your opponent's mistakes and limit yours on, especially on your defensive end here. Yeah. So I think, again, cleaning it up on both sides for Lexington, they've got a chance to take game number 2 and really get themselves back in this series.
Yeah, we will continue down. So, Volts, I mean, you know, you were able to kind of watch the game last game, right? You know, you were a bit more of a spectator, which is, you know what, that comes in with some more analysis. Is there anything you saw from a particular player, or maybe even like something that, you know, Florence was able to get done that gave them the edge?
You'll hear coaches call it avoid stacking, where you have 2 players in one position. Both teams really ended up having 2 people in one position at the same time, and when you do that, it leaves an opening in your defense or in your offense. So spreading out, not staying on top of each other, and trusting your teammate to make the touch that they need to make.
Yeah. And with that, you know, both of these teams can take notes, as I saw, but
still, I mean, honestly, valiant effort. And for them to come in, especially in the LAN format, I mean, you're playing at a different PC setup. They're from your house, you know. You're not playing, you know, with your socks up. You got your shoes on. Maybe that's even enough to just kind of change up what it is that, you know, you might be used to. And so I commend everybody that's here today, especially, you know, if there's any parents in the crowd supporting anyone here, anything like that to me in esports is so rare. And it makes, you know, warms my heart, honestly.
I believe we're having a little bit of extended break between games 1 and 2 here. We'll look to get game 2 for you here in just a second here. So, again, we appreciate you bearing with us on the back end here. Atomic, give me your predictions moving into game 2.
Well, game 2, I really do have a lot of hope. I saw, like I said, they were closing on some passing plays from Florence. Lexington were doing a good job with that. And then they were also able to, you know, contest them 50-50s in the air. If you can get that down, you continuously do that, you will stir some things up. You will put some, you know, some momentum killers out of Florence.
And I believe it's a hometown high school here. Florence is having a little bit of audio issues, but again, as we get it solved, we'll get everything moved back into the field of play. I hear some cars starting and a big countdown, so here we go. Game number 2, back on the pitch. I need Lexington to score first to give them some momentum in this series.
Well, with this game number 2, no, there's already a shot coming in here from, I believe that was Lexington. I have to review the footage there, maybe some VAR.
Oh, and that's an opening on the back end. Atomic there. The rotation's a little bit too slow, and it's the opening goal for Florence yet again.
Yeah, Florence have taken this one by storm. Look at that, like, fortuitous bounce that came off of that side wall on the bottom. That's what happens whenever, like, it hits the very edge of the corner. It just really leaves, like, a skilled player to be able to read it and just get a ball past the defender.
Good kickoff for Knight here. He'll swing back around to grab mid boost. This one played mid, but only to Ice Vanilla, and it's good clearance yet again. But now you have to translate it into some kind of offense here. Big drop down shot doesn't come through, and it's going to go in the other way. Wizard Hat, save and clearance. Put that in the scorebook there. It's his first in game number 2.
Yeah, I have to say, look at the way he is. He knows the angle he needs to put his car and able to put that through to the middle of the net on the other side. And he does exactly that. Reads it from the ceiling. That is impressive. One within itself.
So just 32 seconds in, it's already a 2-goal lead for Florence here, and now Lexington have to respond here. That's a huge dunk from Wizard Hat. This one's dangerous through the box, but Ice Vanilla would be able to play it out to the side. Knight, that's a big double commit. That'll buy Lexington some space, and Ice Vanilla, again, able to get a touch to it. Kinetic will find the clearance, and now this is an offensive opportunity. Great lead from Kinetic there. He'll put away the first for Lexington.
Yeah, Kinetic able to find the breakthrough here for Lexington, and this may be just what, you know, cracks the dam, puts a little bit of pressure on Florence. You know, they're not exactly unbeatable now, and that will be the first one there for Lexington. Very proud.
And sometimes one is all you need. The Golden Bears find their first goal of the season, or excuse me, of the tournament here, and maybe that's what you need to really open the floodgates here. That's a great read from Ice Vanilla. It's long out here. Awkward on defense is Florence. This is a big pop-up. Dangerous. Double commit. No touch, and that will bail out Florence. No one was up to contest that. No one's back to contest this. Knight will walk this in.
Yeah, and well, I will say for Florence, you know, they were actually disrupted there. He tried to get a bump there on Knight Loken, but Knight Loken was still able to just drive through and put that one back to the through net. That double commit obviously won't be too good for Lexington, but if they, you know, they know their mistake. They know how to fix it. I'm interested to see how it is that they go about that.
2 go on kickoff, and that's what they need to win it here. Ice Vanilla has to wait for this one to come down. He only has 14 boost. He can't find the shot. Kinetic, though, had an opportunity to turn on this one. Instead, it's a big clearance. Kinetic needs to scramble back. He'll get some help from Ice Vanilla, but once again on defense are Lexington.
What I'm noticing both of these teams is that they're using the side wall a lot more now. They felt each other out in game number 1. Game number 2, you know, it's a bit more spicy here. Florence still have the edge with that 3-1. But with only 3:20 left here, and a lot of goal scorer time in that time, we are seeing some slowdown. We will continue to see that until a breakthrough happens and a mistake is capitalized on. There's one chance there but Kinetic is on the back wall, passing over to his teammate. It will leave bounceless there. The buoyancy of that ball through the bounces will continue to harp on both these teams.
It was a good beat by Kinetic in the midfield, just no help on the follow-up. No touch here. This one will be left. Good choice there. Ice Vanilla, though, can only play at mid. Wizard Hat to the back wall, but that's where Ice Vanilla waits. Hydra Wolf plays this one out to the side. Low boost for everyone on Lexington and Atomic. That's something we haven't touched on. This is a difficult game to play to begin with, and then when you don't have boost, it's nearly impossible. Right now, Florence is boost starving Lexington.
Yeah, you know what? I would have to agree. The boost starvation is definitely a key part, but what I have seen is a lot more physical play from Lexington as well. A lot more bumps Lexington on Florence. They haven't been too effective yet, but I think at one point it will catch them off guard so much so that it will lead to a goal or something fortuitous. We'll continue to see it.
Trying to generate some kind of offense. The Doomsday doesn't come through, and Knight will be able to walk this one out. Contested here at the mid, but he'll still be able to find the clearance. Ice Vanilla has to play it right back where he came from. And another double commit from Florence here will almost bail out Lexington. Kinetic made a big save. This is a big clearance as well. It's just off frame to the right. And now Kinetic will have to try to use every last bit of boost to generate some offense.
Yeah, time is ticking down and Lexington have a chance. It is going back their way. Can a defender get in there in time? Knight Logan will try to put one on target or a pass to the midfield. Will not get there. Ice Vanilla behind it. Will get past. Kinetic here to save the day. A pass to the midfield. Will go to the other team. Here we have Florence going up the side wall. Oh, there might be a chance. Can he get the double? No, it will be intercepted. And Wizard Hat might be able to put one through. My goodness, did you see the angle on that one? Wizard Hat does a good job to get that through.
Great read here from Wizard Hat. Again, 74 in the tank, able to air roll, gets just enough of this one, and it'll sneak over Kinetic with net.
And with that, Wizard has also put himself on the board. And the way he has done it, he's been more of a team player in this past 2 games, but finally he's the one scoring a goal.
Oh, big no touch for Kinetic. Would have loved to see him bury that one. It would have cut the lead in half here. And now Ice Vanilla last back, has to pinch this one back in a dangerous spot. That's a good touch from Knight as well. Follow up here, and that's goal number 5. Florence basically securing the win here with just 1:06 left.
5-1 is definitely very hard to get through, I will say. However, the level of proficiency that Florence have here right now to get to that 5-1 is just remarkable. Lexington are definitely playing against what could be an end runner in this tournament series.
Need a kickoff here, does Lexington. Maybe a pair of kickoff goals to really get back in this contest. That's a great ball by Kinetic. Oh, follow-up just not quite there, and almost an own goal out of Florence. That would have been a big game changer.
Knight looking. He's under. He's trying to look for a goal. That will get through. The 2-man pass play to himself, and he will make this 6-1.
Great little pop off the sidewall there.
I enjoy. He had 2 players strike at it as well, and I mean, I will say he did a good job of slowing that play. When you slow down a ball so much so, it really does disrupt the defense. Look at the way. Okay, I do want to mention this. Lexington, they set 2 men on that kickoff. That's actually a very good play, especially with some little time left. They're just trying to get anything to get a goal. They're throwing the kitchen sink, which, in my opinion, in the last 40 seconds, is something you need to do.
And now we really look towards game number 3 here, Atomic, because again, it's likely going to be 2-0 here. It'll be official in 26 seconds here. Lexington going to have to reverse sweep Florence if they want to get back into this and automatically qualify for the next day. But if not, we'll take a look at the bracket between games on where these teams could potentially end up.
Yeah. With this best of 5, it's winding down, and both of these teams have put it all on the field for game number 2. The conclusion is looking to be Florence High School will take it 6-1 against Lexington High School.
Oh. Almost made it 7-1 there at the end, but instead it'll go final at 6-1. 2-game lead for Florence here. And I mean, let's be honest, they're playing really great Rocket League.
Yeah, no, they truly are. And we'll continue to see it. We'll see game number 3 coming in. Will we see a full sweep, or will we be able to see Lexington kind of come back exactly like you just said?
It's a good question. Double-digit shots again for Florence. You love to see that. 10 in game 1, 10 in game 2.
And you say 10 in game 1, 10 in game 2?
10 in game 1, 10 in game 2. That's for shots.
Wow. I got to say, you got to find a way to put a stop to those, right?
Yeah, got to find a way to slow down the offense. That's a lot of volume and a lot of quality looks as well. It's not really that the quality is low while the quantity is high. It's quality and quantity looks.
Yeah. Well, Lexington, I mean, honestly, if they're on defense for most of the match, I will say that's going to be a little bit of a problem. However, we do see both of these teams have coaches. You know, luckily I want to go ahead and shout them out. Coach Jen and Coach Justin Pierce, Coach Lance, sorry. They do a good job of really instructing. I mean, you know, for kickoffs, you may be able to tell them, hey, just throw the kitchen sink there at 6-1. I think that's a very good job coming in from Lexington, really understanding, like, hey, you're a competitor in this space, and you want to go ahead and compete to win. So send those 2 men on that kickoff. You know, try to make it happen.
And so Atomic looking forward here. Again, the winner of this match doesn't qualify. They play James Clements next later on today. And then the loser of this does drop down and will play Wilson A, a team that we saw lose here earlier to a very talented Bob Jones squad. So I don't really know how much that weighs as far as quality goes.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I will say is that whoever, you know, it really is a toss-up for me because I think Group B is kind of the death bracket. We were talking about it over at the desk. You have, what is it, Athens. You know, they are the first seed on the Group B side. However, both of these teams really look like they can handle competition. They can handle the idea of bringing it to them whenever they can.
And so that's the Group B side. The Group B taking place over in the other auditorium. We're with Group A here. Bob Jones, the only team to qualify through Group A, though if Florence can pick up the win here in game number 3, they'll be the second team to really position themselves to qualify. They'll have an opportunity following this game.
Yeah, so once again, we do have some time between a match, but nothing you and I can't handle Vol's Weird season. And, wow, I mean, you can't really harp on with these 2 matches. However, let's talk about, like, what is it that you see, you know, kind of coming into tournament? Earlier in this match, we saw Bob Jones. They really, you know, really handed it over to Wilson. And nothing that Wilson couldn't handle, however. I mean, they still were able to score a goal. They weren't undefeatable. But Bob Jones, I mean, the 5-time defending champions, there's something in the waters. Now,
and countdown again means we're headed into game number 3 here at Atomic. Again, we need a hot start from Lexington. They can't play from behind for a 3rd game in a row, and they almost do it immediately out of the gates.
We shall see how this continues down. Immediately out the gates, that's right. Mr. Tolover, look at the pitch that comes through. That is just wide of the net, and he will continue bouncing another possession play here for Florence.
Dangerous pop pick down. Knight has the read, and what a surprise. Knight opens the scoring yet again. It's 1-0 Florence.
And look at the way he comes full speed ahead, not dropping or pressing on the brakes at all. He's able to put it away. Wizard was almost going to touch that and save it, but luckily he didn't.
So 1-0, just 22 seconds in Lexington. Again, I don't think we've seen them have a kickoff goal yet. They really would love to find one of those. They run some very interesting kickoff plays, Atomic, trying to generate offense and trying to generate cheeky goals.
Yeah, kickoffs are your ticket to trying to get those awkward things. You know what I mean? Like they don't want to just play the regular kickoff. Look at this, a couple of fakes coming in. Knight Loken will fight for it. Mr. Tolover will have a bit of a miss. Lexington has some breathing room. They will continue to have some. They're playing some awkward possession play, but nothing they cannot handle. Mr. Tolover, look at that boost starvation. He's going to take it from the other side. That is very, very key for how Florence have been dominating the past 2 matches.
And no one from Lexington able to go. You're exactly correct. All of Lexington low boost had to wait and see what Florence wanted to do with the ball, but the patience pays off. They'll buy themselves some breathing room.
Here we have Lexington with some possession here. They're going to play behind the ball as they should. Look at that dive coming in from a Lexington player. Kinetic now still behind it. Ice Vanilla will try to take a shot, but it will be saved. Knight Loken will get in the way. He puts a hand up.
Fantastic save there, but the double commit will slow down any kind of counterattack, and now it's Ice Vanilla. Ice Vanilla off the ceiling, doesn't quite have that one read. And again, the team's so low boost, the rotation's so fast for Florence, they're able to grab all those 50-50 boosts.
Yeah, but like you said, like we said earlier, the boost steals coming in from Florence are just proving to really take their toll. Lexington, however, I mean, they're only down 0-1. This is their longest withstanding down by 1 in any game so far.
Knight. Ground to air dribble here. Backboard double just doesn't quite come through. The bounce is back in front. Wizard demoed. It's on the goal line and it'll go in. Call it an and 1.
Yeah, the double attempt was definitely there, and it was so close to going in, but Wizard had able to be some janitorial staff and be able to sweep it right in.
That would have been the highlight goal there for Knight, his best one, and he's had a ton here in this series, and we're just into game 3.
A third kickoff. We're not going to look at an awkward one, just a normal kickoff here. There's a Psychic Sniper. I like the way that they just kind of want to chill for the ball, make it silent sit there. Hydra Wolf, right? We're behind it. Look at the way the Lexington now are defending. They're defending as a unit. Now with some physical play coming in from Kinetic. We have a chance. There we go. Hydra Wolf, well, unfortunately, defaulted there at the midfield and it'll go right back down to Florence.
Isenel over the top there, little chip pass, but Knight will keep it at the midfield line. And Atomic, that's a great way to avoid playing defense is when you just stall everything at the midfield line. Kinetic, though, to the backboard, and Knight will play it to the corner.
Yeah, Look at this passing attempt. Lexington are doing some very scary things. Florence, however, we're in the way. Once again, look at the way that Florence are defending. They're not letting anything coming from the side go to the middle. And once you start canceling things like that, they have a well-trained unit.
Oh, Wizard Hat wanted the double there, but is just off to the right. And again, Florence's offense has really highlighted games 1 and 2, but their defense here in game number 3 really showing itself, especially as Lexington tries to build some kind of opportunity through creative shots here as Ice Vanilla pops this one up. Hydra Wolf, no boost, had to go all the way back. Kinetic got lucky, mid-spawned on him here, and it'll force Wizard Hat to burn half his tank to put this one to the sidewall.
They will continue doing so. Look, some more midfield passes, creative ways to try to score. Lexington must pull everything they have here and now. It is do or die. Look at that save. Lexington will do a good job over Florence's berating attacks, and another attack will come in. Another high roller, and Wizard Hat will get it in.
This is like a modified changeup here out of Wizard Hat here. I believe it was Kinetic was expecting something a little bit harder. Instead, it's chipped up, and he just goes straight past that one. So a fantastic shot there from Wizard Hat. It'll move the lead to 3-0, and with 1:30 left, Lexington need a miracle.
And with 3-0 here, Lexington, you know, they're known to throw that kitchen sink. They will do it here and now. Some double commits, anything to try to get the ball past a first man and a second man. Florence will have to keep that in mind. They're doing so. Look at how defensive they're playing. They just want to get past this game number 3. And I think they will. This 3-0 is very much looming over the defense of Lexington.
Knight causing problems at the midfield line, now trying to keep this one in the corner. Knight popped over one. Ice Vanilla's awkward, and that'll be a 4th goal for Florence. It's Knight's 2nd of the game, and I believe that's his 6th of the series.
I believe you're right. Yeah, Knight Loken, a key for this squad. Just, you know, he really does have a timeless touch with the car.
So 1:03 left here. Lexington, again, would love one of those kickoff goals. They'll send 2 at kickoff, but it just bounces straight back to Knight. Great read. And now under a minute, 1 minute remaining. Flashes on the screen. Atomic here. It looks like this one's going to end 3-0. Knight might even make the scoreline a little bit worse, but he can't find the touch.
We're coming to look at the midfield passes. Lexington have an opportunity here to get one hit towards the other side, but Florence will do very quickly to just send it the other way. Now they're already back on defense. The way that this game teeter-totters, it just happens so often. We're just watching a game of tennis at this match. And Florence, look at this pinch. I mean, it's coming off some Lexington 50s, but it's just going their way. And Lexington will get a score in.
Great job here by Kinetic to beat on the midfield line. It takes an awkward bounce and then fights through a bump from his own team and is able to put it away there. Great effort. It'll get 1 back on the board, Atomic. And I mean, now we're really set for an opportunity. It's 4-1. You need a kickoff goal, find 2, and we got an interesting game.
Yeah, let's look at the way that this kickoff goes. So they send the other man on the other side. Now they might have some possession. They do. It's going to roll slowly. Florence will take possession, but it will be sent through. Interception. Florence will take advantage. Florence will get defended. Lexington now has a side opportunity on the wall. It will bounce fortuitously. How do we get through this? I think Florence just might have taken it. Mathematically impossible to come back here. And with a 3-0 sweep, we are going to go to the next stage with Florence.
So congratulations to Florence there. They move on. They'll play James Clemens here next. And Lexington, great efforts there. They'll drop down to the lower bracket. They'll play Wilson A in a winner-go-home matchup.
Yeah, and this next matchup will be an exciting one to watch. I'm excited to see how it is that, you know, they're able to continue a team, especially one that's as hot. They were able to 3-0 here today. And James Clemens, you know, watch out, I say.
Yeah, 2 3-0s on the day. First Bob Jones, now Florence. Both of those teams looked extremely good. How do you think this shapes out for the rest of the bracket and ultimately the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, either way, both of these, you know, one of those teams is going to have to fight Bob Jones. Really, that's like the Titan that we're going to have to fight against here today. And I just want to say, you know, let the best of the best win there. But I really do think that either James Clemens or Florence really do have a chance to, you know, at least take a couple of games off it or maybe even take it from them.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what this James Clemens squad has because that Florence squad, again, played extremely well, but you got to have a good look at them in the Taudium. If you watched all 3 games, you really got a good scouting report of what they're capable of.
Yeah. So with that, I think we're going to be done here with that best of 5. Thank goodness that, you know, we were able to kind of be here at the UNA facility. Thank you for inviting us. Thank you for getting the LAN set up as well. I think this is a great experience for any esports athlete to get through. And I think we're going to just go set it right back onto the desk. So take it away, guys.
up in my head real quick. 14 of the 19 Brooks goals. They were hitting everything. They were efficient with their shots, shot 80% in one of the games, 50% in another. I mean, Lure just took over the lobby, honestly.
Yeah, he definitely looked like the dominant player in that entire series. Everything went through him, and that's not to say that Tiger and the UNA backup account were not, present. They were feeding him a lot of assists.
Definitely.
Sorry, whoever I just disrespected there, but like it was, despite Lure being the point man, it felt like it was still a team effort. It was. So we didn't have that match on stream, but obviously everybody else just finished watching Florence versus Lexington. Another 3-0, still not as dominant as the previous match was Lars, but still a pretty good win for Florence.
Yeah, they came out and you say not as dominant, but it's a relative term, right?
Yeah.
It was still pretty dominant. 4-1, 6-1, 4-1. I mean, they have established themselves well. They put themselves in a good spot going forward against James Clemens Jets. That's going to be an interesting matchup moving forward. But I think the big takeaway here is they're coming off with momentum. They're going to have some heat, and they're going to roll right in. That's going to be our next matchup. So they don't even have to get up from their spots. It's going to be very favorable going forward as far as morale and momentum goes.
Yeah, I was actually just about to ask you like how you felt going back-to-back games was going to be for them, because I know there's some players that they like that break, just like mental to recharge a little bit. You don't want to drain yourself too much, because if they lose, they could potentially be playing a third game later in the night. But the other side to that is, of course, that they get the momentum. And going up against a top seed like James Clemens, maybe that's what they want.
Yeah, I think in this environment, it's going to be tough to stay warm once you're warm. I mean, there's not a lot of opportunities to play off screen. And so the more time you can spend warming up and then staying warm and keep that flow going is going to be more to your advantage. So Florence, I'm going to be looking for them to continue that drive up against the Jets and then continue to kind of ride that wave as they move forward.
Perfect. I have to agree with you. I think given the fact that there's, like you said, not a whole lot of those opportunities, that makes sense that they would want to be able to keep the momentum going. Hopefully they don't burn out, and hopefully maybe even they win their second game. They don't have to have that third matchup later on, because that could be a little bit more difficult for them to try to pull up.
Actually,
so you want to say something about that?
It's worth noting, because Central wasn't able to make it today, the loser of James Clemens and Florence actually is through regardless. So they won't have to play that third series.
Gotcha.
And I mean, that's got to be a boost to your morale already. Like you're just kind of, you're playing with house money at this point. You're into day two, and you're playing James Clemens. Florence, I think, is going in as the underdog. That's still got to feel good without the potential of elimination kind of looming behind you. And you're just kind of playing for fun to see if you can make it in as a top 4 seed tomorrow.
Yeah, the morale moving forward is going to be huge going into this game. Again, between what we talked about earlier with the coming hot off a win and you don't have anything, there's no risk at this point. It's a good chance to feel out James Clemens. So maybe if you meet up with them in day 2, you've got that advantage, and you just get to have fun in this awesome LAN environment. So I'm for it.
Yeah, and it could be a good time for them to try to just try out some new things.
Yeah,
we've seen some of the way that the top teams have played already, and I think for some of the teams that maybe started seated lower in this tournament, they will have to go above and beyond what they've already been doing. This next matchup could be a great chance for both teams to try out some new things, see what might work as opposed to what they normally do in their matches that could bring them to that next step in the moment where it matters most.
Yeah, the other advantage of that too is, again, if these guys meet up later in the tournament, if they don't play their typical play style right now, it's going to be just more advantageous going forward, because they're going to be able to come out and throw a new look at their opponent. So that'll be really nice for them as well. So highly encourage, if you get the message, take advantage of it, do something different, get a little wacky with it, have some fun. It'd be great for us too. We get to watch some super awesome, wacky Rocket League.
And having fun as well. Takes more pressure off you. If you can alleviate, the more LAN nerves you can alleviate, because LAN nerves always present, no matter what series you're in. Playing on LAN in front of a crowd as well. I mean, some LANs don't have crowds. You're just kind of playing in person with your teammates. But here, you've got the crowd watching your every move and cheering on your every move. And the more you can get comfortable in that environment and have fun in that environment, the better off you're going to be.
Yeah, I'm sure for some of the younger classmen, this might be their first time ever doing maybe anything in front of this large of a crowd. And granted, it's still your friends, your families, other people who are excited and enjoy the game. But there is still that pressure because there's so many eyes on you. And I mentioned this earlier that playing online with a stream is not the same as playing in person, and the match is being streamed and casted. So definitely that experience is going to help them not only in this tournament but also future tournaments to come.
You touched on something there too that I think Leachy touched on earlier when we were casting that first series is the youth. I mean, inexperience here, and that's just generally in life is going to make this harder because it coming from being some of the older people in the room, you get a lot to fall back on, and it can help kind of assuage some of those nerves that you were talking about in the LAN environment. And if you're young, you're a freshman, sophomore, it is your first LAN, and you haven't had a lot of big public kind of in front of a crowd sort of events or opportunities to do that kind of thing.
Yeah,
that's going to be tough. So kudos to them for coming out here and really putting on a show.
Yeah, absolutely. So our next matchup is going to be, as we've kind of alluded to, Florence versus James Clemens. We've talked about that both these teams may be good to try to do some new things, but if they don't, if they stick to their normal play styles, how do both of you see this match coming out?
James Clemens obviously don't have the advantage of already having played a series in front of the crowd, so they're coming in a little cold. I think they have to adapt as quickly as possible to the environment. And I think playing your playstyle going into the series, knowing what your strengths are and focusing on those, especially in game one. Don't try the fancy things that we want to see later on in the series. Sure, go for it. But in game one, make sure you're playing to your strengths so you get off on that right foot.
So it seems like you're wanting James Clemens. Do you think James Clemens is going to come out on top? Granted, if they can find their footing, if they find their footing early, do you think that they take this next match?
They've got the rank advantage, and that definitely we've seen today a lot. That being typically the team that comes out on top as the team going in as the favorite. But it's all about how you start and how your specific players are going to feel in front of the crowd.
Fair enough, Lars. How are you thinking this is going to go?
Something you touched on. It's about how you start. And again, we talked about it a lot already. With Florence coming in hot, they could start hot and they could set the tone for the series. And that's an uphill battle for the Jets. That being said, I'm an airplane nerd, and on that alone, gotta support the Jets just because I love airplanes and I'm gonna nerd out and I'm gonna be unabashed in that. And so I'm rooting for the Jets. Falcons. Birds are pretty cool too.
Yeah, where my bird fans at?
But Jets on that alone. But it's gonna be an uphill battle. Florence coming in hot, big win, big momentum. They're warm. Jets are cold. It's gonna be. It takes a while to spool up.
Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna take Florence in this one as well. I think having that momentum, not having to switch rooms, switch controllers or PCs or any of that stuff, they can just get locked into that next match. I think that there's a small enough skill gap between them that momentum can close that. And I like a good underdog story as well. So I think I'm going to take my chances here. I think Florence is going to be one of the underdog fairy tales that come true on day one.
Here's something else to talk about too. You talk about how they don't have to move. I mean, they can be sitting there. They can be running comp online. They can be in training. They can do private matches while everyone else is trying to get set up. They just get to keep rolling with that momentum. And that we talked about it. We're going to hammer it to death. That is going to be their big advantage moving forward.
And the hometown advantage. We haven't even talked about that. They're Florence.
Yeah,
Florence High School.
Fair enough. They're not
right here.
They didn't have to haul all the way to get in here. They're walking down the street ready to go.
Yeah, you don't have any of that travel fatigue. Like I know even some of us on the production side that have been on the desk, the casters, but we've all experienced a little bit of that. And I'm sure some of these students still had to go to school for maybe the first couple of hours of the day, depending on where they're coming from. So Florence, of course, not having to travel, not having to worry about any of the logistics. They just drive theoretically down the street, and they're here, they're ready to play. I think can also play into that. I think that we have this match almost ready, but I think that this next match could be very telling for the way that we see these next couple of matches, because obviously as the bracket continues to go on, some of the rank gaps, the skill gaps that we see early on are going to close as teams more or less fall into their place. And I'm interested to see whether this momentum shift or just the fact that we see teams getting a little bit closer together in their rank skill translates into seeing a couple of game 4s, game 5s in these series.
If you want to take it first.
Well, this is going to be a really telling series. Like, we have a lot of experience as talent. We've watched a lot of Rocket League, but a lot of that doesn't translate exactly to a LAN environment. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, these are high school teams as well, which they can be wild cards a lot of the time. And yeah, we saw Florence play very, very well in that previous series, but we don't know if they're going to be able to carry momentum forward. There are a lot of question marks that I think we're going to have answered in this next series. That'll help us for the Hartzell, the Lauderdale matchup later, the Athens and Brooks matchup that we're going to get to watch later as well. I mean, momentum, is it a big thing? We're going to find out soon.
I think part of it as well is the brackets getting, for lack of a better term, a little refined. Right. And like you mentioned, it's kind of closing down some of those skill gaps. And as those skill gaps close down, it's going to become more variable in what kind of happen, what can kind of happen. You don't have to put as much weight on the scale to get it to tip one way or another. And as all of us, we all play Rocket League. We've all been there. You got good days and you got bad days. And some days, maybe some of these teams came out here and had a bad day, but they squeaked through to day 2 and they could have a good day. So on the one hand, it'll be telling in how do they come out here? Does this start to close the gap? Does it start to narrow up a little bit? But on the other hand, I mean, day 2 it's a new day. It can be wildly different, and I'm for it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about the way that how you feel about the game can shift. It's a little bit more difficult to do it from game to game or series to series, but when you get a good night's sleep, you have a bad day, you shake it all off, you sleep it off. And then you come into the next day a little bit more refreshed, thinking, okay, I can do this. Let me rediscover the form that I've been playing with for the entire season. I think going into a second day, have that kind of shift is more important in seeing a team play better, possibly even playing worse. A team could, on the flip side, have a great day today to start off, and then maybe they get complacent, or tomorrow's just not their day. They get a little bit unlucky here and there, and everything kind of falls off the rails. That's just the way it can be.
It's also nice because tonight you get to go back with your team to wherever you're staying and have dinner with your team. So you get to keep good momentum going forward into tomorrow. But if you did have that bad day, you got your teammates right there next to you to pick you right back up and have that good day that you didn't have on Friday and the Saturday part of this event. So it's so cool, the LAN environment and the differences from online. It's so stark sometimes.
And the fact that we get a multi-day tournament. It's just, there's so many dimensions. You got the double elimination, you've got the LAN, you've got the multi-days. And that is why, I mean, consistency wins championships. You don't have to be the best until the finals, and then you have to be the best, right? But if you can just be consistent, you don't have to win day 1. You just have to get through day 1. You don't have to win every challenge of every game through day 2. You just have to consistently win enough of them. But the trick there is going to be consistency. We saw that in the first series of the net. Bob Jones versus Wilson. For Wilson, they had some awesome moments. I mean, huge saves, really nice shot opportunities, great challenges in the midfield. But they came and went. They were streaky. It wasn't consistent. And we could see where Bob Jones was consistently able to protect their net and drive pressure downfield. That's going to be the key going forward for every team, Jets and Falcons included.
Yeah, I know some of us back here in between games were talking about the level of execution that has been hit or miss for some of these teams. And it definitely seems like there's been a few teams that have been very close to finding the moments they need to take a game or make a comeback in a few of these moments. But the execution it's not there, and the chances kind of go by the wayside. There's been a lot of good moments made, not a lot of, I guess, critical goals or critical saves that come out of them.
Throughout the Bob Jones series, that's why Bob Jones are such heavy favorites now, is because they were hitting shots. They were going for fancy double taps, flip resets, that kind of thing throughout the series, and they were hitting them for the most part, games 1 through 3. It didn't matter how far they were up. If it was a close game still, they were hitting those shots. And that level of focus, bringing it to this kind of an event where there are a lot of distractions with the crowd, with the other team on the other side of the room from you. I mean, a lot can cause your focus to waver, and Bob Jones hasn't showed that yet. I mean, it was the round 1 matchup, so they're through already because they got that seed. So we only got 1 series to judge that from them, but 3 games that I saw, they look pretty darn good.
So here's where I'm going to differ from the crowd a little bit when you talk about the shot quality. And when it comes to shots, I want to be very, very specific here. When it comes to shots, I am on team quantity over quality. Doesn't matter who's defending that net. You could have the defending world champions. You could have the best goalies in the world. If you shoot enough, you will score. When it comes to shots, I think quantity is king. You want quality. That's great. If you can get quality shots, absolutely, you should practice for that. You want every one of those shots to be great. But the more important thing is going to be developing those opportunities. And that's where it becomes a quality issue versus a quantity issue, is developing those shot opportunities. Once you get the shot opportunity, rip it. If it doesn't hit the net, I'm not worried about it at all. Just send it. And then you can look for follow-ups. And if you have good 50s and good positioning and good challenges, you'll get more opportunities and you score more goals.
Yeah, even in real life soccer, when I was being coached like young, or as a youngin, there were some of the advice that our coaches gave us was just take a shot.
Yeah.
Just the frame is, well, it's larger in real life, but the frame is there. You can get the wildest touch off of somebody's leg or even off the goalie's glove. They make the contact, but it's not enough to actually to block the shot. There's a lot of weird things that can happen. It could fall to a teammate who's half the distance to the goal to you, who can then go and tap it in. And the same is true for Rocket League as well. So I think that your advice is very good. Just take those opportunities as you see them, and then you'll eventually start to find a way through goals. The production staff is telling me that this next match is ready, so we're gonna stop talking about. We've got a whole longer segment going on later. We'll get more into some of these previous matches, some of the players that we thought have overperformed today, who have done very well. But up next, Florence versus James Clemens. Our casters are ready behind their mics. Let's take it to them.
Back here live from the University of North Alabama. Volts, and now joined by Foof here. We've got our next matchup here. It's Florence and James Clemens. Let's make something clear before we jump into this. Both teams qualify, so we're playing for seeding right now.
Okay, you know, when you're playing for seeding, especially in an aerial dominant game, being the Jets and the Falcons, I think seeding's important. You want to be in that first class, not like, sitting in back and coach. So it's very important for both these teams. We saw Lars allude to possibly a bit more of a fun game, but I think it's going to be a feeling out of point. You got to see if you Wonder can step up, who can make the plays happen.
And this is a big deal here because, again, we're live in the auditorium here on the A side of the bracket. We just watched Florence play on stage, and the James Clemens guys sat right there. They watched all 3 games. They got to see everything that happened. They have a good evaluation of what they're stepping into here. I really think the ball is in their court here. They should really have a good game plan for game number 1.
Well, I think when you get the chance to really just evaluate and have a time as a team to really plan, it's almost invaluable. And when you kind of sit back, watch all the mistakes, all the goods that a team has, I mean, what can you do except load in and have a plan going forward? Not many teams get that opportunity, especially in a tournament setting like this, live in LAN too.
And again, we're looking to jump straight into this game, but we got 5 thumbs up and 1 raised hand, which is not good. So we're going to have to take a look at a player's issue here on the back end. Again, we appreciate all of you bearing with us here. The Twitch numbers have stayed the same. The crowd here today has been fantastic, and we're super excited. This is just day 1.
It's day 1. I mean, we got a whole nother day after this, and you talk about it. Both these teams getting the pass on, and so best of 5 lined up in front of us, getting a really fun game. 5 hopefully. 5 games. But, we've been blessed. Every time we come together, we usually get stretched. So, we're breaking it now because I said it. But 5 minutes on the clock. Volts, we're here. We're live. It's kickoff.
And 6 thumbs up means everybody's good to go. Here, a little bit of a flip here, as I believe Florence is actually in orange, and it will be James Clemens in the blues here. Big challenge early in the midfield, and don't worry, we'll get your scoreboard adjusted here in a minute. Crafty has piano. I would love to know the backstory on that one, Foop, but he just got dunked there.
Well, dunking the ball at midfield to slow down. Piano wanting to find one here, but it's not an angle that he really liked. Lucan back in the side ball here. Another push coming up from Spider. He's trying to get something off the back wall. Needs one more touch. He's got to pass midfield, but can't find it.
Dignitas Decal can't quite reach that ball here, and now it's a scram at the midfield. Good beat by Wizard Hat here, and Brave just doesn't have the boost. Yeah, 17 boost. He did a good job to at least get close enough to make the defense respect the possibility of a touch. But now Dangerous in front. Big shot turned aside.
Well, the ball back in midfield. Piano can't find it. He's got one in front of him. Wizard Hat trying to make the magic happen, but immediately shut back down. The ball rolling on the sidewall here. Still pushing forward here is Blake Bro, but not a lot. There's another big 50.
Oh, and Knight has a good beat, but the shot is early, and it's going to allow for Spider to make the original save. Follow-ups pop too high, but no clearance allowed. Knight will be able to rip all the way back around, hits the corner boost, and that's something we saw Florence do last time, Fu, to Lexington. They boost starved him so hard.
Well, boost is such a key resource, and you don't think of Rocket League as like a resource management game, but it's about position, it's about control, it's about possession, it's about shots out the backboard, but the real follow-up's coming through, and he can't find it. It's still back at midfield. Now going back the other way. It's going to fall in. And Blake Bro making it 1-0. 90 seconds off the board.
Odd Wizard Hat commitment there. Can't find the touch. I'll be honest, I think he was expecting his teammate to find the first touch. And, you know, that's a rough place to be as third man. Instead of a goal on one end, it ends up being a goal on the other. Pain is
all that I can feel right now, but it's 1-0 on the scoreboard, and they're trying to push forward to make it 1-0 in the series. With the ball best at midfield. Another touch coming through from Piano. He's got a teammate following through with that near post. Not wanting to work. All three blue cars pushed up here, but they can't get it to fall.
Crafty Piano, big turn here, able to get one touch to it. Knight, though, will be able to work it around two. Trying to get this one back down in. No double. Oh, yes, a double, actually. It comes through. Crafty Piano will keep the zone, and this is what you want to see here. Suffocate the defense. Florence, no answer, but Spider only hits the crossbar, and he'll pop straight back out.
Oh my goodness, it was perfect positioning. They had the pass, but they could not finish the shot. Now, still him, then is his FHH, but they need to find one. Another big touch, but the Falcons starting to flip the field here. All three cars pushing up a shot, coming near post, but no, he can't find the touch, and it's cleared back in midfield.
All three on the left side, Foof, and it's so quiet in here. Everybody's focusing. That's a big fake, big save there by Knight. That's something I love to hear. We can hear the players' comms from down here. These players are getting into it. They want to win game number one. This is a crucial game one.
Well, it's a tone setter. And with both these teams being able to read and react, as that one's midfield to follow up the soft touch from the Lake Bro. That's two in the net, two off his nose, and a 2-0 lead.
Great read here. Spider, beautiful 50 in the corner, and it just rolls a little bit too high for Wizard Hat. Can't quite wrap out of the goal and wrap up that post to find that touch.
I've been corrected. It's Balake. I'll get back on this. So, Zabal back at midfield. Kicked off. 2-goal lead right now for JCH. They're trying to find one. A pinch pushing forward. The Jets trying to find some defensive plays here, and that one back out midfield. Now cleared. No, now it's cleared.
That's a fantastic clearance, and it'll lead to yet another counterattack. Crafty back down in front. Good turn aside, and it'll be on Knight. Knight's been the one to clear the zone and really try to generate the offense for this HHS school. That is danger, and that is goal number one. It's Knight to Wizard Hat, and it's 2-1.
Wizard Hat reading beautifully off the corner there, and I love the call nice. They knew the shot was going in before it went in, and now a 2-1 affair. Fighting into the lead, making it close.
Wizard Hat got a good piece of that, too. 64 miles an hour. I mean, he left no doubt.
No doubt. No impression, no 2-goal lead, but now 117 seconds left. Ball on the backboard here. Lucan in control, wants to find more. He gets a dunk, but Spider is there. He's going far, but a bit too far.
The comms, they want him to turn and stay on it, and he will be able to at least force an errant touch, though. That's a great clear from Crafty. He has Piano, and now it's back down into the corner. Awkward touch by Knight. No boost, though, and it will be Knight able to extend. The demo will slow down the counterattack yet again. I love the physical play.
Lucan. Oh, Lucan chance on the air dribble. He couldn't find the touch. Now the ball back at midfield. Wizard Hat, he sees an opportunity. He sees the net. It's looking for the second touch, but it's a big 50 from Spider to keep it away. Now Wizard Hat backing off. He's got a teammate to probably press up on this one. Balake can't get it there. Balake, but off the backboard again.
Spider trying to clear the zone. Big pop here, but he has no boost to follow with. It'll be a calculated fake, and now Knight back down. Knight over one, force Spider to go, and now it's back to the midfield line here. Just 1 minute remaining here. Foof, I don't know who's in control of this game at this point. It's kind of just going back and forth.
It's tug of war, but the field's just all mud. Everyone's sliding. There's no real control. The ball's not going in, and Crafty can't find a goal. Now going back the other way. The Falcons just an open net, 1v1, but Balake's there. Now a pass midfield. Wizard Hat, he's got one in the net. Maybe try to find another here, but the ball bouncing back down. That's a bump opening the door, but it's cleared back. And right now the Jets living on the razor's edge. Just need to find one more perhaps to put it away. That's a pass midfield. Balake with the hat trick. 3-1.
Great shot there from Blake, and it's set up by Crafty. Has Piano again in the corner. Another big pinch back in front. There's 3 orange octanes there, and nobody can find the touch.
3 times might be the charm. 30 seconds on left. It's now up to the Falcons. The ball back at midfield. The equal is the ball. Rolling, looking to find something here at midfield. The Jets just want to control it here, and that's what they're doing, just milking this clock. You can't need it out in Rocket League, but it's all about possession, staying in control, staying smart.
As time continues to dwindle here, block a half-flip challenge of mid. Wizard Hat will pop it around here, and they need a goal almost right now. This one continuing to bounce around the midfield. Crafty has Piano, big clearance, and that's all you need, whether he punches it home or not. Time will expire, and game number 1 goes to James Clemens.
James Clemens, the Jets flying high, soaring. It's a 3-1 score line off of the back of Balake. what a great showing, getting the hat trick early and having both teams feeding them. I got to say, great start.
That is a real flip of the script because Florence had so much offense in that first series we saw him play. Now just 3 shots.
I mean, that is just not exactly like when it would start, especially giving up a hat trick. But, you know, you've seen it. You've got a chance to adjust, and it's live. What better time to do it than the game before than do it now? And so
I was going to say, I said it before game 1, too. We knew James Clemens would have the game plan coming into this. I mean, they got to sit there and watch 3 games from Florence. They knew what they had to do on the defensive end.
Well, it's building on that defensive end, and it starts with making a stop, then making a transitional play and opening into offense, getting a first, second, third chance opportunities, and that's what you see great offenses do.
So we'll see we go straight into game number 2, or if we take a little bit more of an extended break. Foof, what do you want to see change for Florence here? What do they really have to do to up that number of shots?
I think, again, it's getting second and third chances. That either it's off of the car, off of the backboard, either passes. It's just finding some control. Maybe it's at the midfield. Maybe it's a boost steal. Maybe it's a demo. It's something you have to get creative because when you have a team riding the back of a hot hand, then the block is 3 goals, 3 shot, he's feeling good.
I like that idea. And then, of course, if you're James Clemens, just keep doing what you're doing. Keep feeding Block A. I mean, that's all you have to do. Just keep putting him in front. He'll keep putting him away. And, I mean, that's pretty simple Rocket League there when you have such an easy game plan and it's being executed.
Well, you know, it's a simple hashtag feed the beast. And right now he's out roaring and feeling confident. And so both teammates had an assist. So it's not just one man. He's got the flag. He's holding it. He's running in front of it. But both players supporting him. You know, it's almost like cheerleading. They got the pyramid all together.
Indeed, they do here. So as we're checking audio issues from James Clemens here, again, we'll keep it right here with us. Again, we just can't seem to get through a series without any audio issues, but we appreciate you guys dealing with it here as we continue to work through it on the back end.
Well, you know, it wouldn't be Rocket League without something trying to throw a spanner in the works, but it's all about a time, and especially in LAN events and in games that are competitive, when you have a moment that's like an unofficial timeout. It's an equalizer. A team that can have all the momentum, having 3 goals, having a hat trick, you're like, I want to get in the next game. I want to go. But all of a sudden, it slows down. Both teams having to come to a point where they have to reset mentally. And I'm kind of wondering who's going to be better because of this.
I would say this is almost James Clemens' worst nightmare because you'd just love to jump into game number 2 if you're them. I mean, you just won game number 1 pretty handedly, and now you got to wait. It gives Florence a chance to regather themselves again. No, and I'm proud. I want to switch gears here. I'm proud of James Clemens. No nerves for getting on stage for the first time.
Mm-hmm. I think an important thing you have to do in this time, learn how to twiddle thumbs. You know, perhaps knit or, you know, Cal. Maybe we've got some free play warriors up there, but, you know, I think when you're in these LAN games and when you're in the lobby, you can't do a lot, so it's kind of awkward.
We're checking now. I believe it's a 3rd audio issue, so we'll see if we can get that resolved here.
We get one fixed, the wire gets crossed, so we got to go back and dig it out. But, you know, I think maybe we'll get this one figured out. But, you know, I haven't been able to hear anything yet, but it doesn't really matter because it's bouncing all the room. We're all looking good. We're feeling good. And, you know, I got to say, 1-0 great start to the series. And so.
Indeed. And as we continue to work through this here is, I believe we're getting a little bit of audio feedback on our mics now. So the audio issues just continue to get worse here as, you know, again, we work through this. This is just day 1. Day number 2 tomorrow. Again, the top 8 teams from today move on into tomorrow's bracket. And only Bob Jones thus far today is qualified.
Oh, yeah, Bob Jones feeling good. They got set it in early, probably got some nice dinner. I'm kind of jealous. But the big thing is that you step from today to tomorrow, it's best of 5s today, so it's a race to 3. Versus being best of 7s, the series is longer, you get a little bit more in depth, and obviously you're going to have a lot higher or closer competitions because it's been weeded out. And so having that best of 7 format, having teams come on these winning records and getting into it, it's going to be spicy, but we can't look forward. Like we said, both these teams do qualify, but they want to do it and get that right seed.
And for those of you at home, again, this year's originally 16 Alabama high school teams. So high school esports here. We're super excited to have all these schools, families, parents, players, all here for this event. It's been a blast so far, and I'm sure it'll continue to be.
Well, it's all about the support. And I want to say to you guys here, thank you for being here and supporting these people. It's a thankless job sometimes, but I got to say it's awesome, you know, getting to be on stage, getting to see these players be in these situations and putting themselves out on a stage. It's something immaculate, and I'm very glad that they've got the support behind them, that we're here to put them on this screen, and we just get to watch.
We get to watch, and we get, I mean, some of the best views in the house. We're right down here in front, the crowd behind us, and Fantastic setup. I mean, the players right in front of us as well. I mean, we can hear their comms. I alluded to it in game number 1, but we can really hear their comms. It's a great insight to how some of these teams play.
It's always great to hear comms because teams are either very calculated or very emotional. You rarely get the middle grounds, and so you're starting to hear the bit of a spiking from both sides, and so both these teams want to be emotional. They want to have fun. They want to be in the lead. And so my question to you, Volts, when you have a team coming off a hat-trick player and you now have an extended break, as that team, as that player, how do you reset the game to?
It's difficult because you know that the opposing team is going to try to game plan around you. And, I mean, it's very simple for Florence. I mean, all 3 goals for James Clemens came in the box. So it's time to pack the box. It's to contest those balls. Don't let the through ball even get through.
So it's Jordan rules-esque, but except it's Balake. Close them out, box out, don't allow easy shots, and look for any and all opportunities to kind of intercept with the 50s.
Okay, we got 6 thumbs up here this time instead
let's
of
go.
5 out of 6. So that means we are good to go. We'll hear the countdown in just a second, and then we're headed into game number 2 here. James Clemens going to look to move to match point, while Florence is going to look to equalize the series.
Yep, Jets up by 1. Falcons trying to claw and find their way back, but, you know, I got to say, with an opportunity arising, especially after a first game pause, they did find the back of the net. When you make it into game 2 in a series where you haven't scored, it can be so much more demoralizing. But they've already broken that net down. They have an opportunity. You know, what better chance other than the one before than it is now?
So here we go. Into game number 2 we go. And I'd really love to see Florence score early here. It's something Lexington couldn't do against Florence. And now Florence in the same situation. They need to win game number 2, and they need to score first. But they're on the wrong side of the pitch. That double commit will bail them out.
Well, once again, Lucan finding a 50 ball waiting at midfield. And interesting touch back to Lucan. He wants to sign off on this one. It's off the backboard, following through. But Balake, he's been the offensive man, but getting an epic save there to stay on top of it.
Nice big drop down here, but it'll play out to the side. That's great defense. And Crafty has piano. But easy to contest that one. Wizard Hat didn't find a touch, and the zone will be kept here. A little bit of slower action here, Poof. I really like this from both teams, and maybe that's out of the reset. We went from pure chaos to a little bit more calculation.
Well, both guys have had to kind of reset. They've all had to sit back into their chairs. They've had to kind of adjust the headsets, make all the managements happen. But now Balake trying to get where he left off, but that is all 3 players ready to shut that one down. And we talked about having all 3 in the box. That's what they needed to do, but it's still tied. First 6 seconds off the board.
I love how you called it the Jordan rules there. Make somebody else beat you, and, well, that seems to be the game plan for Florence.
If he goes up, they all find a response, but that is not sustainable. You can't do that, especially on the defensive side when you have a team like the Jets just kind of poised and ready to find opportunities. I wouldn't be surprised if they find to try and make like a solo play with Balake so we can set up a pass, but that's a read to Spider and making it all the way home.
Fantastic look here for Spider, and he sets it up himself. He wins the 50 with Wizard Hat in mid. No boost for the last man back, and Spider with plenty of boost will put that one away.
Wins the 50, wins the goal, gets the lead. About 90 seconds off the board. We have a 1-0 lead once again. We've seen this before, but now I'm wondering if the Falcons can have an answer or if the Jets can do what they did in game 1 and get a 2-0 lead.
Awkward ball back down. Wizard Hat will play it back into the blue corner here, and they seem to want to generate a lot of their offense out of these corners. And right now, James Clemens doing a good job of shutting that down. They're doing a really good job of winning the races to these corners. Crafty will pick up a demo as well, which will negate any further offense, and it'll be a start from the back scenario. Though they're depossessed in mid, that's a good save from Wizard Hat.
Ball still on this offensive third as the Jets poised to try and find another one. Spider, he's already got one. He's trying to find a second here, but that's off the backboard, falling to a teammate, and there's no one there to capitalize. The Falcons breathing a sigh of relief. Now they want to try and flip the field here, but the ball's still stuck on that side. Wizard Hat wants to get to it. He's going to push it past the midfield, following it up. Balake awkward here, getting the boost, having trying to control here, but a double commit on the defensive side could open the door. The Falcons pushing forward here, but no real control means no real threat.
Big clear there from Balake. You can hear him wanting Crafty to follow. He will not win the race there, and instead it's Wizard Hat. Good contest from Spider in midfield, and that'll allow Balake to at least get in the neighborhood of this one. He'll leave it for Crafty here, and again, James Clemens not really controlling this game, Food, but they're up 1. They'll take this kind of midfield battle all the way to the end if they have to.
You know, just kind of a trench warfare.
Yeah.
Both teams trading passes, paid in possessions. It really does favor a team that has a lead. But when you have chances at midfield, when you go back and forth, it is one missed touch. It is one miss that opens the door. The Falcons trying to be opportunistic here. Crafty, being crafty, living up to the name. The ball in the corner here. He's going to find a second touch. A pass attempt midfield, but immediately shut back down. The Falcons can't flip the field here. They're still on the defensive third. Pushing forward here. It's the Jets, but a big 50 is Balake denied.
Big save, good keep by Crafty as well. Beats Wizard had no touch out of Knight, and finally the clearance comes through from the third man there, but that means no one's left to contest this ball. Spider to the backboard, big drop down. Crafty doesn't have boost. Blockade up now. Blockade to the back of the net. It's second goal, and JCHS 2-0 over Florence here. Foof, I mean, they continue to just look aggressive.
Well, again, it's a third man being in a right position and then being aggressive at the right time. You don't have to play defense in the replay, and now it's a 2-0 scoreline once again. They're trying to make it 2-0 in the series and set themselves up for a pivotal game 3.
It's a good kickoff from Knight, but Crafty wrapping back is able to make the save. He'll actually have a follow-up touch as well, Foof, and that's one end of the pitch to the other there. I mean, that's what you want out of your defense.
All about setting a tone, setting a pace, setting a tempo, and that is what the Falcons are trying to do. The Jets have all the control, they have all the lead and seemingly they have all the cards, but now they lost the ball at midfield. Wizard had the soft touch, Spider slowing it down, and Balake, dangerous place to be. All three blue cards just kind of bunch up a pass midfield, but there's no real follow-up. Crafty trying to find his teammate, but Spider-O getting bumped around, so it's now all up to Wizard Hat. Has the hopper on his car, but can't find the way to go. Balake wants a double, but he can't get at the ball.
Big attempted pinch clearance. Crafty having none of it. This one's back down to the box. Spider-O almost had the touch, but instead, it'll be Florence to walk it out here. They'll take the 50 on the way out. Now it's Wizard Hat to the corner here. Wizard Hat has to get this one mid. Pops it almost over one. That's a great defensive effort.
Big time play by a big time player on a big time stage. That keeps it at a 2-goal lead, but now want to get one to go, but Balake just playing it slow, playing it control, knowing exactly what that's going to be. Now past midfield, that's going to be off the backboard again. That's going to be 3 touches. Balake getting in the sign off on this one. It's 3-0.
It's Spider-O again. Big beat at midfield. He continues to facilitate these plays.
Unfortunately, there is no pass to assist the block. I wish that was a stat. I would look a lot better in my MVPRs.
I think we all would there, but it's set up by Spider-O. You won't see it in the stat sheet, but we'll see it on the screen here. And with just 30 seconds left, James Clemens looking really good here to be on match point.
Looking very good here for the poster, looking better, but a big touch from Balake keeps the offense on. Now the Falcons having to just swarm around their own net. Another shot from Crafty, but that one again too far to the right. That's going to be the follow-up from Spider. It's going to be 4-0 with 11 left.
Fantastic there from Spider, but it started with Balake really keeping the zone there. It was an awkward pre-flip touch, and it frustrates the defense. Those are balls that you would expect to be cleared, but instead you're stuck on defense. Yet again, you're not able to grab boost, and we see the result.
See, this is what we talked about in between games. Good offenses turning into great when you get first, second, third, and eventually the fourth shot going in. Defenses, they've only got so much boost. They only have 3 cards to make all that play, and the Falcons running out of time, space, and energy, and it's 4-0 in game 2 and going to make it a 2-0 series.
Once this one hits the ground, it will go officially here. Everybody's keeping it up. It's a great little pop by Knight.
I like Rule 0.
Yeah, Florence might try to grab some kind of momentum there. They'll race Spider, and this one will head to the corner and eventually drop. It's a 2-game lead in the series, and now match point.
Sitting pretty, feeling confident, you know, flying high. As I hate to make that joke, but I mean they are. That is an awesome 10-shot game from this offense as they are in control. They are finding opportunities. And, folks, it all starts on the defensive side. They have control. Get it to midfield. 1, 2, 3. That's the charm.
And it works extremely well because they're limiting the amount of time that they spend on the defensive end.
Yep.
It was very rare to see them down in that defensive third on that blue end. So, I mean, that's what you really want to see, because the longer you spend in the midfield and the longer you spend in the offensive third, the better results you're ultimately going to have.
Other than the previous attempts in the series before where we saw those long clear goals, it is very rare to score from the defensive side. And so getting it off of that end puts you in a better chance. I mean, yeah, duh, 5-head, you're going to score if you're on the offensive end. But the most important thing is you're getting the opponents to step up on the defensive side and then taking advantage as that second and or third is creeping too far forward as they're looking to try and find that second or third chance that we've talked about. But it's been all opportunistic play from the Jets. They set them up, they knock them down, and they just reset.
Indeed, so the long timeout really didn't affect them too much. Maybe a little sluggish in the first minute, but once we got past that, they were full steam ahead, all gears moving how they should. And so now the goal becomes finish this in 3, become the 3rd sweep of the day, and eventually, again, both these teams have qualified, but this is better seeding for the winner of this.
I can see it, but I can also see something spectacular perhaps happening. We'll finally get one on this stream to go back the other way, and I think this Falcon team might have just what they need to find an answer. And I feel like I've been kind of pulling the horn of the Falcons, and they've been making some plays, but it's been the Jets. It's been dominance. It's been 50s. They've had a couple bumps. It's not been physicality yet, but I'm hoping they'll turn a page. We've got one more, possibly 3 more games left, so that's what I want to see. I want to see either of these teams take it to the other physically. Steal boost, go for demos, go for bumps, and that'll throw that rotation off.
I would say Crafty's been the only one really looking for demos. He's picked up a couple big ones, especially on the rotation back from defense into offense, and really the demos have come in midfield to disrupt the other team. They haven't necessarily been game-changing, but they've been enough to flip possession or slow down stints of offense/defense.
Well, see, they weren't like game-changing in the way that you get a score or a goal off of it. They were game-changing in the fact that it didn't allow something offensively. Right now, the Falcons get an offensive shot, but immediately shut down by Spider. Still, the ball bouncing back, but Balake has pass one. Wants to come off the sidewall here, has control, throwing it up high, pass in midfield. Crafty can't get the angle, and it's still 0-0, 15 off the board.
Good 50 in mid. That's something that we haven't seen a lot of Florence winning, are these 50-50 balls. Now it's Knight. He's up for this one. He'll find a second touch. Finds the double as well. What an angle, but it's just posting back out. That would have been a huge start for Florence. What a shot that would have been.
Momentum swinger indeed, but now opportunity has arisen. Crafty can't find it. Deep third is Spider, and he needs to be getting to it. That's off the board. Bouncing back to Lover. Soft touch there, but that is the double commit on the defensive side. It's still in the offensive third. No real clear, but Crafty is there to get the long arcing touch. Looking for a teammate here as all 3 players from the Falcons committed for this one. So Balake given free real estate, and once again, both players trading these touches back and forth. Crafty looking for it. He's got a lead blocker. No, he doesn't go for it. He waits for the ball instead.
Bold choice there, maybe thinking redirect over bump to go for this one, but it doesn't matter. Wizard Hat will be credited with the goal, and Florence has a lead.
Falcons, I mean, it's harkening back to what we said in game 2. You don't have to play defense in the replay. That is all 3 cards within like a 4-foot space. But if it works, it works. It's a 1-0 score. This is the first time they struck first blood.
It is, and this is the first lead they've had all series here, so that is huge on the momentum side. Awkward kickoff, and it almost generated an opportunity. Crafty can't find the touch. Knight's not going to find a touch here. Crafty's going to get a second chance of redemption. Big double back down, but he doubles it the wrong way into the corner. This one back towards midfield. No one going to contest it here, as it was deep rotations from this James Clemens squad. And another awkward pinch back down. Crafty trying to usher it along. Block able to get it back in front. Knight will have to play it the wrong way. Big shot back in front. Call it a pass, and Spider's there to put it away.
Spider is there, but there's a team up on the back end by the Falcons that opens this door. I mean, all hats off to the Jets. They kick the window open, but the door swings off its hinges, and Spider sees full advantage of it. You see the dueling dragons. You see a tied game with 90 seconds off.
Much more competitive here in game number 3. Love to see it here. Awkward kickoff again from Florence, and it'll end up in their own back corner here. Spider's on it. Big pinch back in front. Brock, a black backflip there. That was an awkward opportunity, and it would have been 2-1.
That was a beautiful play. It was drawn up perfectly. It's going to be executed better. It's Balake. Are you kidding me? There's 2 defenders there.
What a read here. Off the backboard, both defenders, and Blake still able to work it under both of them straight into the back of the net. And just like that, I mean, we blink and it's 2-1.
He wins those, I guess. I mean, that's just the way to beat the Beast, putting it in front of the net. First time not the charm, but the second. Now a 2-1 scoreline. Once again, the Jets trying to extend here. A little bit miscontrol, as that is safe, but another double commit here from the Falcons.
And all 3 are in the corner here. It's awkward for this orange squad here as Blockade now. Chance of redemption. He's just got no boost to follow with. Crafty trying to put that one away, but he falls back to Spider here in the corner one more time. And we went from a really slow and controlled game Foof to just all chaos in this orange corner.
Well, it's just kind of dancing back and forth. I feel like both teams don't want to blink, but we have a sandstorm. Someone's got to blink soon. And so dangerous touch as that's split back the other way. It's up high, just barely kisses the ceiling. Lucan can't get to it, so it's turned away again. Now resting on this defensive third. Wizard Hat wants to find a touch, but he can't get the boost, so he gets it into the corner and slows this ball down. A pass midfield. Piano trying to win a 1v3, but he can't get it to fall.
Crafty did a great job to try to work that one through. Double commit at mid here, and now Knight. That's a big beat. Big back in front, but Blockade able to dump this one down to the side here. Spider shows Just gonna leave this for blockade, and now we'll go, and that effectively is a double commit move. And a little bit of hesitation there throws off the rotations and throws off the potential counterattack for James Clemens.
You see hesitations like that, you wonder if it's communication breakdown, but obviously ours are not broken. It's not communication breakdown. It's either a lack or a small break in that trust. We need to be building it up. You got to be careful here. I know it's a 2-1 game. You want to be aggressive. You want to be right. You want to make these big plays. Do not overstep. Don't play outside of yourself. It's not going to take more than you have. All you need is all you got, and that's going to be exactly what Piano has. It's going to be a 3-1 game.
It's a great little fake here. Again, Blockade puts it off the backboard, but it's a fake from Spider. Spider's the first one to it. He gets called off by Crafty, and the defense freezes, and you're not going to be able to generate enough speed after coming to a complete stop to make that save.
You rarely get play actions in Rocket League, but man, when you do, it's gorgeous. And so here we sit, a 2-goal lead for the Jets as they try to extend it. Clear from the Falcons, just trying to port forward, trying to find something here as Florence stuck on the offensive side once again, but a big 50, pushing it past midfield. Spider gets a touch, but still going back towards zone in. That's going to be a push here from Luke, and he's got a demo. I like the idea, but not a lot following it up. They had the possession, they had the demo, but they didn't have the follow through as Balake putting it on. It's going to come off of the defender, and it's a 4-1 game.
Tough choice here for the defender. Trying to figure out if he needs to go. Yeah, Wizard Hat's awkward there. It might have been in, it might not have been, but I mean, that's a ball, especially with the scoreline, you have to at least try to keep out.
To quote you, that was me. I've done that way too many times to count, and I know that feeling. Wizard Hat in the net, but awkward, so the teammate feeling like he has to make a play and just can't get it to follow through. So 75 seconds left. The Jets flying towards a 3-0, but it's not over yet, folks. You just need one to go. Lucan, slow play here. The ball falling down. Crafty, slow play, past midfield. He's going to pounce it off the backboard here. He's got to follow through. But Spider opting so smartly. Doesn't want to connect, just wants to play control. He's got 55 seconds to kill a 3-goal lead and just enjoying the cushion.
Lucky grab boost here, looks for the ceiling follow-up, can't quite find it, and that'll allow Wizard Hat to put it back down in here, but time is the enemy right now of Florence. It's 4-1 here with just 40 seconds left. Blockade, big back check demo in mid, little pool shot action, but it's saved by Knight.
I like the creativeness of getting crafty, if you'd say there. Trying to use a teammate, but that's going to be near post beautifully, and Crafty hearing his name called, the one during the dinger bell, and that is now 5-1.
Great turn there, plenty of boost, able to make the big turn, and just like that, it's 5-1 Foof, and now we border into miracle territory here. Need a kickoff goal for Florence, need a couple.
You need a lot of things to go your way. You know what the Falcons can do? Their best. That's all they can do in this situation. You got to try and find something to hold on to. Maybe it's a save, maybe it's clear, maybe it's just some kind of touch, and that's one going off the backboard. No real follow through. Lucan getting it away for now and just not giving up that 6th goal. Now he's trying to get it on his nose. Big 50 though from Balake, flipping the field, wants to find one more, perhaps to sign off one up, but can't get it to fall. A big 50 pushing the other way, but the clock is relentless. It's counting down, and it's counting down on the Falcons as this is going to be a 3-0, a possible 5-1, no, a confirmed 5-1, 3-0.
Great job there from James Clemens Foof. They will be the second team to qualify today. And then, of course, you know, again, Florence would drop to the lower bracket, but one of the teams didn't show. They automatically qualify through the lower bracket, so both teams in, one team with a higher seed.
Well, that's a strange situation of win and losing in. So, you know, just it was a lot of perhaps stress-free Rocket League, and that's rare to see, especially on a stage like this in front of crowds and on stream. But you got a lot of tape. You got something to go back and watch, and you got to play the team, and that's the most important part. You know, especially when you don't get scrims and things like that. This live experience, it's immaculate.
Both of these teams know they're going to be here tomorrow. I believe they've already known that they were going to be here tomorrow before stepping on stage for this game. So, again, you go back, you look at the footage, you regain, you take a deep breath, you come back tomorrow ready to play. So I believe that's about it for us here. We're going to get ready to toss this one. Nope, not quite. We will toss it back to the desk here in a little bit to get their thoughts on this matchup. But I believe, Foof, again, the day not quite done. 3 more games in front of us.
I mean, it's been a beautiful run, and I gotta say, man, it's been so awesome to come in here and just be able to look up and be like, that's the game. That is so fun to watch, seeing the players live here in their comms in front of a crowd. I mean, it's just a different feel, and it's got to be so different for the players.
Yeah, Florence, again, the hometown advantage. They were already here today, and again, JCHS traveling here today to this lovely campus that is North Alabama. I mean, this is a beautiful campus. Facilities are fantastic. Everyone excited to be here.
Yes, it's gorgeous, and I know Lars brought his drone out, has some beautiful sweeping shots. We might be able to see some of those later, perhaps. But I mean, it's been awesome. It's been so cool to be here, and I can't imagine to be what it's to be like in these seats, playing with a team that you've been playing with all semester, that you've just known, you've worked with, and you're trying to find a gel for a common goal to get this trophy.
Yeah, again, the trophy was here today. I don't know where it quite ended up. I think it was out in the lobby at some point and hanging out there. So one of those teams will leave with that trophy. I mean, I would love to hold it up. I'm not any good at this game, which is why I'm on this headset. So,
I mean, I'd be just so tickled just to be the guy next to the guy holding a trophy in a ceremony like this. Because, I mean, it's going to be huge for any of these teams. And right now, both these teams taking their steps. One taking the step up, but the other step down. But luckily, like you said, both doors are open. They're transferring on to that next day competition.
And from this A side of the bracket, we will have one more team qualify for tomorrow. 3 of the 4 slots filled. Of course, Bob Jones, if you were here with us at the beginning of the stream, was the first team to qualify today. And then you just saw the second and third teams there, and then we'll have a 4th team later. But we're going to kick it back over to the desk to get their thoughts. Guys, take it away.
Well, we're about halfway, I think a little bit more than halfway through the festivities for today.
Yes.
And so we thought we'd take this time to do, I guess, a little bit of a main event halftime show, if you will. We'll go through all of the action that we've seen so far. We'll, I guess, preview some of what we still have yet to see today and what is going to be waiting in store for us tomorrow. And, of course, get your all's thoughts, their professional opinions on what you all have.
Professional.
Just stretching. Just doing a lot of heavy lifting with that one there.
Yeah, I am an optimist, not a pessimist. So
That's fair.
Take that how you will. But the big story, of course, just now, James Clemens. I have this written down wrong. James Clemens 3-0ing Florence. I love my notes. What did you all see in that match? I know that we were all eating, taking a snack break, but from what you did see, what impressed you about either of these teams?
This sounds like such a generic, like cliche term, but how willing James Clemens was to like just go get the result. Like to me, I just saw a lot more initiative in that team. Florence did well in their matchup against Lexington, but at the same time, I think going up against a team of the quality of James Clemens, I don't know. I needed to see a little bit more from them. I'm a little sad that we have yet to see a team take a losing team to take at least one game off of any of their opponents. But I guess that's also kind of day one syndrome. Like you're, as I think Lars, you said in the last segment, you're kind of filtering through the first day. It's like you're seeing who, not necessarily the top dogs who they are, but like who's probably looking pretty good to go a far distance into the tournament. And I think what we just saw is that even though Florence dispatched Lexington relatively easily, James Clemens gave them, a taste of their own medicine, and it wasn't too challenging from what I could tell.
So my thought on it is it looked balanced at times, and we've talked about this a lot in the last hour or so. It's all about consistency, right? And there were moments we were watching that series where it looked like Florence was doing a really good job keeping up or even beating out the Jets moment to moment, and even for stretches 30, 40, 50 seconds, right? But they couldn't keep it on the entire time, and that is that point is going to be hammered to death. I'm going to consistently beat consistency. It's all going to come down to what team can perform at that level across the entire tournament and not just hit those moments or those highlights.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I definitely saw a number of good moments from Florence throughout that entire series, but there were times where the execution just wasn't there. Sometimes it was, the shot was just a little bit wide, the follow-up wasn't quite there. Sometimes there was a miscommunication where you had two people kind of covering the same-ish area, and they weren't able to capitalize on the opportunity that they created for themselves. I think an 0-3 is probably not that fair. I would have liked to see I think a 3-1 would have still been a deserving performance for Florence, but sometimes that's just how it goes.
Something I want to say about that is we talked about that with the Bob Jones Wilson game, where we talked about how Wilson had those moments.
Yeah.
With Wilson, it felt like they were moments, flashes in time. With the Falcons, it felt like stretches. So that's a key difference when we talk about these like moments of greatness. Is one of them is quick, short-lived. Like, hey, one player did something really nice, and they came together as a team and showed that they can be that team that takes wins, and as they did already tonight. But they just have to do more, you know.
At the same time, I do agree with you. At the same time, I think yes, but ... I think there are two variables to take into account here. One, it was Florence's second match today because they had the ability to play against Lexington. So you could look at it as a kind of way of warming themselves up before going up against James Clemens. And Wilson A did not get that opportunity because they passed through to the next round due to a forfeit. Variable one. Variable two is, I think, just the general skill of their opponents. And I am not saying that James Clemens is a bad team.
Yeah, no,
but my God, Bob Jones is if James Clemens is an A, Bob Jones is an A+. So I think those are two. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think they're two important variables just to keep in mind.
Yeah, they're even throughout all of the games that we've seen, they've all been 3-0. There have been nuances to these performances that I think will come late. Those nuances will show up again and again as we get into some of the Group B matches that we still got to play out, the remaining Group A match that is still to play out, and of course heading into tomorrow, we'll start to see, I think, some of these repeating patterns between the way that some of these teams perform and probably the way that some of the matchups themselves go out with, talking about having to deal with getting momentum, playing back-to-back games, whether that's a positive or a negative, sometimes depends on the team. All of those things are important things to consider when we look into some of these early results.
Yeah, and then that I know I talked a lot about in the last segment about how the back-to-back is going to be positive, but I will, consolidate or conciliate. You know what I'm trying to say.
You will concede.
I will concede.
You will concede.
There's so many C words.
I got you, buddy.
There's so many C words.
I got you.
We got consistency. It's gonna get messy, but I will yield the fact that in my own personal experience, I never play better than when I haven't touched the game in like 3 months. So, there's something to be said for go hard, take a break.
Yeah.
Go hard, take a break. So, and that's just to reinforce the point you were saying. It really could go either way on these teams, that they're flowing game to game. If that's going to be a benefit or harm, and the only way you're going to find out, really the only way you could empirically find out, is to run the same games back to back against the same teams. But in the tournament, the only way we're going to find out is, do they win that next series or not?
I know for myself, I am definitely enjoying this next week and a half that I have off of the game, so that way I can get back to. I've been slumping a little bit. I feel like
haven't we all?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what I need. Is I need this weekend to just chill out. I'll be back Sunday and Monday at home, but even I'll just be kind of chillaxing, and then I'll be out of town again for a week because of Thanksgiving. But it does definitely play a big role in how your performance is. Some players they thrive on that momentum. Sometimes they need more consistent breaks, and it's not one size fits all necessarily. Different players will prefer different styles, and I think as teams sort of find that out over the long term, it'll be more beneficial to their performances.
That style preference will change over time too. I mean,
That's true.
As you as a person change, what you like in that break or no break kind of setup will change. I mean, your life gets busy, you get something else mentally going on. I think that's one of the strengths here of doing high school Rocket League is you can kind of settle a team, and then you can hit that stretch, and before anyone makes any major changes, well, for better or worse, they're gone, and you can and you don't have to worry too much about that, barring anything kind of major happening.
So besides the Florence James Clemens series, we've had Florence versus Lexington, Brooks versus Wilson, Bob Jones and Wilson A so far on these streams. Considering all 4 games that we've seen so far, and Leachy, I'll start with you. Pick out a player for me that you think has impressed, and that can be for whatever reason you want to point them out for. I'm interested in who our top performers have been throughout this first half or so of day one.
Fish from Bob Jones. The fact that any player in their first series, their first game of a first series, in a LAN environment can put 10 shots on target. Sure, maybe there's a little bit to be said about the quality of their opponents, but regardless of who you're playing, who does that? Like, are you? I can't.
First game of the first series
exactly.
of a LAN tournament.
Like there is no better definition of a player showing up for the occasion than what Fish was able to do in that first game. So I the entire Bob Jones team is stellar, and I'm quite honestly I'm looking for them to make it all the way through day 2. All the way through to the grand finals. I don't know that at this point many people would disagree with me. Maybe that's pompous to say, but I'm sticking to my guns. But I think it'll definitely be off of the back of some absolutely stellar performances from a player like Fish, especially if he's able to show up that quickly on day 1.
Yeah, we did briefly talk about earlier in the day about LAN jitters, how performing in front of a crowd can be a struggle for some people and how that takes time to adapt. It didn't look like Fish really had any of those nerves. Ice in their veins right off the bat coming out hot.
It looks like he'd been playing
Jones.
for days.
Bob Jones is an experienced team when it comes to LAN now. I mean,
that's true.
Their 7th time here, right? And it could be their 6th time winning it, which is to say, very poor phrasing of they've already won it 5 times.
Yes.
Right. So they have that advantage. And again, we talk about in the segment before about experience in life in general, but very specifically to this tournament, that's clearly a factor.
Yeah, I'm sure it helps that you had 2 other teammates with you that have had that experience of playing in, I'm sure, multiple of these state championship runs that are, have probably gotten past the stage of having the jitters online. There'll always be some nerves because it shows that you care, but they're going to be more settled than some of the other players that we've got. And Lars, I want to get your besides we got Fish from Lychee. I want to see who else has impressed you.
I was going to say, I'm very sorry if I stole your answer. So
no, I actually had a different answer, though it is from the same matchup because obviously it's a little bit biased. Lychee and I cast that first one, so we're much more intimately familiar with it. I'm going to go with the other side of the ball, though, Kitagawa. I mean, it seemed like anytime there was a big play for Wilson, Kitagawa was there somewhere. It was big saves, big shot opportunities. I mean, they were all over the field, and you could see there was some skill striation even over the same team of Wilson A, and Kitagawa just sat at the pinnacle of it, in my opinion. And so that they put on a very valiant effort against a very, very tough team. So,
yeah, I have to agree with you. It's not always. Sometimes the MVP or the player that, I guess, impresses us the most isn't always on the winning side. There can be some, like we said, those flashes of brilliance from some of these teams that haven't been able to take the series, but they could be crucial players going later on. I know we've got Wilson playing against Lexington too, so Kitagawa will be on in a match again later today. We'll see if he continues to perform. Me personally, I was impressed by the way that Lure played today. They had an insane, I believe it's 14 goals, and I think Beppic pointed them out earlier in that Brooks Wilson game. And we're actually going to have Brooks Athens as the next match after this halftime show. But I'm going to look to see if Lure can continue that goal scoring streak. That is insane. 14 goals is something that you typically look for across like a best of 7 series.
Yeah.
He managed to do it in 3 games on top of, I believe, 4 assists. So I believe only 1 goal out of that entire series didn't involve them. So I'm going to look for Lure to continue to be the focal point for Brooks going forward, especially against a tough team like Athens.
I want to point out something here about Brooks to kind of counter the glowing praise here, and it's something that we saw initially. You talk about 10 shots on net just for Fish, but we talked about in that series how that's not necessarily a good thing, right?
That's true.
It shows pressure, but you want your team to be kind of even. Everyone can do everything, ideally, and do it well. And it's great if you can win games having one player be the offense player and one player be the defense player and one player be the feed player. That's great, and if that system works, but eventually you're going to come up against a team that can break that. And you want to have all players be a threat everywhere. So something to look for, Brooks versus Athens, is if Athens can shut that down, can the rest of the Brooks team step up and fill that gap?
and I will counter your counter because I have some other notes here.
Oh boy!
Good.
How many back and forths can we have?
In games 1 and 2, I didn't get the full stats for game 3, but games 1 and 2, there were other players for Brooks that had playmaker medals. The backup, whoever was playing on the backup account for Brooks, had a 1 goal and a playmaker medal in game 1, and then Tiger had 3 assists in game 2 as well. So yes, of course, Lure is going to seem like the focal point. He was the focal point, but that's not to necessarily say that it was all him just like solo playing everybody. There was support there.
Yeah, but
from their
I think all of those are good points. I'm not about to counter anybody's counter here, so take a deep breath.
Just get us off the
Yeah.
Let's
take a deep breath.
derail it for a second.
Just the last thing that I have about Athens v Brooks is that I think this might be the first matchup that has played in I don't know what you would call these like play-in stages before you get to like the next stage of the bracket, but I think this might be the first team with how good Brooks looked that this may be the first team that comes from that early stage of the bracket that can actually push past that higher seeded team. I don't know much about Athens. They're obviously in this seed for a reason, so clearly they're quite good, in their own merits. But I think they have to watch out. I think they would do themselves a favor to go back, just scroll real quick through the past VOD, and see if they can pick anything out. Hopefully they've got a coach that has kind of got their eye on things a little bit, because I think this might be a tougher matchup than they're ready for.
Yeah, there's been a lot of high school games in particular that I have seen where the teams on paper do not necessarily stack up well against each other. But when you have a team like Brooks that looks like it can play as a team that can support each other, that is going to take them a lot farther against a team that is higher seeded, possibly higher ranked. When you have a team that maybe is like there's one player who's just solo playing everybody and there's just 2 other players that are sitting back, that's not going to translate well when you're trying to play above where you can be.
Yeah.
When you've got teammates who are all on the same page, who know what their goal is, what their win condition is in each of these games and in the series overall, I have to agree with you. I think I like their chances going up against Athens.
So I want to steal your job for a second here and shift gears and so go kind of bigger picture, right? So without saying consistency or a synonym of consistency, what do you guys think is going to be the big factor going through the rest of tonight and into day 2? The one key factor you think is going to be the biggest decider on who wins games and who doesn't?
And I can't say consistency.
You can't say consistency.
Dude, come on.
That's right. I'm saying that because we said consistency first, right? We can all agree on that at the top. So
and it is a bit
what's
next? It is a bit of a cliche. I don't know. I think honestly, goals win games, and we've seen time and time again that the team that is putting more shots on target is making most of those shots count usually. So if not consistency, then offensive capability. How about that?
Pressure. Okay.
Yes, pressure.
I will actually go in a very different route. I'm going to say communication. I'm a big.
I'm another C word.
Yeah.
We weren't supposed to pick up on that part. I'm actually a big fan of communication within Rocket League. I know there are some teams that prefer to just have that understanding with each other.
Chemistry.
Yeah, they just prefer to. Yeah, they have the chemistry to just play well together without any sort of comms. But I think for especially a team that needs to play above whether they have performed before, everybody has to be on the same page, and that doesn't come naturally for a lot of teams. Communication is that non-natural substitute for chemistry. Is if everybody knows where their teammates are on the pitch, they know that they don't need to cover multiple spaces, and I think that can actually clean up a lot of the missed opportunities that we've seen throughout today. Lars, Leachy, love talking to you all about what we have seen so far. I know for myself, I'm very excited about what we still have to come. Brooks versus Athens is going to be our next match of the main event, but we'll be going to that match after a very short break.
Okay, sounds great. here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spend a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh, wow. That sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it open. Everything's okay. It's just... Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was... you were in the middle of your turn?
Yes. Let's see. So I was going to play this guy.
Oh.
By banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I got you.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the main event here in the beautiful Florence, Alabama. Bepic and Atomic in the booth for one of our last qualifier matches of the day, Atomic. So you're all familiar with us, but one team you're not familiar with is Athens, the Golden Eagles, taking on the Brooks Lions here, Atomic.
Well, the best of the Lions have come up today now, and the Golden Eagles will be the top dog in this match. They're the higher seed. But Brooks have proven themselves to come in here. They had to fight their way tooth and nail, get situated, have that land environment, so they already have that behind them as well. How this shapes up for them, I don't know, but I think it's going to be a good match between them.
Well, we saw in the James Clemens and Florence series where Florence had that one series of experience in the land environment in front of the awesome crowd we've got here today. And James Clemens was able to handle business. I think the rank disparity there in that series was the difference maker because game one was tight, and then James Clemens started to run away with it. So I'm kind of expecting a similar here thing, maybe a slow start out of Athens where Brooks can potentially take advantage of that in game one. But Athens, I think, is the biggest contender to take down Bob Jones. So I expect big things out of this team.
Yeah, so I expect things out of both of these teams. And you know what? They've been training for a while, and they've been a group for what seems like about better part of a year, right? Some of these teams, you know, they come in about 2 months, 3 months in, but at least that's still time that you had to be able to play ranked, be able to do everything that you need to do to, you know, really situate yourself. They both come up with coaches. You know, they have the esports program there at these high schools. Really interesting stuff, especially here in the Alabama State, to have these esports programs really develop. I mean, I think we're seeing something super new here in esports. It's very exciting to see.
It is so awesome to see the development of high school esports happening right in front of us. I mean, these players getting LAN experience, which, I mean, a year and a half ago was unheard of for all players in the Rocket League scene because of COVID and the restrictions on LANs. But regardless, we're getting into it. Let's get these players that LAN experience. Let's get excited, ladies and gentlemen, because here we go, Athens and Brooks.
Yeah, Athens and Brooks, and we already see there's going to be some possession coming in here from Athens. Will be given straight away over to Brooks. They have a sidewall advantage. They might get an infield pass. It'll be intercepted and using the back wall. And look at the way that they're flying up for the ball here. They're reading it well off the back wall here at Athens, and they will continue to put pressure on Brooks. And it's shaping up to be some higher level Rocket League.
Yeah, and here comes Lure, who was huge in the series earlier that Brooks played against the Wilson B team. They had, I think, 15 of the 19 goals that Brooks scored. So they were huge in the offense of Brooks in that series. And right now, they had low boosts in that situation, so I'm not going to fault them for not coming up with a touch. But so far, Brooks has been under the gun. It's a lot of pressure in favor of Athens right now. A real chance right there. The shot is skied, and now Frequency actually all alone in that 1v1 against the UNA backup Epic Games login that we've got. Don't know who that is, unfortunately, but still.
What you're seeing here is a lot of, you know, balls staying high in the air and attempts being made to hit them. You know, we had the double attempt there. That was very, you know, scary there for Brooks. They were just kind of holding back, making sure, like, hey, maybe he doesn't score those. But I think even time and time again, that will go through. There's an open net attempt. Chop will get one through for Athens. They will take the lead on early.
That setup for Frequency, though, was phenomenal. Zigging and zagging a little bit, stopping and starting, getting that first attacker, the first defender, rather, from Brooks out of the way, and the second one with the little stutter step there at the end, setting up Chop for the score. Very well executed offensive. Athens off to a solid start, and that's what I was wondering about. Will the LAN nerves affect them? Because this is their first series on LAN today. But evidently not. We've seen some misses, but they got the first goal.
Yeah, it seems like they have acclimated it very well in their natural environment. They will continue to put on some pressure, but look at the way that Brooks are starting a counterattack. It is well defended. Athens are now having some pressure put onto them.
But so far, so good. Double commit there. Not so good, but they will be able to get out of it thanks to Chop. Speedy to that ball, putting it over the midfield line, and Athens can look to extend this lead before Brooks can find an equalizer. Solid challenge by Lord allows UNA backup to step up and potentially find a clear, but Athens have set up a brick wall at that midfield line, allowing nothing Brooks' way.
We're seeing some more stalemates. Oh, a shot coming in. Spectral will put one top left of the net, and that will bring their lead up by another one.
That's how I know LAN nerves aren't a huge factor. That is such a difficult shot to hit. if you're really nervous that you got the thumb shaking on the joysticks. But Spectral zoomed in from the skies, nailed the shot, putting Athens up by 2. This is not a dream start. We've seen a lot of multi-goal streaks early on in some of these game ones today, but Athens is a solid first half of them.
The first half was going to go ahead and come on by. We'll get through it. We have some 50s setting up here at the midfield. Brooks cannot handle. We'll continue to have some high rollers, some high octane gameplay coming through. Some control and leaving all 3 of the Athens players take a dive on that one. Corner wall. Athens going to have a set up in the middle. No one's going to be there to support, but he will come in late. We had 2 of Brooks' defenders fight there. And you see there's some of these chances that Athens are trying to develop here. They're passing using the back wall. The back wall isn't, the most defended here, but continuously they're not able to convert that into a goal.
No, not quite, but they're wasting time and they're applying pressure on Brooks right now. We saw a moment ago Lure electing to go for the 100 boost rather than the clear, and here, that patience pays off. Brooks gets over the midfield line, but again, it's stopped right there. Athens rotations about perfect right now. Finally, clear does get over the head of all the boys in blue, but Brooks can't do much with it at the moment, though they are developing an opportunity here. There's just not much of a follow-up.
Athens are doing a good job of playing that 50-50 game, making sure that they account for every single one of Brooks' advancements. Brooks are going to have to get a little bit more creative if they want to go ahead and develop some offense here, and especially late in the second half. They're doing so here. Athens are now behind it, however. They're taking advantage of that side wall. Using their flip, that flip timer, so important. And the back pass actually skipping Spectral, who thought it was for him.
Yeah, that was a little bit of creativity from the Brooks side, but ultimately not enough to put a shot on net. Still trying to keep that ball in the blue end of the field. And there are mistakes coming through from the Athens side that Brooks can potentially take advantage of. But that challenge from Spectral, about perfect. Should get them a real chance to find a third, though. The pass across, a little bit too much spice behind that one, but doesn't matter. Athens really doing a good job of milking this clock, though. Let's hold our horses. Brooks with their first.
Yeah, I just want to mention how well-designed this counterattack was. The pass over to the midfield and for Lure to be in a perfect position. He really timed that very, very well. Timed his flip onto the ball, put it in the bottom right corner. He really gives Brooks here a chance at the comeback in game number 1.
That's the first time we've really seen an idea from the Brooks side really fleshed out. The pass was perfect, the shot the same, and Athens wasn't expecting it. So now game 1 in a real manageable spot for Brooks. 30 seconds left to score 1. They've got momentum on their side. Let's see if they can keep it going.
We'll continue down here. 23 seconds to go. Brooks are hungry to get a second goal. Athens are not willing to let that happen. Let's see how this is controlled. Athens are doing a good job, but they will have to give it back up here to Brooks. There's low boost here on the Brooks side, but a pass to midfield will be intercepted by Athens. A high ball over to the backboard. A counterattack, 4 seconds remaining. Not much time. This is going to be good. He might be able to get it somewhere. Ooh, and a miss, and that's going to hit the ground. Athens will take game number 1.
Brooks' one goal was a long shot over the defense's head. I guess Athens was still in offense at the time, but they're not going to let that happen again. They're not going to get that aggressive on the Athens side again. So Brooks have to find a way to score goals in the offensive end. They've got to figure out a way to translate that creativity onto the offensive side of the pitch, but that was tough to do with how little possession they found in game 1.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned little possession, but I think that the possession opportunities that they had, I mean, you saw on the counterattack, they do have that moments that spark, you know, here for Brooks. And I think if Brooks had more time on the ball, you know, if they kind of develop that midfield presence, they're able to get some more 50-50s going their way there, they'll be able to really be a competitor here for Athens.
Yeah, positive things to take away from game 1 if you are Brooks. It was a 1-goal game against one of the best teams in this tournament. That's solid, especially in a qualifier match where nerves are probably going to be on the higher end, because you win this series, you're in, and you play Florence tomorrow in round 1 of our 8-team single elim bracket. And I mean, that's a favorable matchup, I think, considering what we saw for both these teams. They've shown a lot of good today. Athens in just one game that we just watched, but Brooks especially in their series earlier.
Yeah. And, well, we will continue here in just one moment, ladies and gentlemen. But, you know, overall, I mean, if you were looking at last game, right, we were seeing, again, we were talking about the possession that Brooks had. And they had some creative, they had that one creative moment, and it really took Athens by storm. I mean, they didn't have a defender at net to defend it.
Yeah.
I think, you know, Athens, they know that they have the ball possession. They have the boost management and the boost, steals. However, Brooks, I think if they go ahead and just lock on and they really get in the zone and understand, like, hey, we were on this land setup first. We kind of have this acclimated environment.
Yep.
I can see them really taking game number 2 here. What do you think, Pepe?
I can too if they put together unexpected plays in the midfield like they did with, I forget who it was receiving the pass that scored the first goal for Brooks, but Athens wasn't expecting them to be there. They were expecting the center ball as there was someone in the area, but they didn't expect that second Brooks Lion in the area to score it. So that kind of unexpected play, keeping Athens on their toes, is going to be critical for Brooks. It's just a matter of formulating that idea, putting the unexpected player in place, then executing with the pass and the shot or whatever it requires to score on Athens.
And as we get it, we were looking here at Brooks. They're coming in from like a detrimental lower seed. For them to compete this well against a team that was already kind of placed here in this game to go in, I think a 2-1 loss really speaks volumes as to how this game number 2. But alas, we are here at game number 2, and now it is time to prove to everyone what it is that they may or may not have.
All right, my eyes are on Lure to really get things going for Brooks, and then on the Athens end, just keep doing what you were doing last game. Control that ball in the midfield, and here we go again. A quick challenge, Spectral. Keep possession in the first 15, now 20 seconds for Athens. Another solid start for them. They haven't found that first goal, but they're darn close right there. Good save, though, by Parallel Tiger.
And look at, did you see the wall dashes on the wall there? That was impressive. We do have a bit of a mechanical mastermind here on the field in Chop. Tiger will have to put the defense here for Brooks. Athens are peeling in the offense. They're going to take on repeatable shots after shot. However, Brooks has some possession. They're going to use their backfield, try to maybe get a pass. It'll go to the other team. Athens will just take a lazy shot and give it right back.
It's a clear over Chop's head. That perfect boost spawn should give them enough agency on the back wall to get the ball out of Brooks' hands, though. And just one touch. All right, a second and a third for Chop. But the ball netward just a little bit too high and wide. Will allow a chance to escape for Athens. But now it's Brooks setting up at the midfield line. Keeps possession in their name, but there's no second touch in the midfield. Allows a shot for Frequency. Good save, though, by Lure. Oh, again.
Yeah, oh my God, is this an open net? It will be. Lure is going to be the first to approach the other side of the net and will put Brooks in their first lead.
Frequency turns when they should be rotating out, and Chop's careening in, trying to take that challenge. Neither one make contact. I said that we weren't going to see that kind of aggression from Athens again. I was wrong. Brooks spots it out and scores the first here in game 2.
It was that creative. If you look at that, another defender missing here for Athens. I think they will go ahead and clean that up. However, they don't want it to happen again. They are now playing with a deficit, and teams play different when they're in, from under instead of, when their backs are to the wall. I feel like you really don't want to make that same mistake again. We'll see how Athens respond.
Yeah, plenty of time for Athens, though, and over the head of Frequency. Chop has to dive across the net to make a save. Solid there to keep this a 1-goal lead for Brooks, but they're the ones starting to circle, though. Clear found. Athens moving quickly into that orange end. Frequency in for a shot blocked by Parallel Tiger, and Chop has the ball skip over their car once again.
Yeah, I mean, look at the repeated use of the wall dash. He's getting past 2. He cannot get past a third. Athens and Brooks, are doing a well job of making sure that third man is putting a stop. They will not let all 3 of their defenders just get passed up like that.
Athens pass center, Spectral to shoot. Goes high, Chop in, but slightly misses that read. There have been a lot of opportunities like that for Athens. They have a free back wall, and they put it hard off the back wall, but the follow-up isn't really there. The shot doesn't really develop, and that's a similar case in why they're still down by 1. And Brooks maintaining this lead well. I mean, they're helped out by the misexecutions on the Athens side, but still, in the plays where they do have to make a big stop on their goal line, they're doing it.
Yeah, man. Oh, look at the early challenge here for Chop. He's going to tie this game number 2 up 1-1. He's going to beat out the 2 defenders that were looking to get early in here.
Oh, just a half-second hesitation there for the UNA backup account, and Chop is up there scoring on a wide-open corner of that orange net. Well done by Athens. They stormed back. They answered back. Brooks posed a question of them, and they found a response.
Yeah, they found that response seemingly out of nowhere. Now they just have to close this game out. There's a couple there. Athens will take the lead here in game 2, something that they were very familiar with in game 1.
I talked about a little bit of inaccuracy on the Athens side, and they correct that almost as soon as I mention it. It's like they can hear me or something. They alter their play just a little bit, and it's enough to storm back, take a 1-goal lead now.
Well, look at the way this kickoff develops. We have, I mean, an early shot. It came straight to this player on the Brooks side. And now the midfield, it will be early intercepted here by Brooks. Now they have a favorable bounce that Athens nor Brooks were prepared for. That is the name of the game here on the corners of the side walls. Look at the way that Brooks get up very, very early for this. Athens, however, get around, using that back wall. They're trying to read the double. There's going to be some physical play coming out of Brooks, and it will disrupt the counterattack. They do have a chance. They're trying to break through the defense, but they just will not make it that far. The defense on the Athens side has stepped up after the second half.
I like the aggression from both teams, though. Lure found a big demo that could have opened up a real counterattack look for Brooks, and it did open up a look. The Frequency just got back in time off of that respawn to make the save. And on the flip side, Athens had just sent a player all the way into the orange net to try and disrupt the Brooks backline rotation. I love the ideas from both teams, and it hasn't quite worked out yet. It's not aggression, but it's still a goal for Athens. They now lead by 2. They just crashed the box.
Yeah, look at that. Brooks had a really solid lead, especially with that midfield presence. They were doing a good job. But the moment that the midfield goes away, so does a little bit of their defensive ability. And I think Athens have taken well advantage of taking that midfield presence.
Definitely. Right now, Athens flexing their playmaking ability. It seems like possession has equalized a bit when compared to Game 1, but Athens have had far more good looks on target. I mean, here's a decent one, but again, it's the one-time shot for Brooks that's fairly easily saved by Athens.
But now we're breaking down these last 40 seconds. Brooks are looking to take back a lead that they may feel were stolen from them. Athens are just looking to play a bit of defense. There's going to be another shot. Athens are not letting up the gas. I will be corrected on that one.
And now we're starting to see a similar trend to the previous series on stream between Florence and James Clemens, where Game 1 was tight. The team with that one series of LAN experience under their belt, they keep it close, don't come out on top though, and then the favored team, at least on paper, storms back. It's 4-1 now with 30 seconds left. Potentially finds a good save by UNA backup, but regardless, Atomic, I think Game 2 is over.
Yeah, well, here's what you do if you're Brooks. You're just going to try to take some momentum here with you from game number 2. You try to score to the goal here. If you do, you get a major boost of momentum. You go into game 3. You just scored the last goal. I feel like that's a good way to end it. They're going to try their absolute best. There are going to be some shots. Athens are not going to let it happen. Some more midfield presence. But look at the way that Lure is 50ing Chop here. He is winning that 50. This could have developed into a winning opportunity, but Frequency will get up early, and that's going to be the name of the game.
That it is. In the next game, I want to see Brooks take more touches when they have control of the ball, not just place a shot on target. Because, I mean, we were talking on the desk earlier, quantity is great. Putting a lot of shots on target is great. You force mistakes out of your opponent, but just 4 right there for Brooks. So quantity maybe not in the question at the moment. They need to do more with the time spent right behind the ball.
Yeah, and, I mean, as you saw there, I don't know if you guys saw it, ladies and gentlemen, but Spectral had what was it?
4 goals?
Yeah, 4 goals for his team. I mean,
Dang.
Athens really just, they were laying him up. And, I mean, it was like Shaquille O'Neal and, I forgot the basketball player. No, I should stick to
Kobe?
Yeah, Kobe.
Yeah, or just toss it up and then Spectral was finishing it. I mean, that's a great analogy right there because, I mean, it was a full team effort. It wasn't just Spectral, even though they had the 4 goals. They were just the finisher that game, and that's what it takes for good teams to advance through brackets like this is you need full team efforts every single game, different step-up players every single game, and that's been the case for Athens so far.
Yeah, but well, with game number 3 coming through, Athens are looking to seal it away with a 3-0, and Brooks are looking for the reverse sweep. We haven't seen one this tournament so far. However, they definitely, I mean, if there's any team that could do it, I feel like this is the team to be able to combat against Athens. This is the lowest goal differential I think we've seen in any of the games so far.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is definitely the closest series, and Brooks can pull it out. I just want to see him do more with their mechanical abilities. I know they've got it. It's tough to do in a LAN situation where you're a little bit nervous because you got the crowd in front of you. You want to feel the jubilation that comes with scoring a goal and the crowd erupting behind you, or I guess in front of you for these players. With that comes nerves of wanting that feeling, but you have to get there, and that's the hardest part.
Yeah, so Well, these players know. I mean, they're competitors, right?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
we know that. They know that they came here to try their best. I mean, they're absolutely not just gonna, lazy-daisical go into this next game and blow it off. But
yeah,
Epic, I think, Game 3, obviously the momentum's on Athens. I mean, but we've seen, again, I always say this about Brooks, they have some flashes of brilliance. We'll continue to harp on it over and over again. The flashes of brilliance on Brooks, I think, sometimes they look so much cleaner, like the passing plays, especially like the rotation from the back half straight. I mean, it's like every single time they score, Athens has to have someone in net.
That's because every time they score, it's from a shot from their own end, just a long shot over Athens' heads, catching them out for being aggressive. And those passing plays in defense have worked so far for Brooks. And maybe you don't have to score every single time you attempt to pass out of defense, but it definitely leads to more possession time, more opportunities on net. And we all know with more opportunities come more goals.
Got it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I want to talk about the rest of the bracket. I mean,
sure.
I know, Pepik, you got your handy-dandy notes on you.
Oh, yeah.
And
Tons of notes.
I mean, let's talk about the looming defending champions, Bob Jones, right? Bob Jones High School. They've had an excellent day. I don't think did they lose a game?
No, they did not. They swept.
Man, I cannot wait for that matchup tomorrow. Whatever winner of this series is going to be like in the other side of the bracket with Bob Jones. I don't know which one will play Bob Jones actually. Is it going to be the winner of this?
Not the winner of this. No, the winner of this plays Florence, but whoever does play Bob Jones is going to have a very difficult task ahead of them. I don't envy getting Bob Jones first round because, I mean, we only got one series of really experience watching them, but Bob Jones looks so good. Wilson A is not a bad team at all, and Bob Jones disposed of them pretty handily.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, Pepik, is there, sorry. Oh, wow, you can hear my breath.
These mics are very good.
Yeah, they're
UNA
pretty good.
spared no expense in getting us very nice equipment for this LAN, which has been a lot of fun. Tech difficulties, they're a part of every LAN, and even with it, we're still putting on a good show. The players are still giving us entertainment, and that's the name of the game. We're getting these guys some experience, and hopefully they can take it as far as their Rocket League career goes.
Yeah. And I really just want to thank, the esports program that brought us here at University of North Alabama did a good job at setting, this entire tournament up. I mean, they invited the best high schools in the state. They're competing at the highest level that they possibly can, and it really is a spectacle to see, again, how esports is growing. We've talked about this before, but it really isn't unable to be done without the parents that allow their kids to be in these esports programs here, cheering them on too.
Yeah. Shout out to the parents for all of you showing up. Thank you for supporting your children through their attempt at fulfilling their dreams, and I hope this is a big step for a lot of them. It takes support for all of us. I mean, my parents supporting me pursuing casting as a part-time job in college. I mean, that just sounds absurd to say. I talk over video games for my part-time job in college. That's so weird. But my parents were behind me, and so I went forward, and now here we are in front of a crowd at UNA.
Yeah. Oh, thank you guys. Thanks to Pepik. So we won't really harp on you guys too much, but let's get into nitty-gritty.
Sure.
Brooks, haven't won again.
Right.
Okay. Athens, they won both.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
We're tracking here, right?
Yeah.
All right. However, Brooks, they've got the teamwork, and I think it's going to continue being that way.
In Game 3, I want to see them. I mean, I'm sure these guys have spent hours in free play practicing mechanics. I want to see them go for that type of play, like the confidence play that if it works, it gets you really feeling good. It juices up the comms. I mean, hopefully they're not feeling down on themselves right now because Athens is a really good team, and being down 0-2 against them is not a bad thing at all. But I want to see some confidence plays out of them because so often they'll find a clear, and they'll have a player right behind the ball, and then they'll just put it on net. And then there's usually an Athens player there to stop it, and that's not a great recipe for success. You have to do more with the ball to catch out players of Athens' caliber. And so go for what you feel comfortable with. Obviously, don't do too much, but, I mean, you're down 0-2 in the series. Something's got to change for them, and I think it's more mechanical plays or just passing plays, something more creative in offense.
Yeah. I mean, let's talk about, like, the difference between 3s and 2s here. I mean, I don't know for you, but for me, I mostly play, like, the 2s game mode, right? And for the 2s game mode, you're using a lot more mechanics, and I'm sure that some players here, they probably prefer that game mode. But when you're playing in a team environment in Rocket League, you're being invited to a LAN event. it's threes all the way. You know, it's the main mode of Rocket League. You continue to see here how much practice goes into that. I'm sure these players have thousands of hours in this game. This game is the one that just takes the most out of you. I mean, I don't think if you put 3,000 in COD, you're probably top 1%. If you put 3,000 hours in Rocket League, you're like sometimes you're barely scraping the barrel.
1%. Yeah, it's Rocket League's such a mechanical game, and because at the top level you have to be able to pull off mechanical plays, but that's the hardest part of the game, and you have to be so precise with a physics-based game. I can't think of too many esports that have developed with physics-based games, and Rocket League is truly special in that regard with how precise you have to be, and these kids at a young age are pulling off stuff that you and I will never do. I mean, we've put thousands of hours into the game, and I can't flip reset. I can barely hit a double tap, and they're out here doing stuff like that on a daily basis.
Yeah, and you know what? I will say that I'm pretty sure there was, I mean, I don't know if anyone here is a freshman, but I could not even imagine competing at a LAN as a freshman. In high school? Could you imagine that, Bepik?
No, I was the kid that sat in the back of the classroom. I never raised my hand. I never said a thing when I was 14, 15. And these kids are up on the stage with people all around them, the staff helping them out, sort out this tech difficulty, cheering when they score a goal. It's crazy, the nerves that they have to handle and the fame that they have to handle. I mean, not a massive crowd compared to like the World Championship or something, but there's still fame that comes with this. Like, oh yeah, I saw you on stream the other day. That was really cool what you were doing, and there's a lot you have to handle with that.
Yep, and as we see that game number 3 will be underway. Just to recap, Athens up 2-0 in this best of 5. Brooks are looking for the counterattack.
All right, Brooks, let's see what you got here. It's not do or die time because you get to play tomorrow, obviously, but it's do or die time in this series. Chop knows it, and they are going to take the first goal of Game 3. What an effort.
Yep, that is the second goal for Chop this series. A playmaker so far. Look at the angle that he has to get up. So he has to scoop the ball up from underneath the other defender.
That's the confidence play I was talking about. I just wanted to see it on the Brooks end. I'm very happy we're seeing it on the Athens end, though, because they're putting together plays, and Brooks has to step up to play at that kind of level to beat Athens, and there's a play right there. Lure will get one on the board for Brooks. We're tied up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a ball game. I mean, it's 1-1. Game number 3. It's going to be at least very competitive.
Brooks is doing a great job of reading the game. When Athens is out of position, they stormed the ball. That time it was Lure, and finding the first in this game this early has got to feel good.
Look at this. We see more high aerial plays trying to encounter. Athens are really feeling themselves high. They're high up in the air. However, Brooks are going to try to level it down, just play some more simple Rocket League. A couple of shots. That's going to be close to a goal. Another opportunity, a 50-50 coming through. Nothing that Athens can handle, and now it will balance on their back wall. But look at the opportunity that Brooks are enduring, and they're going to take it right back there at the midfield. That midfield presence is now being shown here for Brooks. Athens, however, their defense are just giving it right back.
So Brooks is attempting those higher skill plays. We just saw a double tap attempt and a fly in from the midfield to try and take a shot. This is solid possession control, and that's opening the lane for these confidence type plays. I'd love to see it from Brooks. It has to keep going though. They got to eventually put in the second right now thanks to Athens opening goal though through the corner opportunity. Stop by Chop within your post.
We have been on the Athens back half for the past about minute.
Unheard of.
5-minute game. Yeah, something around there. I mean, it has been a long, prolonged amount of time. However, we're going to see the ball settle. Athens now are going to take the attacking side. They're going to have a shot through. That's going to be just a little bit low. But look at the way that Frequency is rotating back. He's playing that third man very, very well, making sure that if it is going to go to the midfield, it's uncontested, and he can give it right back onto the Brooks side.
I love the harassment that's happening on the Brooks goal line right now, opening lanes for Athens to score. They finally put it through, but that possession was maintained thanks to Chop and Spectral just bumping the last man for Brooks out of the way.
Yeah, and Frequency really able to play all 3 positions on the field using, his talent on the defensive side to leverage himself to be in good positioning to get that goal. And 2-1 now in this ball game.
Oh, the cheeky little back pass there in the center circle. I love that. To get Chop the ball, now Spectral's up the field to make a play on it off the side wall. Back to Chop, though, off that back wall. It's a tough shot and a little bit of mind control right there, forcing the own goal out of Brooks.
Frequency is at least frequent with his goals, I'll tell you what. And the way that he the shot, oh, it was almost defended. I didn't even realize that. You saw how Fleur almost saved it away. It made it all the way to the corner of the goal, but was just not enough to get out.
It was almost back in time, but Athens, their unrelenting pressure. Man, it was 1-1 a second ago, and now Athens is back up by 2 in a spot they should feel at this point that they deserve to be in. Make it 4, not quite. The crossbar and the post getting in the way of that shot, but Athens, they didn't take lightly to being scored on by Brooks.
Yeah, but look at the way, I mean, Brooks right now are taking their stand. They're going to try to hold it at 3. They're going to keep it to only a 2-goal differential, but Athens, they will get just a nasty play here.
Again, it's the playmaking ability out of Athens, their ability to make something out of nothing. I mean, that ball is just sitting there in the box. There's a goalie in between ball and net, and Spectral bamboozles the goalie there on the goal line to put in the 4th for Athens. They just ran away with this. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Gobsmacked, led astray, whatever you want to say. You know, bamboozled is a good one.
Sure.
But we're going to see. I mean, it's only halfway into the game. You know, at this rate, it would be, what, 8-2? Or Brooks can try to turn it around right here, right now. Look at their midfield presence. Lur trying to get behind the ball. He will take it again, using the sidewall to his advantage. He does get a pretty decent 50 and will give it possession straight back to his midfield teammates.
Like the extra touches, though, from Lur. That was a little scary. We'll ignore it. The rebound saved away. A solid read as the ball came down off the crossbar. Not always the easiest ball to get a hold of, but Brooks does to keep this a 3-goal lead for Athens. It's a manageable situation for Brooks right now. They certainly can score 3 goals in the last 2 minutes, but possession starting to lean back to the side of Athens, and they know what to do with possession. They score a 5th.
And you know what? I'm seeing a pattern. The moment that the game is like the waters are starting to calm, right? And then the moment that happens, Athens are actually preparing. They're taking their offensive pressure and they're putting a tsunami through towards the goal of Brooks. And when that happens, Brooks really is kind of struggling with that 3rd man, and they're kind of baiting in that midfield. I think if there is an ability, it's again that midfield pressure. It's everything in this game.
And it's been everything throughout the series as well. Once Athens gained control of the center line again, when we saw the run that they're on right now, 4 unanswered. Brooks struggling to find a clear right now, and at this point, you got to score something to get something going ASAP. 90 seconds left. I mean, yeah, that's a decent amount of time, but 4 goals is close to unheard of in terms of being scored in the final minute of the game. So Brooks can use this clear to their advantage, though Chop gets it over the head of the first attacker there, and Brooks need a solid step up here to start something here with possession.
Some defensive plays coming here for Brooks. Athens trying to use this, you know, kind of calm waters, set up another tsunami. Another shot going to the back wall. Frequency. Another one. Chop playing that 3rd man very well. Look at the way that Chop was just upfield a second ago, and now he's the 3rd man back, putting possession back onto the Brooks side.
Wasted time as well, just let the ball come to him, as he knew Brooks would have to advance, and once they did, Chop put right over their head. Though a miss Frequency leads to a shot, and it is saved by Chop. Another bout of goal line heroics from Athens to make sure Brooks can't find anything on that blue end.
See Brooks, they're going to use the ground to their advantage. Spectral taking his time on that save. He could have hit that way earlier, but he decided, hey, I'm going to, use my time. And we even waste even more. There's only 18 seconds remaining. It looks like Athens just might steal away with game number 3 and the sweep. I think the 4th one of the night.
Yep, it's been a night of sweeps so far, and to be expected as we determine who the best competitors are here at the main event. But I'm still kind of nerding out of that passing play that Athens just had. I think all 3 players touched it, and then a couple had multiple touches, and those are the kind of plays that you need to win championships. And Athens, it's the first step on their journey to winning a championship, but they showed so much potential in this series.
Very much so. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, Athens are going to take it. They will sweep 3-0. And they will advance. And who they might be facing, Epic?
They'll be playing Florence, if my caster math serves me correctly. So don't completely take my word for it, but I think right now they're playing Florence tomorrow. We'll see about that once the admins give me official word, and it's not just trusting the caster with what's actually happening, because that's never a good thing. I hope you all know that.
All right. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are done and underway. I'm not exactly sure where we're setting it. Do you know?
I think we are sending it to the desk,
okay.
And I've gotten confirmation, so let's head on over to the desk and see what they got to say.
All right.
Well, another 3-0 in the books for day 1, but Guys, I do have to say, I was impressed by the way that Brooks looked through. It's a kind of an evolution, like we talked about a little bit earlier. There were matches where the losing teams were just good in specific moments. I felt like Brooks really had some good stretches here, some good minute and a half bouts of momentum where they got some good chances. But again, it just didn't quite all come through the way that they wanted to.
Well, game number 1, 2-1. So it was just tight all the way through. Yeah. And then game number 2 was, I think, also 2-1 until the last 40 seconds. Yeah. I mean, so really, Brooks held with Athens through most of that series, and it just, the wheels fell off right at the end of both of those games. And then obviously, game number 3 was a different story. But, you know, to your point, it wasn't just short stretches, 40 seconds. I mean, it was a game and a half that they were competitive in that series, and it just couldn't quite close it out.
Yeah, it definitely gives me a lot of hope for what Brooks has coming next. Now, granted, they do already secure a spot in day 2. For the way that the bracket has worked out, they're now the 7th seed going into day 2. Volts, how does ending your day on a match like that feed into their preparations for day 2?
I mean, it's difficult to end your day on a loss, especially when normally ending your day on a loss sends you home. So it's kind of different than what you normally expect. But in reality, I think out of all of the teams that have lost it, because we've seen all sweeps today, I think that's the most competitive sweep that we've seen all the way through, and I think that's a positive for Brooks to take to tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be playing up against James Clemens going into tomorrow, so they will definitely have to try to find that level of execution that they were lacking in those stints where they did have possession, where they did have good moments. I think they still have a good shot at being able to make some waves in that next match. We have 2 matches left. We've got Wilson A versus Lexington out of Group A, the lower bracket match that we have down there. We've got Brooks and LCHS and Wilson B. So both Wilson teams fighting for survival, fighting for a spot to get into day 2. What are you all looking for? And Lars, we'll start with you. What are you looking for in these next 2 games out of the winner to show that they deserve to be in day 2?
So a couple of things. First is what I'm looking for in these games period, these series period, is the last couple of series we saw were low stakes, right? They were teams that are both guaranteed day 2, and it was just about seeding at that point. So these last 2 games these last 2 series we have tonight are high stakes. This is do or die. This is, are you coming back tomorrow, or are you going to get in the car and drive home tonight and have to find something to do with your Saturday, because it's not going to be this. So high stakes. So I expect to see like passion and aggressiveness, and I think that's going to be key. Something that's been lacking, I think, through the Wilson teams especially have lacked kind of the aggressiveness they need. Really get in the face of their opponent and to use that to turn the tide. Again, to Leachy's point earlier, where he talked about, you know, the quality of opponent for the Wilson Warriors has been, it's been a steep hill to climb. But to start, you got to attack that hill. You can't just try to passively roll up it. You really got to get after it. So that's what I want to see out of everyone, not just Wilson, in these last 2 series tonight, is who wants it more.
Yeah, when the going gets tough, you really do have to perform like your tournament life depends on it, because it literally does. We will send 2 teams away from the bracket tonight, but Volts, I want to get your thoughts as well on whether we might see at least one of these Wilson teams make it through to the lower bracket, or whether we're going to see Lexington or LCHS take one of those final spots we have remaining.
You know, it's a real toss-up because it's difficult again, the quality of opponent. I mean, Bob Jones limited Wilson A so much, and I mean, it's to be expected. 5-time state champs, I mean, that's what you expect when you face that quality of opponent. So I don't think we've gotten to see the full potential, especially from Wilson A. That's the matchup I'm really keen to see.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I think it's a little bit rough to try to start off your day playing against the top-seeded opponent in a tournament. They didn't get a warm-up going into that either, since Central wasn't able to join us this weekend. So I think Wilson, this will be the chance against Lexington where they get to show what they've got. Granted, Lexington has also played a game today. They also got stuff. So I feel like there's some somewhat even footing going into this next matchup, and I think that's going to be that should be a really good battle. One other thing I wanted to touch on, and this is has absolutely nothing to do with any of what we have seen so far today, at least on the pitch. I got to get your guys' opinions on who has had the best name for this week. We have seen some great player names. I know you all have your notes. We've been keeping track of who we've liked as well, but I'm kind of polling everybody to see which names.
Do you have a scoreboard somewhere for everyone you've asked on the desk here to see who's got the most votes?
I do not. I know that we've discussed a handful of names, but
no spoilers. We can
tally
it
no
up after
spoilers.
the
We
fact.
have talked about a handful of players, but I want to see who y'all's either funniest or most relatable or whatever the reasoning is.
Oh, that's so difficult. I need a I'll go with the one that I really want a backstory on. Is who is on piano or has piano? I have a feeling someone missed a
Craft on
great
Craft has piano.
Yeah, Crafty, one a great player, had a great day, but I feel like Crafty definitely missed something important because he had piano, and his teammates wouldn't let him live it down, and so every time he's late, miss him. Oh, he's probably got piano. So I have a feeling there's some backstory. So I think that one made me laugh while I was casting.
Or some absolutely wild story where they were somewhere where you would never expect a piano to be. And so it was like, man, I wish we had some tunes. He was just like, I've got a piano. That'd be pretty wild.
Find a piano in the middle of the Alabama woods to start rocking it.
That I can imagine all kinds of wild stories there. So we'll have to see if we can get Kraft later to see if they can answer those questions or anyone from Clemens. For me, I think I got to go with, just off the top of my head, Balake. Just the reference. It's just, it was a funny skit, and I can't help every time I see his name or hear a caster say his name, Blank. So I have to laugh at that one. Obviously, there's been a couple of good ones here, but I'm gonna go with Balake.
Yeah, it has been really tough. I think when we were looking at some of the players that we thought might have been playing today, I know we talked about Valdir Grande, who unfortunately has been out sick today. If we had seen them, I probably would have gone with them. Just like the big green, it gives me the reference to the optic green wall, and I feel like that would just be like a great supporter story. Just like instead of the green wall, we've just got the green all supporting Hardstyle in their efforts to make
the beans green giant.
That is also a good one too. I have to. I'm gonna go with maybe an underrated pick. I like Crazy Baseball 28. I was born on the 28th of March, so I like seeing 28 in a player's name. But it also is just like, it's definitely one of those, like, it feels like a randomly generated name, but he's stuck with it. And for that, I have full respect. I kept my randomly generated name for so long, and it had something to do with what AWASH is now, but not entirely. But it's just I feel like it's wholesome. In a way, and I love seeing names
I've
like
seen
that.
some randomly generated names that are not wholesome, which is crazy. But the last one, I know we're getting ready to move on here. The last one to say is, I know Foof mentioned someone earlier who is full head keyboard. I don't have the name in front of me, but that's also a good one. It's just like, what should my name be? Done. Okay.
Just palm the keyboard and see what the magic does.
They do it just to screw with cast, I swear. People with names like that where it's just, oh man.
Yeah, if you really want to make our lives interesting, give us a very difficult to read and pronounce name. All jokes aside, I know all of us on the desk and all the casters we've had, production staff have had a great time with being able to watch and talk about everything that we've seen through the main event so far. We still have 2 more games left to cover. Wilson A versus Lexington, the lower bracket match out of Group A. We're sending a team home after this next series. We're going to shoot to a quick break to be able to finish up our preparations for that match, and then we'll see who's going to move on.
Okay, sounds great. You here, huh?
Yes, there we go.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what is... What's that stuff?
Check it out.
Yeah, actually, that sounds great.
You get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool.
What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh, wow. That sounds great. I'm going to have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it open. Everything's okay. It's just...
Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was, you were in the middle of your turn?
Yes. So I was going to play this guy.
Oh.
By banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? Oh, 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I thought.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for our, what's the word? The penultimate matchup of tonight. The schedule worked out to where we got all the remaining matches left in day one for the group stage on stream, and we're so excited to bring it to you. I'm Leechy, joined by Foof for the first time tonight, hopefully not for the first time for the rest of this weekend. Foof, this match has double stakes. It is Wilson A going up against Lexington. Winner qualifies, loser goes home.
Close the door. Well, that's just one of the most brutal things that you can say. You've given up your extra life we were talking about there in the pre-production meeting, and here we stand. Both of these teams, they know the stakes. They've made it to this point. Different pathways getting here, but it's one win and you carry on.
Yeah.
One game and you're out. But, penultimate, wonderful word. You just didn't want to say it. You didn't want to say it's the main event of the main event. But, all that really matters is you've got this one here, the first of the win, and go on, lose, and go home. And so we can just lay it out every time you want, but it's going to be up to the players. It's going to be up to the coaches. And I got to say, I got to have a nice conversation with the coach of Wilson. And, man, I got to say, Coach McElroy is a great person. Seems to be very excited about this team. And Leechy, we talked about it. We looked at this team. They felt like they were a very cohesive unit playing into Bob's Jones High, this team that's a 5-time defending championship squad. And so you're like, man, they look really good, even though they got 3-0'd. They've been together for a week.
Okay, the way that you explained it, I was like, okay, it's going to be a short time. I was thinking like a month or two. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not. I'm flabbergasted. I mean,
this
team has come together in insane pace, and they're communicating well. They're staying on top of it, and I got to say, you can see smiles up there. They're having fun, and that's the most important part. And so now, when you have a team this young, this time just kind of getting closer and closer together, they need to have a strength. And we talked to Coach, and he says that he believes that this team can control the air play. They can get it up high into the sky, put it in big sky country, and, kind of put it on the top shelf. Perhaps the kids can't reach it.
Well, maybe not kids, but, high quality Rocket League players going on right now, ladies and gentlemen. Game one between Wilson A and Lexington kicks off right now. Wilson A in the blue up against Lexington in the orange. 15 seconds gone already. Nothing much to show for it. Let's see which one of these teams is going to take any sort of early command over this game. An early shot opportunity for Wilson. Quidify knocks it in. Maybe a follow-up opportunity. Knocks it over that final defender, and Wilson takes the lead.
Good job here by the Warriors setting up the possession, and the Golden Bears reeling right now. Couldn't find the clear, and Quidify, the dominance, just a bit taller, able to eke it out and get going.
Beautiful. Barely 30 seconds gone. Love to see it. It shows intention. It shows that both of these teams came here to play. Well, at least one of these teams came here to play in the form of Wilson, but that's fine. Lexington still a good enough team on their own, but not good enough to keep this one out. That's the second one for Wilson.
That dominance is too big. It is living up to its name. Dominant off the backboard, the double touch, the double goal. Only 34 seconds off the board.
Wow, that didn't take too long. 2-0, and we're still barely 30 seconds in. Let's talk about Lexington's chances right now because, or this early on into game one, I'm sure they're shaken just a little bit. Foof, you and I were talking about this game before it kicked off. I don't think that this is going to be a game of mechanical mastery. It's going to be a game of whoever can hold their nerves better because of what's at stake.
Well, you talk about it statistically, going down 0-2 in the game makes it look like you're going to have a harder time, but there's still so much game left. The Gold Bears just need to find a defensive stand. They seem a bit scrambled on the defensive end. That's going to be falling back in the middle of the mix. Looking here, near post, he can't get to go. Quidify, he's been the man so far, has two, trying to find a third, pushing to the second touch. That right side, far away.
It's a worrying situation there defensively for Lexington. That ball was bobbling around that back line, and Kitagawa, we were talking about an MVP performance. Maybe he's looking to put one in right here.
Well, Kitagawa reading the whole way, sees both teammates go through. It's a pass off the backboard, and it turns that offense from the man who's been the shooter, the striker, but he's being selfless this time, setting it up, and it's now 3-0.
You can't argue with the results. 3-0 indeed. A very, very strong start to game number one for Wilson A, showing why they are the A team. Make it 4! Why don't you? Quidify, it's like he barely even tries.
Quidify again, reading it beautifully. This time, Kinetic, the last man back, and can't get to it in time. And the dominance reads it on the left, reads it on the right. It does not matter. It's 4-0.
Iced Harvey and Iced Vanilla. And Kinetic. I was looking for a third ice player. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen there. 4-0. Could it be 5? It sure will be. Quiddify scoring like it's his day job. 4 goals from 5 shots. Are you kidding me?
That one wasn't even a shot, by the way. Psyonix didn't call it a shot. That shouldn't have been a shot. But he reads the angle, the soft touch on the Dominus. Psyonix, please, nerf. Obviously, Quiddify's just reading things that we can't see.
Foop, how long has this team been together?
1 week, but Quiddify making one beautiful touch as it looks like just in a moment that the Golden Bears could have had an answer if they can't find it. Ice looking for Kinetic here, but Quiddify shutting it down at the midfield. That's a bump to try and open it up. Quiddify slowing it down. Big touch from Kinetic. The ball waiting at midfield. Both players trying to find it here. Copy can't get to it. It's all the Quiddify here. Just beautiful roll, waiting in the wing and staying on top. More pressure, more touches, and more time flicking off the clock. This is a valuable resource for this competition.
Quiddify has been so dangerous, and I'm sure there's no sign of, or no plan rather, of slowing down anytime soon. Kitagawa up high, hoping a teammate can get a piece of it. It'll be Harvey instead. Up high, who else but Quiddify looking for it to drop down nice and slowly. Oh, that was a dangerous touch from Ice Vanilla, but did wind up taking it away from the mouth of goal, and now Ice Harvey is going to give it their own attempt and misses it low. Unfortunate there. Wilson is going to see it clear, and this one is wide open. Quiddify will get the 4th goal of this game.
6-0 run right now, and they are feeling good, feeling confident. That Dominus, so much room, so much patience. That's a nice spicy goal. You know, like a nice cherry on top of it.
I'm a fan of raspberry myself.
A nice bit of panache.
Panache.
At the
Panache, sure. Let's go with that. Not a problem. Oh, Vanilla, opportunity to make this one work with a shot. Just a little bit too broad of an angle past that left-hand post. And now, who else? And it doesn't work out. All of that momentum just kind of dries up. Kitagawa so dangerous in the air, looking to take it over, but Ice Vanilla up nice and tall to make that stop. Kinetic will look to build from the back, but not before Kitagawa picks his pockets and tries to make some kind of attacking opportunity for Wilson of their own. Man, 6-0 is just such a stifling performance. Could they make it 7? Quiddify is up. It's off the back wall. The 3rd player to follow up and does not make contact.
Still there. Copy off and a back off. Kitagawa off the ceiling. Wants to find a touch. I like the idea to drop down to Quiddify, but he's denied quickly. Another touch off the backward. Copy face wants to read. He's a bit too overzealous now. Racing back. Quiddify cutting it at midfield, having control, having pace, but it's all up to Kitagawa. Near post play once again. But again, at least in the offense, they haven't slowed down, but they've changed their pace. They're going for the backward plays. They're controlling the shots, and they're forcing the defense to rotate around and continuing to milk this clock.
And that's something that I've been preaching since the beginning of this. You may or may not have heard Lars and I talking about that as well. Changing the pace of your play up can be such a crucial tool in your arsenal to be able to put teams to bed, because so many teams are used to that high speed, high octane play. If you throw them off a little bit, it's hard for them to expect because all they've ever known is high speed.
Well, you got to say high octane, but I mean, it's been high dominance. I mean, he's got all the touches, all the shots, all the goals, but Quiddify staying on top of it here, has the crown on the car, the crown in the game right now with half a minute left to be played in game number 1. LHS still looking for an answer. It has been spouts of offense, but very few and far between. They find opportunities, they kind of walk forward, but they don't have the boost to the position to follow. So, 50 hard there, back at midfield. A quick turn here could be opportunistic, but instead, Quiddify beautifully 50ing it out, continuing to just choke this game.
Choke this game out, indeed. This game is done and dusted, and like I have said all throughout my series tonight, when the series gets to this point, it is time to completely wipe it from your memory. Wilson will take this 6-0. Could there be any additional added to the score? I know that is it. Here's some very confident calls from the players behind their monitors. A very strong win for Wilson High School. That's exactly how they want to start out a series with this much magnitude.
I got to say, it's a big-time play, Leachy, to come out on stage live in a series where it's win and go on, folks. Lose and go home, and you come and put 5 shots. 7 shots, 5 goals. I mean, you have an absolute game. And so,
yeah,
big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games.
Big-time games indeed.
Game 1.
That was only game 1. I was about to say game 2 onwards.
how does Lexington adjust to this? Because Wilson came out of the gate firing so hard. Yet again, it's such a cliche, but you can't fully ignore those first game jitters, especially, again, given how much the series means. I mean, apart from organization and, like, focusing on communication, I feel like right now this is Wilson's game to lose.
Well, the big thing is we had already a little bit of an allusion to it from Coach. He kind of said, we're going to put it up high and keep it in the air. And that's where we saw it start to get to.
Yeah.
But what you need to see from this LHS squad is they need to start on the defensive side. You need to build upward. You need to have a foundation. Start with controlling on your offensive side, passing to clears, and then not overextending on the passes, not chasing. You need to have boost, obviously, to follow it up.
Yeah.
And so you need to almost climb the ladder that is this Rocket League field to set up a good offense. You have to earn the right to play offense, and it sucks. I hate it. I wish I could just...
Yeah, it's such a wonky thing to have to explain as well. I totally agree with you, earning the right to play offense. What other game does that apply to? You know, like yes, you and I are not connoisseurs, but like I feel we know a couple things about this game.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. And it makes sense in this context, but I mean, it's so... I don't know. It seems to me, at least, it's a concept that's very Rocket League specific, but that's also part of what makes this game so beautiful. Is there's so many unique aspects about it that you just don't get in any other esport.
I think the big thing is that you also have an opportunity in Rocket League. Usually games are very quick.
Yeah.
But in this setting, there's been a bit longer breaks in between. We've got a quicker one here as we move into game 2, 5 minutes on the clock, but both teams having a chance to get that mental reset. Whereas on the side of the Warriors, they want to stay offense, they want to stay on top, and they want to get it up in the air quick. But the Golden Bears, they had time to answer. They've seen a lot of the offense copy-paste, almost signing off on that one. That would have been their first series.
Harvey missing this one low. Can't get anything started for Lexington. No big deal, still plenty of time on the clock. Knocks high, copy paste, dropping back just to maintain the safety on the defense, and that's fine, honestly. With the lead that you have in the series, yes, it's only 1-0, but you outplayed your opponent so handily that I feel like you can afford to take those slightly safer stances and not overextend. A shot on target from Ice Vanilla, not quite threatening, but at the very least signaling Lexington's intent. They are not going home without a fight, but they will have to go home scoring at least one more goal to equal Kitagawa's.
You want to talk about showing offensive intent. It's a pass to midfield. Quinify leading. That defender doesn't even matter. He's out of the play, and it's 1-0 once again. The Warriors back on top.
Warriors living up to their name. A favorable kickoff as well, but Ice Vanilla should shepherd this one away to safety. Quinify only getting a piece of the player, not the ball that time. Knock past, copy paste, up a little bit too high in the field, allowing a man advantage for Lexington. But Kitagawa should put that to bed relatively slowly. A dangerous touch there. Will need to cut down on those to preserve their good fortune in the series.
They are playing with loaded cards there. You rarely win that hand, but able to keep it away for now. But offensive third still for this LHS squad. The Golden Bears looking for their first strike of the series. Quinify has it in front of him, has an open net, wanting to dribble it on, but he can't get it to go in. Now going back the other way. Ice has control, but doesn't have a lot to follow through. Kitagawa has it, and a great job.
Quinify, man, that is what you get for the BM move. It was wide open, yes.
Going back
but
the other
sometimes
way.
that works. Lexington have their goal of this game, too. It is tied 1-1.
Vanilla sees the blue sea part. Copy steps too far forward, and we have a game 1-1 with 3:19 left.
Maybe punished for a little bit of overconfidence there from Wilson. Honestly, I'm all for it. They need a little bit of taste of their own medicine here, and if Lexington are going to be the team to give it to them, I'm all here for it. 1-1, just over 3 minutes left. Could it be 2? No, Harvey can't get there, but Ice Vanilla sure can. Can't redirect it back on target. Ball is still dangerous. Kinetic coming in and feeds it to the top of Kitagawa's car, who will clear this away to safety.
Well, you know, I don't know how confident you can be when you're wrestling with bears, especially of the golden variety. Now tied, one apiece with just over the midway point in this game. That's a shot going towards the backboard. Kitagawa gets a save for that one as he pushes it into the corner. Now back at midfield, Harvey getting a touch onto it. It's going back down, and the ball sitting on this LHS path. Kinetic touch towards the backboard. It's going to slowly off towards Quinify, putting it past midfield. It's a double commit on the side of LHS's communications. A bit awkward there. The ball is still on the Warrior side.
Not for long, though, as Kitagawa pops this almost on target. Lexington being called on for some defensive mastery to keep that one out. Oh, double commit. That one's dangerous. They need to pop this away. Wow! 2 for the price of 1. What a demo there from Quitify.
Kitagawa putting it on, and that pressure. You know, you see the physical plays. You see a double kill on the top left corner of your screen. Quitify, fast midfield, but too far forward to copy-paste. Vanilla has the singular goal of the series for LHS, and they need to find more. Harvey pushing up a bit dangerously here now, crossing back towards the field. Kinetic a bit too high, the soft touch from Quinn, and he's able to slot it in 2-1.
Vanilla landed in what seemed like such a perfect spot. Look at this, he comes down, lands right in front of the ball, but it's just too far away. Seemed like he didn't have enough boost to get to the ball. A painful half save, but it is what it is.
Feels bad, man.
Feels bad indeed. Feels bad indeed.
Now we sit at a 2-1 affair. Well, if you're a Lexington fan, you feel a lot better about this one, but again, you need to have consistent offense. Quitify sees an open net, there's no one home, it goes for it in! Quitify going goal to goal, making it 3-1.
We're going to bar down skis tonight, boys. Look at that one. Quitify up as high as you like. Bang, bang, a double crossbar hit. Ordered that one at the ice cream parlor. Look at that, 3-1 for Wilson.
What's better than 1 bounce than 2? So taking full advantage of it now, 2-goal lead as this team is looking to make it 2-game advantage lead. Got a lot of 2s here, but it's still a 3-1 game with about 90 seconds left. Lexington on the defensive side, once again copy-paste, looking for it here. He gets a bump from a teammate, but can't find the angle. The ball is only off at the third, a double commit on the side of Lexington. As the Warriors stealing the ball, a flip reset from Kitagawa as he's trying to pass it off. He's got the flip, he has control, but not much else.
Just over the halfway line now. And just over a minute remaining. Ice Vanilla can't get it past Quitify. It's been a bit of a theme tonight, honestly. Kitagawa over to Quitify, up nice and early, the pre-jump, but the pass doesn't work out. Copy-paste. Safe player in the back there, looking honestly just to kill time on the sidewall. That's perfectly fine. They've got that 2-goal cushion to work with. They've earned the ability just to kind of sit back safely on defense.
Sitting, waiting patiently, almost like a viper, poised to strike and defending the eggs. They got the lead, Leachy. They have been broken. The defense has faltered. The opportunity is now. If you are the Golden Bears, they've seen one here. Kitagawa can't get it. He goes for the boost. That's actually a smart play. No control, takes the boost, takes a valuable resource, and the clock continues to take a double commit here. That's a bit high off the backward. Dangerous spot here if you commit from copy-paste. There's no one home, but no one's able to take advantage of Lexington. Is there an awkward spot? Harvey putting a touch on. That was not going to be credited for a shot. No, technically it is, but saved by Quitify. 2 players there. Kinetic, the last man back, the last bastion here for the Golden Bears. Ice Vanilla can't get to it in 7 seconds left.
That has got to be game 2 over and done with. The clock ticks down. 3, 2, 1, touches the ground. Wilson High School with game 2. I'll tell you what, man, that was a little bit closer than game 1. I'm liking Lexington's chances of, at the very least, getting a game off of this surging Wilson side. That looked really good.
That was beautifully played from both teams, where we had an opportunity. We had a tie ball game, and it threatened Leachy, perhaps. Just, nice little taste test, perhaps, in overtime.
Yes.
But, we have to put it back in the oven, let it stew a little bit. Going to game 3, we have a 2-0 brewing right now. They're trying to make a sweep. The broom closet has been opened many a time today. But I don't know if it will be closed again today.
I don't know, man. It's such a stupid cliche, but like only time will tell. Like I don't know because yes, every single game that we've seen on broadcast, well, actually every single game in the entire tournament so far has been a 3-0. But there have been moments, flashes of brilliance, if you will, that give you a little bit of hope. And honestly, I think this right now has been the most promising team that is down in a series. That said, I don't know if you can pick up on the microphones, but the players themselves are attempting to pump up the crowd. So if there's any sign of a positive morality from one of the teams, it's got to be on the side of Wilson.
I mean, Wilson continuing to dominate right now in the air. They've had air superiority. We saw it called out early by the coach. We mentioned it here, and we've seen it happen in first and second games. They have been contested. I've seen them answer it midfield. I think the biggest thing now is boost control.
Yeah.
Who can find steals, who can be opportunistic on that offensive side but not overreach for them. If you can restrict that valuable resource from your opponent, you put yourself in such a powerful position.
But let me play counterpoint because, yes, I do not disagree with you. I would never be such a fool as to do so. But doing the whole boost control situation kind of sort of necessitates putting yourself out of position a little bit more frequently than you might be used to. Yes, you could probably argue that you just kind of factor it in to your rotations out of the attack. But in order to be able to do that, you have to be a team that's on the attack. Yes, Lexington looked a lot better in Game 2, but it was still by far Wilson that was on the attacking side versus their opponent. So if Lexington is going to make that plan work, which I desperately hope they do, something needs to change with their ability to break out of their own hat, because I just didn't see enough of it in Game 2 that I think they would be able to make it work. I am so open to being proven wrong, but I don't think I will be.
Well, Leach, you have to remember, helicopters take off vertically, right? How do
This is
airplanes
true.
take off, right?
Yeah.
Slowly and gradually. We've seen the offense start a little slow on the side of Lexington. Game 1 kind of got up a little bit. Game 2 turning it up even further. Now you can remember, we're going to Game 3. It's pivotal. You lose, gone. And so it's 3-0. You can't just turn it up even higher. You have to have another element added to it. And so that's my call. That's the recipe I believe for success, is continue on the trend, continue the offensive, and turn it into boost steals. And you're right. They have to have more control. They have to keep turning it up to get to that point. But it is up to them, and it's up to Wilson. They've had control. They've had possession. They have a lead.
Foose out here turning Rocket League teams into aviation craft. I couldn't even come close to any kind of a comparison that makes sense for that. So we're just going to blaze on through, waiting for players to rejoin with a lobby situation. Foof, out of like
Game 4, please.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you. That's exactly where I was going with that, because we're on the same page. Like, we have yet to see a Game 4. We know that tomorrow is going to be. It has to be a more competitive day. They're all best of 7s. They're all win or go home. But man, we know that these teams are good enough to at least take one game off of their opponent. I don't know. I feel like a broken record because I've been saying this all throughout the day, and I guess I've been proven wrong consistently. But like, I can't be that wrong, right? These are some fantastic players.
They are. I think the crowd would certainly be good. I'm going to take a remix of your broken record. We're going to take an excerpt from it, because not only do these teams show that they can go that distance, but I think the players and the crowd themselves earns the right to see these two teams go further. They are putting on a show. It was 2-1. They were putting it down to the end. What can possibly a sweep? But it could be tantalizing, could be leading perhaps a Herculean effort from Lexington. But it has to start with a single step. They've got to start climbing that mountain. And man, the best time to do it would be Game 2. Next time is Game 3.
I guess, yeah, logically that would be the next best time. I have nothing to say about that. So, man, all right, I'm just absolutely antsy trying to get this game out. Everybody throughout this entire event has had such a great time. I know the crowd has had such a great time. I know you guys have been cheering on your favorite teams like absolute maniacs, and we love seeing everybody come out to support their teams. I wish I knew esports existed when I was in high school.
Right?
Because I feel like I would have had a very different career path, or at least not different, because I'm still here.
Yep.
It just took a little bit longer. That's me personally.
Get on the train a little bit earlier, perhaps.
Yeah.
I think that esports in high school does something so special.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have young men, young women, and young people who might not have athletic ability in places where you'd see athletes succeed because they have a coach that cares about them, because they have teachers that care about them. Esports will give these students, these players, these wonderful personalities chances to be on a stage, chances perhaps to turn a series around, chances to be the kings and queens of their series.
Game 3, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this going. It is do or die for Lexington. We've seen enough quality, but man, we see even more quality from Kitagawa, slamming this one into the bottom left.
And that's a beautiful setup, seeing it the whole way. Unfortunately, Kinetic can't find it. Bottom left corner, punching it in. 9 seconds in.
And how do you stop? How do you deal with such early momentum like that? 9 seconds in.
and they're already a goal up. Like, you know they're not going to slow down. Look
Copy.
at this, Squidify and copy-paste. Kitagawa coming in, it's a little bit too high. Surely someone's got to come in and finish it. They will not. This one is knocked back. Squidify is now actually retreating. Harvey? Oh, that shot slightly off to the left, but Lexington still knocking at the door of Wilson.
That right there is how you respond. You do not bend to the challenge. You take it and put it back. That's a dunk in midfield. Iceman, 1-1, 36 seconds off.
That is exactly how you respond to one of these things. We need to see more of this from Lexington. Yet again, a little bit overconfident from Wilson, leaving the back completely wide open. They take their chance beautifully. It was absolutely magic.
Man, oh man, the risk they took was calculated, but they had it all correct. What a piece. Not even a minute off at Kitagawa, looking for a teammate, but no one is there. Lexington sitting back on their own side. The Golden Bears, golden opportunity perhaps to find their first lead of the series. Game 3, but Atimo opening the door, a pass back. Kitagawa on the copy paste. Gotta be careful there, my friend. That's a dangerous play, but Squidify racing back in time.
Oh, okay. Oh, almost a
Pause.
redirect on time. Yeah, pause indeed. Yeah, refs, can we just get a timeout real quick? Kitagawa trying to follow this one in by himself. Zero boost will make that job a little bit more difficult, but does manage to steal some on his way out. Talking about that boost control, except it wasn't coming from Lexington. It was coming from Wilson, the team that has been in pretty much the driver's seat for the majority of this series. Squidify looking to clear this one out. Lexington getting demoed by keeping the ball on the halfway line. It's into the corner.
Double.
A little bit of a mistouch there between the Lexington players. Wilson can't get that one to go. It slams all the way down to the other side.
That was insane. It pinched off of the tire of Kitagawa, and that usually kills all momentum. But it went all the way back. A dump coming through. We saw one the other way, but now the soft touch. Looking to find it here to Kitagawa. Has the clear. Back in midfield. Kinetic. You need to find the near post here, friends, as that ball is floating towards it and copy paste. Flashing up as a third party, can't get there. Hands in the air, perhaps looking, still trying to find it. This is that mental spot you were hearkening to all the way before game 1. We're tied game 3. Both teams teetering on the edge, seeing who's gonna blink first.
Dude, I've seen the most mistakes out of Wilson tonight that in the series that I've ever seen. Ridiculous save from Lexington, keeping themselves in this one. Kinetic looking to build, doesn't have enough boost to get to that ball. Man, they're knocking at the door. This is the best Lexington we have seen all day. Squidify misses, coming in, Kitagawa! That's 2-0 on the halfway mark.
Kitagawa reads it the whole way, being the third man to commit, and that is exactly what they needed at a moment where it felt and it seemed like momentum had been wrestled away from this Warrior squad. They're able to grasp it and grab it back halfway in game 3.
It's okay. This, like I said, this is the best Lexington I've ever seen throughout the entire day. If I had faith in any team to pull it back, it is game 3 Lexington right here, right now. God, they just need to make that final connection. Oh, Vanilla balling one, but not being able to beat the second one. A little bit of a mistouch there. Connecticut will keep it going.
Still there.
That's Vanilla waiting in the middle. Still dangerous. Someone's got to be there to finish it. No one is. Must have been back on a boost rotation. That is the kind of pressure that you need to maintain.
Yes, when you back off, you risk losing possession. You risk losing pressure. You risk leaving points on the board. It's a team bump, and no one's able to take advantage. And now the opportunity arising, going back the other way. Kitagawa on a 1v1. Wants a double tap going near post, but it goes far. Now, dangerous spot here as Squidify, the last man back. Standing, having all 3 cars though, bearing down that position. Kinetic with a big 50, but cleared beautifully.
Still kept in Wilson's half. Oh, the top of one. Kitagawa low boost, but still puts a shot on target. Crossbar down, can't get that one to go in.
Team bump.
Oh, still dangerous. Lexington are actually able to break out. A little bit too much speed to control though. Ice Harvey will have to pull away as Kinetic looks to control this one off that side wall. And opts to retreat, handing this one to Vanilla. Up the corner looking for a pinch. It goes backwards, not a ton of power, but they can still use this to build. That is, if Wilson doesn't take this opportunity to take that slow clearance and the flick over the top. 1 minute remaining. Still the 1-goal lead for Wilson, and it turns into 2.
When it matters the most, Kitagawa, take your hat off because the hat trick on the board, making it 3-1. And Lexington falls down 2. I tell you, Lychee, they just have to take a breath.
Oh, I will echo what I said before. If only it were that easy, man, we'd have much closer matches. What a drop-down pass from Kitagawa. Couldn't find that final touch, though. Oh, Lexington could be something here. Kinetic misses it. Oh, my goodness! He happens to land on that ball. What a play!
That is the 1-2 give and go, the Goomba finish, and it's 2-3. Are you kidding me?
Oh my God. Clip that, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely ridiculous. Lexington, you have won the ability to get yourself back into this game. That was a target! It's a missed kickoff, and Lexington's back in it!
Game 3, tied at 3, a breakdown, and Kinetic stays and seals it. 39 tickets left.
Foof, this has got to be some kind of a patience breakdown from Wilson. No team in the world makes that kind of a mistake. Is this over now? No! Quintify! Just needs to put it on target. He equals this back up. It's 4-3 with the 1-goal lead to Wilson again.
When you look down the barrel of a loaded gun, Quintify does not blink, taking it the distance. Just over half a minute left.
Another kickoff goal? Is this what's going to happen here? 2v1. Okay, I like the idea, but Quintify is going to get there first. Final 30 seconds now. Has Kitagawa waiting. The pre-jump. What a shot. It's off the inside, and they double the lead. It's 5-3.
Oh, my goodness, Kitagawa. I thought you couldn't find it, but instead you said, I want to go to that post. Taking it in. And Leech, there's still 25 seconds
Oh
left.
my God, don't even tell me. Don't even tell me right now. 25 seconds indeed. Double kickoff there again for Lexington. Lexington! They're back within one!
Are you
They still have a
kidding me?
chance!
You gotta be kidding me. It's 4-5, 21 seconds left. 4 off the board, and it is now a mad dash.
The team chat, I don't know if chat said that, claiming that it's absolutely unstoppable. 21 seconds left. Foof, what are we going to get? Are we going to get goal number 6 from Wilson? Goal number 5 maybe from Lexington? We have 15 seconds to wait and find out.
Vanilla needing to find it here. Copy has control. That's a pass midfield. 10 ticks left. Can they find an answer? Lexington, the Golden Bears. It's a valiant effort, but it is possibly too little. Quintify the soft touch, but it's still up. Kinetic with no time in the game, but all that matters is the ball doesn't touch. Controlled here by Kitagawa. He's going to put it back, and you hear the crowd, and that's a win from the Warriors, and it's a valiant effort. Falling, not at the finish line, but standing beautifully by both squads.
That may have been the best series of this entire day, and it was a Game 3 to end yet another 3-0 series. Hats off to both of these teams, Lexington and Wilson A. Lexington fought their absolute hearts out, and it kills me to say that that is the team going home tonight.
Well, one of them had to.
Yeah, God.
I mean,
why? Can we do triple elimination, please?
We'll be here all year. But most importantly, Leechy, we've had everything but Game 4. Like, there was 6 goals in the last 2.5 minutes.
He's down here, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know. Like, what?
Oh my God. All right. Well, if you needed any better advertisement for why you should be paying attention to Rocket League Esports, I don't know where to find it, because that right there is exactly what you need. Foof and I are out of breath. We are perspiring like it's our day job. And man, God, Lexington, absolutely GG. Whoever came out to support Lexington, that was absolutely ridiculous. Yes, Wilson had a little bit too much in the tank, but yet again, broken record. I can't get over that final game.
So let's just harken back here. It's a 3-1 game. It looks like it's done. You know, Wilson's coasting, they're cruising. Missed kickoff.
I know.
And you want to talk about anything in the world, people will tell you momentum doesn't exist. This right here will tell you it. Oh my gosh.
I would love to get a chance to talk to the Wilson players and just ask what was that kickoff? What happened there? Because, I mean, like, it must have been a situation where the pressure was getting to them. Comms were all over the place. They were like, okay, I guess I'm going here, you're going there. They realize that no one has come into their field of view to get that ball. They're like, let's get back there. And, oh my God. There's no better Rocket League match. What's up? How you doing? I'm doing fantastic. How you been? What's up? I did see the series we just played. Did you see the series?
I did. No, I was playing.
You were playing. Oh yeah, I know. I'm just asking if you were paying attention while you were playing.
I was kind of blacked out.
I don't blame you, my friend. That was ridiculous. Amazing, amazing series. I wish we had time, but we got to throw, unfortunately, to a quick ad break. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. On behalf of Foof, I have been Leechy. We're going to bring you some more Rocket League on the other side of this break.
Okay, sounds great. You here, Alpha?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. You could paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love best.
Oh, wow. That sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it on there. Everything's okay. It's just... Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was... you were in the middle of your turn?
Yes. Let's see. So I was going to play this guy. By banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I got you.
Sweet.
How long yeah.
Jacket stays. Oh, I'm cold. Jacket stays.
Well, I think all of us on the desk can agree that that was easily the most exciting end to a series we have had today in day one of the main event. Starting off with a 6-1 win for Wilson A, moving into a 3-1, that gap starts to collide, and then a brilliant 5-4 finish for Game 3. Kitagawa and Kinetic for their respective sides, both of them popping off, making it just a super exciting. And even in the green room, we were having a great time watching that match. But I got to get your all's opinions on what we just saw in that last 15 or 20 minutes.
Well, I mean, I'll start out with saying, like, it was a glimpse of hope, right? I mean, every single one of these matches have ended up with a 3-0. We've seen it time and time again this tournament. I mean, in reality, it's almost like you're just kind of watching teams get fizzled out in a way that it's just, it's blowout after blowout. However, there was a lot of fight in that game. And I think Wilson A felt that. They're going to go into the next game like, hey, you know what? From this point forward, it's going to be a real battle. And it's going to continue being like that. What do you think about that, Volts?
It deserved to go to Game 4.
Yeah,
that's the best way to put it. I mean, we deserve to see more of that series. And quite frankly, I wish Games 1 and 2 had been as tightly contested as Game 3, because I really think we had the potential to see 5 games out of that series. But instead, another sweep.
Yeah, there's a lot of good intent from both teams. I know earlier in the series we were talking about Wilson and how when they played Bob Jones, there was a lot of good ideas from Wilson, but the execution was not there. And I felt like in that series, it was quite the opposite. I actually stopped into the seats for a couple of minutes, and I could hear the Wilson players communicating to each other, calling out passes, like drop down passes, looking for shots. There were a lot of good ideas from this Wilson squad. And really what brought them over the line against Lexington was that they were able to put away a lot of those good chances. I like what Wilson A is doing right now. And I'm excited to see more of them in Game 2. Personally, I thought Lexington also put up a brilliant fight. Despite being probably a heavy underdog heading into that series, there was more than enough heart to, as we said, bring in a Game 4 or Game 5. Heading into our final match of the day, we've got LCHS versus Wilson B. And Atomic, do you think that this next series going to live up to the level of excitement that we just experienced in that last moment?
Well, Wilson are, chasing a really good match in the last one. Wilson B, how they shape up to that one, it's really up to them. I mean, I see LCHS and Wilson B being a good matchup. I mean, I've said that every day today, but I mean, honestly, like, I've enjoyed myself today watching these games, watching like the fight in everyone. I mean, there have been like a couple like blowout games, blowout series that have it all day, but blowout games where it's like 6-5, like 6-1, 7-1 or whatever. I don't think that's happened too many times. Maybe under 5 or I would say 6 games out of like the 20 or something that has been played today. I think, I would love to see another, at least a Game 4 for one of these series, and I think this is the matchup that can do it.
Yeah, fingers crossed for a Game 4 before we end out day 1 of the main event. But Volts, Wilson B, hopefully trying to be the second team in for Wilson into the final 8 would be a great way for the school to be able to end day 1.
Yeah, it would be, and they've faced such quality competition today that they haven't really gotten a chance to showcase, like they were able to in the last game, their real potential here. So I'd love to see them win today. Of course, the reward as the number 8 qualifier would be a rough start, we'll say, to tomorrow, but you got to get there first.
Absolutely. So we'll start at the end of the desk. We'll get predictions for Lauderdale County High School versus Wilson High School B. Volts, how are you feeling?
It's tough to pick against Wilson B after Wilson A just did so well. So I'm going to ride the Wilson momentum. I'm going Wilson B.
I got a lot of bias in me. My high school was LCHS. Don't know how that has miraculously happened here. So I'm going to go with LCHS here, Lauderdale. They're going to take it here, and I think it's going to be another sweep.
Yeah, I think this match is going to be another close one as well. I think LCHS might have the skill / mechanical advantage on the pitch, but I I like the potential storyline that Wilson B wants to join their gaming big brothers up on the stage tomorrow. I've got Wilson B heading into the Final 8, being that last team into day 2. We love seeing everybody in Twitch chat, in the in-person crowd today, cheering on these final teams. We've got one final match. LCHS versus Wilson B. Let's send it to the casters.
Well, thank you very much, Awash. We appreciate it. Final series of the day, Leachy. We got one of our best ones just moments ago in that previous series where we had to say goodbye to Lexington, unfortunately. Now we eliminate our last team on day 1, but we also send one to day 2, so it's a bit of a happy story.
Yeah, it's super excited for this. We talked about it earlier on the desk where these are the games that really matter. It mattered before for seeding, and that's going to have big implications tomorrow, but it only matters for tomorrow if you make it to tomorrow, and this is what that's all about right now. Which team owns it, which team has the passion that wants to go out and make it happen tonight.
Definitely. I mean, the winner of this series gets Bob Jones tomorrow, which, is a tough series to play, but it's experience. To play the best team in your state, high school-wise,
historically,
we're
gonna find
yes,
out.
That's true. We don't have official confirmation that they will be best after tomorrow, but right now, Bob Jones is the best team in the state, and getting to play that, it's a valuable set of experience. Even if you do get blown out, you play against a level that you hopefully see yourself being at one day.
Especially for younger teams. Now, I don't know how old these teams are, the players on these two teams, but if you're a younger team, that's a super big experience. I mean, we could see where the Bob Jones experience has been so huge of having to come out here with no LAN vibes, no issues there, that get able to come out and just dominate.
Yep.
If you could build that experience now before you go into your junior, senior year, you're going to be in a really good spot going forward to try to maybe pick up on that legacy.
All right, and then this is a big series to have those nerves to have to deal with, being an elimination series. Lose 3 games and you're out of here. Lauderdale County High School and Wilson B. We saw Wilson moments ago take their series, Wilson A, that is, moving to tomorrow. The desk was definitely riding the Wilson train. All of them predicted Wilson to go. I don't know if that was a brain pick or a heart pick, but regardless, it would be great to see Wilson B live up to the hype that Wilson A just built for them, though. LCHS, top contender.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm gonna make a pick here. We're gonna go ahead and continue with the desk. I'm gonna go LCHS. That's a hard pick for sure. I know Wilson. It'd be great. It'd be a really cool story. Wilson A and Wilson B. Wilson's got their team tomorrow. LCHS doesn't have another opportunity. This is do or die.
Yeah, we also have the advantage of sending 2 teams to this event. They already got one. That's a great point. The desk didn't think about that, but LCHS, we'll see what they can do. They got swept earlier by Hartselle, who were one of the best teams in the tournament. They got that round 1 bye for a reason, so it's a rebound time for them coming off of that loss. We'll see how they deal with it. I mean, they've had a lot of time to kind of think about the things that they can do differently and take into this series.
Yeah, one of the nice things about playing early, if you're going to have to play again, or if you get the opportunity to play again, is you get a chance to see your opponent up here on this big screen. Maybe pick up some tips, tricks, maybe figure out what their strengths are, what there aren't. You can sit here and listen to us babble on about what we think the strengths and weaknesses are, but that's really what your coach is for. You don't want to put too much credence in what we say.
Yeah, hopefully the players know that, because I heard earlier that the players definitely can't hear us, and they could definitely hear Foof and Leachy in that last series. I fear for the hearing abilities of both squads that were up on the stage in the last best of 5. But we'll try and be a little quieter, but if they deliver the same kind of entertainment, it's gonna be tough.
If you got the hype, you got the hype, and we're gonna call it like we see it, and it's gonna be what it is. And honestly, I hope we hit that level of hype. That would be awesome. It'd be so exciting. Maybe we get our first game 4 of the evening, and that's what we're really hoping for here. Win or lose, that's what we want to see.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's too big a stretch to say Wilson B are a pretty hefty underdog in this series, being that, I mean, their average rank is gold, and anytime you go into a tournament with the average rank being gold, that's going to slate you as the underdog in most series. But winning a game is essentially like winning a series for them, because it's the first non-sweep of the day, it's the last series of the day. There's a lot of hype behind that.
That would be the biggest story of today. I mean, it doesn't matter if you win the series. If you lose the series but pick up a game, you go to game 4. that's the hype moment, I think, for all of us here. And I think you'd be hard-pressed to find someone that disagrees at this point.
Definitely. Well, I thank you all for sticking around with us. It's getting late out there. I mean, it's almost 10:30 Central Time. We've been going a long time, and we've got a long day tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
So much appreciated to the players, the parents, everyone else in between for sticking it through to the end and riding the wave until its last crash.
And all the production staff as well. We got to make sure that they get acknowledged because that is so huge. We had this conversation over in the other room where it's like, hey, when it comes to this kind of production, guessing is the easy part. This is the idiot job where he's going to sit and talk about video games. Production is where all the real skill and effort and talent is. So it's super awesome to have a production team behind us that is ready to set this up and make this happen. But it looks like we're getting ready to go to throw over to game number 1 here in this series, which hopefully goes the distance and we could see this one round out and close on a super high note.
Oh, that would be so nice. Send everyone out of this building with smiles on their face, which hopefully is the case already, but even bigger smiles. That would be great to see. Just a competitive match. I want to see some confidence out of both rosters, especially Wilson as the underdogs in this series. I want to see them attacking the ball with fervor. That's something I've seen. I haven't seen a lot out of the underdogs today. They just kind of back off and get caught between challenging and not challenging. I want to see pure confidence plays. Let's go, guys. Attack the ball. Ball chase like crazy. Let's do this.
Tigers versus the Warriors. Game number 1 underway. Really pressure in favor of the Warriors. Tigers over the right back way. Saucy Shooter chases down the corner. Gets loose ball control and lots of patience. That's something that's been kind of an interesting we've asked. We asked for aggression and patience all in the same tone today. It's all about when you use which, and we've already seen a good example of that patience here out of LCHS. That's the first one of the series.
That's a good start, really good start. Mixing things up to keep Wilson B guessing. And Capo going lateral, all of a sudden they cut back towards the net. He wasn't expecting that. They attacked, they challenged, but because the play was so well thought out, it was such a quick pivot for LCHS. Wilson B couldn't do much about that, being already spread thin thanks to the pressure.
Great start here for LCHS as they're going to get another opportunity. That one's just over the top. Saucy Shooter picking up number 2.
Well, this is a dream start for LCHS right now. I mean, the time spent waiting, I imagine building up a little bit of nerves coming into this series. They just douse all that with 2 quick goals right off the bat.
Appreciate the Warriors players are staying home on that back post and exhibiting some of that patience. Needs a little bit quicker on the reaction time, but that's exactly where they needed to be. Just got to tighten up some of these mechanics just a little bit, and we can see some very competitive play here. So far, LCHS dominant with the pressure, though.
Lee Wilson hunting for a clear, but instead they find Saucy Shooter right up in their faces, slotting home the third.
Oh, LC Capo looking for that Doomsy dish just a little bit too early on that cut in, but it works out well. They catch all of the Warriors back in that corner, stacked up on each other. That's going to be critical, is finding space on the field, settling those rotations, and not getting caught up on each other like that.
That's the benefit of those displays of mechanics. And here we go again. Capo, no boost this time around, but it doesn't matter. The defense was not set off that kickoff. You can't really blame them, but it's a 4th goal straight now for LC.
In general, I say don't give a lot of credence to kickoff goals. Everyone's out of position by design. It's difficult. It's awkward. You're going to have that kind of thing happen. Unfortunately, it seems to be a trend here with the Warriors. 53 seconds in, down by 4 as the Tigers bringing great pressure and already off to another start with Capo looking for it again. Shooter, another opportunity, and that one's just going to bounce off. A scramble in front of the net as they try to get this one clear. More pressure, another shot on. Big saves. That one's pinched between. Still in front, waterfalling back down. Saucy Shooter's up. Doesn't quite find it. Capo's going to put that one out towards the corner, and a little bit of respite for the Warriors. This one finally clears the shooting lane.
Oh my word, that was a scramble. By the definition of it, everyone kind of flinging themselves at the ball, no one corralling it until Capo finally steps up, puts in their second. They're shooting 50% in the first 90 seconds of this game. That was a beautiful finish.
Capo has been looking for a touch off the back wall to follow up with a goal for a long time. Well, feels like a long time. 84 seconds, really not that long, with a lot of attempts, and it's finally paid off. 5-0 in favor of the Tigers, and they continue to be relentless in their pursuit.
That's a good start for Wilson, though. They put the ball on the orange side of the field off kickoff, and I think that's some of the first seconds we've seen the Rocks spend on the LC side, though that is a dangerous touch. It works out. Wilson using one another to try and escape their half. It's precarious at moments, but I appreciate the creativity.
It's just a back pass.
Sure.
They have absolute confidence in their teammates to pick that one up, and it worked to get a little bit of pressure clear. Immediately turned back at that midfield, though. A Saucy Shooter sets up another one. Waterfall down in front. Big pump. Shot on net as Capo gets the backside of that connection. We've seen Capo to Shooter, now Shooter to Capo.
We aren't even 2 minutes into this game, and Capo already has a hat trick. They are stepping up early on in a very important series for Lauderdale County. And I mean, 6 goals kind of speaks for itself. Wilson reeling at the moment. They got to find something in the way of momentum back on their side because LC has come out with a high degree of pressure.
I do like to see Saucy Shooter, a lot of intelligence there in that play. They tried to set something up. They tried to get the follow-up touch, and when it didn't bounce the way they expected it to out of the corner, on that rotation back, bumped the defender clear of the net. That helped open up a shooting lane for Capo that was covered up until that bump came through. Now, there was still a defender back for the Warriors. They need to find a way to get that ball a little bit quicker, a little bit more aggressively as they finally get some offensive pressure here. LCHS doing a good job of keeping it clear of the front of the net, but that's the first little string of attack we've seen out of the Warriors.
Yep, that was close to open net. The defense did get back in time to defend it, but Wilson, real opportunity, and that is something to build upon. They're finding more and more clears. They're doing more with the clears that they're finding. Just have to make sure they keep putting the ball over the midfield line, though. That one stopped at the center line. It's just a straight goal. Saucy Shooter from midfield scoring their 4th.
Yeah, just got to be very careful. I mean, you have space, you have time. Crazy Baseball finds himself in an awkward spot on the rim there, but you just got to almost, I don't want to say slow down the play, but slow down, calm down, I think is a better term. You just got to not stress so much about that kind of touch. You find yourself in a bad spot and you get a little panicky, and that's where those misses come from. Hey, I know you've done this a million times. Slow it down just a little bit and then take your time and making sure that stays out of the net. Here's an opposite dribble from Capo. Almost gets stolen there, but it's going to find the back of the net regardless.
We're seeing a battle right now between Saucy Shooter and Capo to see who can score the more goals. They're both on 4 at the moment. As Lauderdale County, they have run away with game 1, and Wilson, they had shown us enough to make me think they can put up 8 goals in 2 minutes. So I'm kind of turning my eyes to the battle of Capo and Saucy right now.
This is a very interesting position. We find ourselves in a little bit of scramble in front of the net as this one's also rolling awkwardly. Saucy Shooter off the post, doesn't quite find it. Rio Pro is going to be able to get a nice bump to clear that one out. Not a lot of ball touches, but doing a good job of using the physicality to try to keep this one clear. That one across the net. And something we're noticing here is the Tigers getting a little bit aggressive, a little bit maybe overly confident, leaving some awkward spaces, some awkward rotations as a little bit of glory game is going on. This is where we need to see the Warriors take advantage of that and strike.
Almost an opening for Crazy Baseball to put a shot on. Instead, Capo takes it, puts it center. It is cleared out into the non-danger zone for Wilson. That corner, hard to get a shot to develop from there. And Wilson doing smart things in defense. Though that double commit, not the case. That ball just sitting there waiting for someone, and 3 players collapse on it. The ball just stays neutral right there outside the blue box, and Capo takes it and scores as soon as it leaks back into the blue box.
Tigers have done an excellent job of getting the ball into the shooting lane, doing so up high, and then great accuracy on the shots with aggressive plays. They don't wait for that ball to get all the way to the center of the net. They get up as soon as they see that angle open up and put it on from there. It's very difficult to defend, and they're doing an excellent job of taking advantage of the Warriors being a little bit slower into the air and spending a little more time on the ground. Beautiful pick. Saucy Shooter to the far post, and that's double digits in favor of the Tigers.
Capo takes the lead in the Capo versus Saucy battle, and Saucy immediately off kickoff puts in their 5th to match Capo's total. This is crazy right now. I mean, you've got the 3rd of LC just kind of sitting back and watching the front to do all the work at the moment.
If I'm playing 3s and I've got 2 teammates that are in a battle of the wills to see who can score more goals, and they both have 5, I'm more than happy to sit back and let them score, feed those shots. There's another opportunity. Capital Saucy Shooter, and Saucy Shooter is going to find number 11.
Well, it's a passing play. Cappy couldn't turn it themselves, so having to give one up to the Saucy Shooter. And while Mexico, they're just in case. I mean, they're there to score, but ready to put in their first if need be. They're the last man back.
I'm going to go ahead and issue a challenge then for the Tigers. We've seen some beautiful passing plays, and I love some good passing plays. Now, if you're feeling this confident, I want to see, ooh.
There we go.
I got nothing at this point. But that's the first one for Mexico. finally finding their way out of the scoreboard as they go up 12-0 with 37 seconds to go here in the first game.
They were just sitting back, biding their time. They're like, all right, I guess 37 seconds left. I might as well score. We're still in game one.
Can't let my teammates have everything.
Yeah, right, gotta take a little bit of that spotlight. Gotta have the casters mention my name at least once or twice before the game's over. That was a close chance by Daffery, but didn't quite have the read there off the back wall. But Wilson close to scoring on a plethora of opportunities now.
That was a nice opportunity. A good win off the kickoff. They should find a way to finish out that last touch, and that's something that's been kind of a perennial issue here for the Warriors as Capo's going to pick up number 13, lucky number 13. Perennial issue for the Warriors is they're just a little slow, and they're staying a little bit too low. They're not getting up and attacking the ball quite enough.
Yeah, that near post just wasn't covered up enough, and weird little stat thing. Capo put in the 13th for LC as he notched his 1,300th point. So I don't know what that means, but it's something weird I noticed.
Hopefully it bodes well for the Warriors. You know, that superstition that 13
Right.
unlucky, and well, that takes Capo out of this game. That helps level the playing field just a little bit. Awkward touch from Crazy Baseball into the middle, but they're good job recovery to chase that one across, and that's perhaps one of the better efforts we've seen here in this game, and if we just see more of that in game number 2, we might end up with a closer scoreline.
Well, ball touches dirt here to signal the end of game 1. Lauderdale County look like they really, really want that spot in day 2. I mean, playing Bob Jones or not, they notched a pretty good start to that journey.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking to get some momentum into day number 2, to get a little retribution for dropping down to lower bracket here earlier in the day, that's a great start. You did a really good job coming out here and hammering that home. For the Warriors, I think we've said it enough already. Just a little more speed, a little more aggression. You got to get to that ball, but you have to do it calmer. It's a paradox, I know, but you just got to settle the nerves just a little bit to make those touches a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in, especially with Saucy and Capo looking so good right now. Every touch that they make is just about perfect, and that's tough to contend with a defense that doesn't seem quite set. The rotations are a little off. We're seeing a lot of double commits that is giving a lot of space to LC to work with. And I mean, it's small-ish things for Wilson to work on, and they're right in the middle of the competition. They can just make those slight adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of nebulous thing that's going to be really critical going forward is going to be the nerves. And again, we talked about it a lot. On the one hand, you have the Tigers who are feeling good, and you know they're feeling good. They look like they're feeling good. And that's going to be tough. The better you feel, the better you're going to play. And the corollary to that is the Warriors, I would expect to be a little bit on edge at the moment. I think the most critical thing here is going to be to relax. And it's going to be tough to do, especially with this level of pressure. But the more you can match your opponent's level of relaxed, the better you're going to be here going forward.
RELAX, relax, guys. It's simple. Just in front of a crowd of about 40, 50 people, maybe. I can't count, really, but just relax.
Caster math.
Yeah, right. It's late in the night, plus I'm a caster. I don't know how I'm being trusted to add things up right now. But game 2, I do know that. That's the second one of the series, and we've only played one so far. So we're going there next. And Wilson, I'd like to see put a goal on the board. There have been openings with LC being very aggressive, and then off kickoffs. Wilson has had a couple of opportunities there.
Yeah, and they just have to find a way to get the ball downfield and looking for follow-up opportunities. That's going to be critical. They did get the ball towards the net. They got a couple off the back wall. They just haven't had the ability to follow it up, and that's going to be tough for Wilson. The way they've been kind of double committing, it's going to be very delicate balance to bring more pressure upfield without over-committing upfield. That's going to require some fast rotations. If you don't have the touch, get back and let a teammate flow up, because you know they are, because we've seen them come up together. If you just get that first player cycled out a little bit faster, then that may give them a better rotation, a better opportunity to get those follow-up shots.
It's solidifying your back line at the same time and keeping your up front as sharp as can be, and trusting one another as well, and communicating well. There's so much to think about in competitive Rocket League.
And it's tough when you got multiple people trying to think about it, right? So I'm gonna liken it back to boxing again, which I know is just gonna drive Foof wild, because he teased me earlier about my boxing background, but it all comes from the feet, right? You got to build that stable base. So you got to have those defenders cycling back through, but you got to be aggressive. You can't let your opponent be calm and relax. So that's like you were saying. Build that base, cycle back through and cover your back, and then get up in their face, get aggressive, bumps, demos, and attack that ball.
It's building a full circle from both sides. Like you gotta make sure both halves are complete, but you gotta do it at the same time. Think about it at the same time. I don't envy their position. I love being in the booth and getting to talk about what they have to do without actually having to do it myself.
Yeah, it's much easier said than done, which is why we're doing this, and we don't have to actually go out there and prove anything.
So nice. We have the cushiest job. We get to watch admin run around, and just put out fires left and right, and we're just up here with mics on, having a good time.
Which, again, to be very clear, is to the credit of the people who are doing the hard work out here. I want to make sure that they get all the appreciation in the world, because that's where all the real effort is. It's on this stage, putting yourself out there to play this game, and it's a tough environment. And you're at LAN, you got a live crowd, you got a Twitch audience, you can hear us, and the players, like you said earlier, can hear us talking, and that can be its own level of pressure. So being able to fight through those nerves is tough. And then again, production doing all the work in the background. And I know we've had some hiccups here and there, but they've done such an awesome job of just getting on it immediately and running it down, figuring out and keeping the broadcast going.
Yeah, doing production's a lot like boxing. I don't know where I would go with that analogy, but I wanted to say it. So we're getting into game 2 in just a second. Of course, there's always something to deal with. Technology's never kind, especially in events like this where we gotta keep it going. But we're figuring it out. Production's figuring out. We're just standing.
Yeah,
here.
we're buying time. Yeah. And no. To that point, I mean, this system, it's an awesome setup that's out here. And we've had a chance to kind of wander around as we go back and forth between the desk and this area. And there's just so much going on, and there's so much technology. The problem is the more complicated things get, the more often they break. And they have so many resources that it also requires a lot of maintenance. That they're doing an excellent job, because we're getting ready to go into game number 2 here of the series. So as we get ready to transfer over, thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and/or dreams.
I want to see game 4. I think we're all at that point right now, and it's up to Wilson B to get us to that point. All right, guys, you got this. You got my full confidence. LC, you've also got my full confidence. Don't worry. They're pulling plays like that out of their pocket immediately.
Nice flick out of Saucy Shooter here. That's something we haven't seen a lot of today, is these ground dribble flicks. We've seen a lot of aerial plays. Very nice accuracy, but that's just good and clean. They draw those players out with the dribble, and just well timed to get it up and over top, awkwardly into that back corner. Well placed, well done.
Lauderdale has dominated the aerospace, and now the ground game as well, falling into their favor. There's another big win on that near post. Saucy trying to notch a second. Instead, Capo passing it center, and Saucy will find that second goal, but had a little help from their teammates along the way.
You know, talk about patience, we talk about changing up the speed, and you can see it right here. As Mexico looking to get some glory for themselves, but Saucy Shooter, you can see just that little bit of hesitation, that little hiccup, but it's not a mistake. It's calculated. They know that those players are diving to make that save. If you just hiccup just a little bit, it's going to open up that space and allow you to just slip it home.
Buenos is going to implement points for pool shot passes. Come on, that should count as well. Here we go. Saucy Shooter, that's a true pass for Capo to finish off, and there's 3 already for Lauderdale.
This is funny. You see Capo off the wall, tries to throw it on. Saucy Shooter gets a touch, and then Capo back. It's the race to put the ball in the net. Saucy Shooter will walk away. Capo will walk away victorious after picking that one back up. Great clear upfield, though. I mean, real talk. That's a great way to use your teammate upfield to open up opportunities.
Wilson have possession, but referee couldn't do enough with it, and that's a good block by Crazy Baseball to make sure Lauderdale couldn't immediately put in a third, or fourth rather. And now going backwards is Lauderdale. Saucy though turns it, pivots, shoots. It's just short. The double perhaps. It looked clean, just a little bit too far left on the ball. So no fourth goal just yet. Credit to the Wilson B defense for pushing Lauderdale back a couple of times now, making them play defense for half a second before eventually headed back into that blue end.
And we're seeing the scoreline reflecting better on Wilson here, not down by quite the dearth they were, and now just past a minute gone in game number 2. And this is, hey, we want to see game number 4. This is how it's going to happen. It's not going to be a huge change from how we saw game number 1. It's going to be incremental pressure. See Wilson come out here, slow down the scoring of the Tigers. That's going to be step number 1. Check. They've accomplished that. Now they got to find a way to put some goals up themselves. See game 4. They don't have to win this game. We just need to see them improve and use that incremental improvement where game 3 they can come out strong, come out aggressive, pick up some wins, and take that game 4, game 5. Fingers crossed.
Maybe. Don't go so fast though. We gotta get to game 4 first. But Capo not too keen on allowing that to happen. Had Saucy center, but I think tried to steal that goal for themselves. I like the confidence that they can score that, but it does mean that they have to play some defense for a quick second here, though not at all. Capo has been behind the ball for about 10-15 seconds now. They are just chasing, eventually setting up another pass for their teammate to eventually finish, but no one quite there.
Nice display out of Capo there of control, and I got the sense they weren't just controlling it away from Wilson, but away from their teammates as well, looking for their opportunities. That's a great 50 and a great defensive play there out of Wilson. And like we said, need to see them step one, slow down the scoring, and we have been scoreless for the last almost 90 seconds, and that is a huge bit of progress for Wilson. It bodes very well for the rest of this game and hopefully the rest of this series.
I'll need this block here, although La Mexico couldn't quite find a read on that ball that popped out into the middle of the field. Crazy baseball to the entirety of Wilson having to get in front of that ball. Crazy baseball credited with the save, and the scoreless streak continues, though not for lack of trying. Lauderdale County has been circling that blue box, but Wilson has been deterring them, pushing the play into the corners rather than the immediate infield.
That's so critical, is to get the ball away from the shooting lane. It's not enough just to make the save. You have to clear the front of the net. Capo misses the flick, but it works out anyways. Drops that just over the top and throws it tight into the top corner on no defender.
A 1 and a 2 and a 3. Capo through the entirety of the Wilson defense. Nicely done. Great solo effort. We know Capo is capable of that, though, because of how much time they've spent on the ball this game. It feels like they've spent more time with possession than the rest of the players on the field.
Individual effort as they're going to go ahead and pick this one up again. That one, good aggression out of Wilson. It's what we needed to see. Go attack that ball on your opponent's end. They're going to continue to try to keep this one clear, but that Tigers offense has been so dominant and so much pressure. It's such an uphill battle to try to come out, even just out of your own zone.
It is, but the Warriors finding clears to potentially put some shots on target with. Not quite here. Is the demo going to slow things down for Wilson, and then Capo and Saucy, the dynamic duo, getting LC out of defense and immediately into the Wilson corner. Center ball of Mexico, the double, just short of being on target. The rebound no good as well. The post denies. And Wilson would have tried their hand at escaping, but Saucy will not allow it. We're going back and forth right now. Ping pong in the blue half.
Pressure finally down in the Tigers' end of the field as Jaffrey doing a good job of sticking with this ball. He's a little scrambled in the corner and makes the possession play backwards. Big demo out of Capo to return pressure back the other way. Nice 50, get out in front of this ball. Saucy shooters up and just a little bit off. There's a little bit of scramble in front of the net. Less than a minute, 45 seconds remaining as Wilson still looking to pick up their first goal of the series. And the Tigers looking to continue to extend their scoreline.
Pop there by Yellow Production, and Mexico going to be forced to backpass this, though. It's right to Saucy, who was in the immediate vicinity, so LC going to keep circling on the blue end of the field. Capo's center, though they're not passing to Saucy. No, that's a solo play. That's a Capo solo play all the way. It's open.
Just a little bit wide as Jaffrey can't quite get around on the far side of it to tuck that one back towards the net. It does show that the Warriors are getting opportunities. I think that's the most threatening opportunity we've seen yet. And hey, that's progress. They have cut the Tigers' scoreline by a factor of 3. That by more than 3, which is huge. I mean, that's a huge change defensively for the Warriors. And we saw, I think, their best shooting opportunity yet. Incremental improvement. Now we just need to see this flip in game number 3 to see game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, if we see the same difference in goal scoring for Lauderdale County High School this time around, or next game, then they're going to be scoring -5 in game 3. We'll see if that happens. But down from 13 to 4 is a great improvement, you're right, for Wilson, and we'll see if they can put in that first.
Yeah, I've got faith. I'm really excited to see Wilson come out here, and I think when Wilson scores, when, not if, it's going to come off of a face-off. They're going to get a great opportunity. There's maybe going to be a slip-up somewhere, and they're going to push that one down, pick up their first goal, and then use that momentum to hopefully drive through and pick up game number 3. Love to see the level of aggression they've developed. Game number 1 was very passive. Game 2, I saw Wilson players coming out of nowhere, diving at balls, and getting challenges, good 50s, not just throwing themselves at balls in the open, but 50-50s that force the Tigers onto the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it with Capo and Saucy held more in check than in game 1 because those quick attacks that they weren't able to quite get around, and that's a solid improvement. Wilson is getting there, but they got 1 game left to put it all together, take that goal, take that game, potentially get us the first game 4 of the day, or else their run will end today, and they'll have to support the Wilson Warriors A team on day 2 tomorrow from the crowd.
Don't want to add the pressure, but it is do or die at this point.
Sorry.
This is one of those series where it is win or go home, though, like you said, we'll see them back back here tomorrow to support the other Wilson team if they don't find success. But this is Game 3. If they don't find success here, this will be the end of their tournament drive. Game 3 underway. There's the kickoff and immediate pressure as Capo finds a way to get this one down, trying to get this one out, maybe to Saucy Shooter or maybe for themselves again. Saucy Shooter, lots of patience, catches that one and score quick, 8 seconds.
Capo took that first touch. We thought it was past to Saucy. Then Capo stuck with it. We thought it was a Capo solo play, and then it still falls down to Saucy. There is so much to think about if you're Wilson right there, because it could be Capo finishing, it could be Saucy finishing, it could be La Mexico from nowhere finishing it. You just have to keep track of everyone on the Lauderdale County side. But 1-0 regardless, and Capo trying to make it to, and it's Saucy.
Just a little bit awkward off that post, and 2 players come out of the net, and we saw this earlier where it's very important that someone stays home. They both make that dive, and unfortunately they don't quite have the read out of that corner. It's awkward. When it bounces in that corner, you don't know if it's going up, out, where it's going to end up, and it's going to unfortunately burn them as it's quickly another Tigers 2-0 lead.
We saw in the last game, though, in the first minute, I think it was 3 goals from Lauderdale, maybe 4 in the first minute. I don't remember the exact number, but it was a lot. And we're kind of seeing that repeat here. But Wilson solidified as the game progressed, and that's a great save from Crazy Baseball. Tough read to make, and they put it in the corner as well. So it's a good save, good follow-up touch, and now potentially a good clear as well.
And there's 2 big factors here in the rate at which Tigers score. One is the level of aggression that the Warriors are challenging this ball. That one's to the corner and touched away. Finally, we see some life out of the Warriors offense. It's a brilliant opportunity. Coming back the other way.
What a
big save. Crazy Baseball. What a save.
What a dive that was across the box. The read, that's dangerous. I appreciate keeping LC on their toes, but that scared me. Gave me a heart attack here in the booth. The ball just barely off target. Lauderdale starting to circle again, but Wilson broke them apart there for a second. Almost forced that 50 on target for their first goal to cut the lead in half, but couldn't quite do it. Now Lauderdale almost putting in their third, though denied again.
Seeing players get caught up on each other from both sides. Capo takes control, trying to go up and over, beats one. Crazy Baseball, good patience on that one. Knowing that ball has to come down before the net, getting to where it's going to meet. There's nothing Capo can do about it. As here's an opportunity to get this one clear of the net. Saucy Shooter doesn't quite have the angle, throws that one across. That one's going to be wide as well. Crazy Baseball leaves it in the shooting lane, but does take away that immediate follow-up threat.
Capo almost got beaten there. They don't have much in the tank, so there's no immediate counterattack as Wilson B cleared their zone again. Though a miss from one. It's around the second defender for Wilson, but there's no one there to finish off the play for Lauderdale. And 2 minutes have elapsed here in Game 3. Only a 2-goal game right now. This is doable for the Wilson Warriors.
Seeing a little bit of team bumping going on the side of the Warriors. Need to see that settle out just a little bit because they've had some really good opportunities. Double touch chance as Capo picks that one up off the crossbar.
Capo continues to dazzle all of us with their mechanical ability here in Game 3. Got it over to Real YOLO Pro YouTube. That's a mouthful, but they couldn't make the save, unfortunately.
That's a tough ball to read when it hits that crossbar. Yep. You don't know if it's going to bounce straight out, if it's going to bounce straight down. But Capo did a good job of positioning their car where it really didn't matter. They were set up in such a way that no matter what happened, if that wasn't blocked, that was going in. Nice read out of Capo as we see the Tigers develop offense again. Mexico with the patience, and unfortunately, that's going to go post the back of Crazy Baseball and back into the Warriors' net.
Those tight-knit, close quarters passes forced Wilson to scramble there on their back line and eventually led to that own goal, which you become a lot more susceptible to when you are scrambling on your back line. Thanks to solid setup again. Lauderdale, it just looks so good right now in offense. I love to watch this team work.
One of the things we haven't talked about a lot today is the transition game and how that can be used to take advantage of your opponent. We're seeing it on display here with the Tigers. When they get out of their own zone, they do a very good job of transitioning back quickly. And where the Warriors have already struggled a little bit with their rotations, on a transition, it's almost impossible. Saucy Shooter, nice little pop-up to the back post.
That is so clean. Saucy misses out on the potential dish, but then immediately makes up for it with a tight angle shot over 2 defenders as well. That's tough to do.
Tigers putting on a masterclass at the moment. They have yet to be scored on here. A little past halfway of game number 3, and getting that physical aggression to sweep away, open up a shooting lane for Mexico. Everyone misses here, and it's going to finally be Saucy Shooter to clean it up and extend the lead to 6.
Saucy slowly closing that gap on Capo, who I believe is the series leading scorer. I don't have the exact numbers, but I feel like that's the case. And Saucy with 4 of the 6 of Lauderdale County's goals here. That's a solid showing in Game 3.
I do think Capo has as many assists as Shooter has goals, and that's another stat to consider here. Is for offensive productivity, Capo has been huge. You do see them playing a little bit more selfishly as time goes on, and maybe not looking for those passes as that one is ripped off the post and will come bouncing back out. Crazy Baseball, opportunity to take this one upfield, beats one to the center, and looks for that demo play, that bump to open up the shot. So big, it was the right idea. Unfortunately, they don't quite get there. Saucy Shooter returns it back the other way.
I love the thought. Realizes that they no longer have control of the ball. They also get the bump. There's just not enough. There's not a follow-up in time. I mean, Lauderdale quick to collapse on that. That's good defense at Lauderdale County. I mean, if Wilson B is playing players that are a little bit slower, that's probably a goal because the setup was phenomenal. Just couldn't quite get it in.
Yeah, it's a level of intelligence that we haven't seen a ton of so far, but that lack of panic to say, hey, I've overdriven the ball. I have an opportunity to still make a play here that opened up some shooting opportunity. Saucy Shooter once again from the parking lot.
That is just a big lobber down, taking advantage of a miss and read. I mean, the challenge game. That's something I've noticed. And the teams that have swept their opponent today, it's been the challenge game that has been the biggest factor contributing to their success. I mean, that kind of read right there is tough to make. And when you're winning those challenges outright so often, it's tough for an underdog to win a series like that.
I will die on this hill. 50-50s are the single most important mechanic in Rocket League. If you can consistently win 50s, you can consistently win games. I mean, it allows you to control everything. Because part of it is it allows you to be aggressive in your opponent's face. Saucy Shooter from the ceiling. That's a beautiful snipe all the way back down to the bottom.
Well, 3 more goals for Saucy, and I'll have to use both my hands in full to count how many goals they've scored in this game. That's 7 for them, and they've got 66 seconds left to see if they can hit that double-digit mark. But Lauderdale County, I think they've cemented their place in tomorrow's competition with a 9-0 lead, 60 seconds left to play. They have looked solid all throughout this series.
We've seen crazy things happen, but this is an uphill battle, and we have yet to see the Warriors pick up a goal. It'd be nice to see them at least get something, not go empty-handed from this series, but they'll have to start by getting it clear of their own zone, and that's not a great way to do it. Saucy Shooter throws that one over top, with Capo setting up that opportunity, getting physical, getting in front of the net, and taking away the last hope for a defensive stand.
Make it 8 for Saucy. Another good shot. Capo as well helping with just a little bit of distraction there. As YOLO Pro, again, had to read so much of what Lauderdale was doing right there. That's just good offense, and hopefully they can carry those types of plays to their series tomorrow against Bob Jones.
Saucy Shooter, 8 goals on 12 shots, 66% shooting. That is excellent. If you can get 66% shooting, oh, and by the way, also 12 shots, that's huge. Capo picking up number 11 with 29 seconds to go.
It's funny, it's been a quiet game for Capo. They shoot 50%, have 2 goals on 4 shots. That's crazy.
I don't know if you happen to notice how many assists they had, but it'll be interesting to see at the end if we can tally up all of the assists and goals across the entire series. Not something we're going to do right now because we'd have to dig through the VOD and find all that. But Saucy Shooter collects this one. Dangerous clear across the front of their net, but they've got the confidence to control this now off the wall. No boost to follow through, and is just going to dump that one down to the corner for Capo and look for a bump play. Capo, what a read off the back wall.
Well, 3 assists is the number for Capo in this game, which also isn't a ton. Saucy's had a lot of solo plays, but that is a phenomenal shot. Wow, that is a solo play to put in their hat trick as well. 12 goals, almost matching the total from Game 1 when LCHS put up 13, but dominant Game 3 to close out a series in emphatic fashion.
Capo centers across. Crazy Baseball is up, but doesn't find a connection. Now Mexico with an opportunity, but can't quite get underneath it. Capo, one last chance for that doomsy dish. It's centered to Saucy Shooter, and they don't quite find the connection. Beautiful showing out of LCHS. The Tigers take this series handily. And unfortunately for Wilson B, we have to say thank you for coming out. Great showing, but you're going to have to come back to support Wilson A tomorrow.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm proud of how they performed right there. Again, the rank disparity is something that's very difficult to make up for, especially in an elimination game where LCHS realizes the gravity situation. They want to get tomorrow.
Game, in a LAN tournament. Brock, it's tough.
So much.
It's such a difficult environment to perform in.
And it's experience. They're getting experience. Even though they lost 2 series today, that doesn't matter. They played 2 series today in the LAN environment, and they will improve the more tournaments like this that they get to play in.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier before we started the series, is how just the experience is such a big thing moving forward. So congratulations to all the teams that played today. But that's the last one. That's the last one we have for you today. So we're going to go back to the desk after this. On behalf of Mr. Bepic, I am Lars Newt, and we're going to throw you guys back off to the desk.
Well, folks, day one has come to its conclusion of the main event. We've had a ton of Rocket League matches tonight, tons of great games, close games. We still did not quite get more than 3 games. We couldn't quite get that 4th game, but here is still to praying that we can get it tomorrow.
We have to.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, tomorrow is all best of 7, full disclosure. So we will get at least 4 games. I guess the hope is that we will finally not have a sweep. But very briefly, I want to touch on this final match that we saw. LCHS versus Wilson B. Maybe not quite the affair that we were expecting, but LCHS into the final spot.
I think it's one of those unfortunate events where the tail of the tape does tell the tale, and so the team coming in with the hotter hand and the team that is higher ranked does play a bit quicker. They had a different play style, and it was just a bit too much for that Warriors B squad to follow up.
Yeah, Ben, I'll follow up with that. I mean, I just have to agree. I mean, we'll keep it brief, but the games weren't very brief, unfortunately. But I mean, when you have a blowout like that, all you can really say is you're looking at a team that is trying to play their best. They're going to continue playing their best. They're going to come in tomorrow all fired up because they were able to play at such a alarming win.
Yeah, LCHS has booked themselves a match with Bob Jones first round tomorrow, so that'll be a very tough matchup. But hopefully all the teams have been able to learn something from today that they not only take into tomorrow, but that they can take with them heading into the next trimester, semester, whatever it is they have, the future years that they have being competitive in the game. Given that this is the end of day one, I do want to get y'all's thoughts on what your favorite moments from today was, because it's been a very long day for most of us traveling, either last night or today to get stuff done, going through all of these matches, seeing a lot of great action. I want to know what the highlight of day one has been for you all. And Atomic, you can start.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna have to give it up all the way to the beginning of today. Not many people were here. I think everybody kind of started trickling in later and later, and some of those people probably left. But Hiroki on Bob Jones did 2 double taps in 3 different games. Just absolutely showed his stuff, made his mark on today, and then he played 1 match, and then he's gonna come back tomorrow. So I mean, if that doesn't a staple like a player that can really put it all on the field, then I don't know what will. But Hiroki and his double taps were my favorite today.
Well, watch. I'm so sorry, I'm biased, but
I can't blame you for that.
My favorite thing about all of today is the fact of the matter that this is high school esports. That there are so many great human beings that might not get the opportunity to be on a stage like this, to be able to perform, to compete, and have coaches and players and teammates that care about them if esports wasn't a thing. And this is a celebration of it.
Yep.
And it's under competitive, guys. I mean, we want to win, but it's this. I love it.
Yeah. There, even though there's bragging rights on the line, there's a big old shiny trophy and some plaques on the line as well. It is ultimately all about the camaraderie, the ability to enjoy playing our favorite, well, maybe some of our favorite games, and just having a good time being able to chat, talk about the game with other people who enjoy it, being able to watch some great games as well. I know for me, the highlight was the end of that, the second to last series that we had, Wilson versus Lexington. Like, those are the moments that as players, as commentators, as viewers, those are the moments that we live for. To have it come down to the final seconds for your tournament life, for your series life, to depend on just a couple of moments in the tail end of a series is, for me as a natural competitor, those are the moments that really that really do it for me. But all that being said, there is still plenty of more action heading into tomorrow. We do move away from the double elimination best of 5 format to single elimination. You only get 1 chance. After, it doesn't matter if you lost one today, if you won everything today, you only have 1 more chance. All best of 7, so some longer series ahead of us, but we've We'll start off the day with Athens versus Florence. We'll then move into James Clemson versus Wilson A, Hartzell versus Brooks, and Bob Jones versus LCHS. And Atomic, I'll start with you once again. Which one of those matchups just has you drooling for tomorrow?
Well, I was able, to watch Brooks take on their opponent today, and I thought they were doing a pretty good job. I thought they got swept, but then they were going to come back later on. And I really do think that the Hartsville and Brooks matchup may just be the most exciting. I think it'll be the most even. Their players seem to be really fired up whenever they're winning. They seem to really just want to lock in and get back into like a tight game whenever they're losing. So I think that both of those teams are going to just put their all out there.
It's gonna be a fun one to watch.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well, once again, I've been able to watch this team all day. Got to watch a bunch of teams all day, but man, I feel like this Jets Warriors game could come down to something scary.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is both of these teams have played their ways into a very particular spot. We have one team riding high, that's UCO, the 5 seed, and they're both battle-tested squads. But you don't think battle-tested teams when you see 3-0s. Because as statisticians and analysts and things like that, you just want to go, okay, 3-0, yeah, they rolled them. But those teams had to earn them. They had to force their way through and make it happen. Because the Falcons were not a pushover when we saw the Jets play them. And it certainly wasn't an easy path for that Warriors squad getting the loser bag at Buff. So that's mine I want to watch tomorrow.
For me, I've got James Clemson versus Wilson A. I think when I got a chance to actually be in the crowd for a little bit and watch Wilson A, there was a ton of intent from them to create big plays, to try to create big moments, and just do everything that they could to execute. I think that potential, that mentality is going to carry them into. I think they can upset James Clemson. I think that they've got a very real opportunity to do that. So that's going to second match of the day. That's the one I'm going to be looking for. But I really think that there's a ton of potential in all 4 of the matches that we've got going into the first round of playoffs tomorrow. Any closing thoughts from either of you to cap off day number 1?
Thank you to the crowd. Thank you for coming out. We really appreciate you guys. I think that's
and
honestly
Twitch
the
chat
most
as well.
exciting thing. Yeah, Twitch chat. I mean, they've been chatting all day. I mean, they're even saying something. Is there anybody? I mean, I don't know anybody that comes to mind. Anybody for you guys?
Yeah, thanks to, first of all, UA Watch for being a wonderful host. Thank you, Tom, for being beside me twice now. But thanks to all the awesome talent here in UNA for allowing us to be in this venue and then host this place. I mean, players have been out helping. They've been facilitating. They've run this whole thing, and it's been such a blast, not only to be a part of, but to be a spectator of.
Yeah.
To be able to just enjoy Rocket League and the pure spectacle that is this.
Yeah, it's been just a great experience overall for day 1. And we run it back and do it all again tomorrow. Have to thank everybody who was able to make this possible. Of course, the sponsors AIM Lab and For the Win Game Store. Also, the UNA Department of Kinesiology for helping coordinate a lot of this. And then, of course, finally, the Department of Communications for allowing us to use their building to stage this fantastic event. Yes, we definitely like to have a venue when it is like 30 degrees outside. I would not be here if we were casting outside. That would be
no game day set up for you. Don't want to be outside.
No, I would prefer to not have 3 layers of jackets and a scarf around me trying to talk to a bunch of people. But that being said, to all of the talent that we've had on the front end, back end, players, fans, Twitch chat alike, we bid you adieu for day number 1, but we will be back again tomorrow morning. Same place, roughly 9:30-ish on Twitch, going live. We'll see you then.